This land is calling.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is it MSC this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay, I got this. What's that? Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is it still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team? They claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else. From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm out with you this time. Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no! Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first? Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
This land is calling.
Ladies and gentlemen, for another day of more MLBB action-packed action. Of course, we're still here at the MSC Wildcards at EWC 2025. And after yesterday's grueling matches, we are going to have yet another set of 4 matches ahead of us. And we'll see who will be going home today and who will be able to move forward as they inch closer to the group stage. But here it is, the English broadcast with me, Eterna, as your desk host. And of course, with me, alongside me, is none other than Leo, as well as Abstract. Welcome, boys, for day number 2.
Exciting to see these teams put everything out because I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there are a couple of teams who have their last chance today to show us their intense field intensity because we're seeing a couple eliminations.
Yep. At this point in time, every day we'll start to see eliminations going on. So 2 of the teams, unfortunately, will start to bow out of the tournament, and the stakes are just getting higher and higher as the day progresses.
So yesterday was already, filled with a lot of emotions. I think a lot of surprises as well. Things really caught us off guard. But now these 8 teams already have a little bit of more of a taste of what it feels like to be on an international stage. So the level gets higher, the risks get higher, and what is asked from these players is also generally gonna get higher. As boys and girls, we are gonna take a look at once again the attending teams. Now you see 8. Today we will be seeing only 6 after today.
That's right. Group A chalking themselves up to be the team to not be in, because again, every single series yesterday out of Group A went all the way, and then yesterday, the other broadcast out of B just went kaput.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the first series of Group B, we did manage to see the full 3 games. Right after you bow out from the broadcast yesterday, and we immediately get ourselves a 2-0 game. So that's something a little bit different.
It's a Leo curse.
It's Leo curse.
Or maybe a bless. Leo bless.
Leo bless.
Because when Leo's here, we get to see all 3 games. We get a little bit to know more about the players and the teams. So we are going to be talking about that really, really soon. But before that, of course, you guys back at home once again, we want to remind you that these teams who are playing right now, they're not just fighting for bragging rights. They're fighting for the prize pool, a total prize pool of $3 million US. Can you imagine that?
The climb from potentially 30K to 1 million, it starts here. It starts here. You follow the journey of one of these teams, and for the fact that when they cross that red threshold from wildcard to group stage, they earn themselves their trophy too, that little key, right?
Yes.
It's part of the whole trip here in EWC.
It's like an initiation kind of thing, right? Right here in the wildcards, they don't have the key just yet.
And speaking of the key, we are going to take a look once again at those keys, because by the end of the wildcards, we will be giving 1 key to 1 special team. So with that, Zipperman, are we ready for the trophy video? Let's get it.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in golden stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Just goosebumps there.
Them goosies.
Them goosies. I mean, last year we got a little bit of a taste of what it was like, but again, this time around to see it unfold once again is just truly something else. It's something else. But it's so cool that you get to choose which 3 keys you get to put in your trophy when you win.
Even at the end, there's a story to tell.
Truly
flagged
is.
all the way through, right? They're gonna have to play all the way through, and it's great to finally see that.
Oh, but it looks like we are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, drafts are set here for both Legion and Rare Atom. Upper brackets. Let's see who will be able to move forward. Boys, take it away.
Away we shall. What better time than now and better choice of teams than these? Legion and Rare Atom, both at the 1-0 bracket. One more win. One of these teams go on up to the next stage of the single elims of our wild card. Legion on the play. Oh my God, this was the same thing they did yesterday, Abstract. First pick Uranus.
Yep. It does seem as though our friends here at Legion, they love the crap out of the Uranus, especially on their blue side. They would just always first pick Uranus.
Did
and
this
if they're on the
yesterday.
red, they just banned it.
Did this yesterday against
Yeah.
Rare Atom. Did exactly that when they were on the red against Rare Atom. Now against, or rather against the Mongols, right? Now against Rare Atom, we see the Lancelot finally get picked up here. Was given a lot of priority yesterday by Coach Ducky at Team Falcons, alongside the Kimmy. So still keeping open that potential for double marksman. This is a mid laner Kimmy most often than not. The Hylos here by Cat9. The answer to Legion Esports is Moskov and Joy. That's a Joga special right there.
In fact, this is more or less the same construct as previous games as well. There is, of course, one of the games coming in from Legion Esports where they have filled in a Farsa and a Cho. That's the game, their game number 2, right? So there is definitely that possibility for them to go towards that way if it works out great. While Rare Atom, perhaps if they did their homework, they will want to probably take out some of these nuisances out.
I'd say just take out the Cho. There it is. This is a Cram God special. He's been playing this Cho
Yep, there we go.
on a professional level for the past 2 years. So this is a good call by Coach Raizan. Coach Sabo now thinking of what else to take away from Rare Atom. I'd reckon
They're lacking marksman.
Granger.
Granger.
Take the Granger, sir.
Yeah. Fair enough. Granger, EXP laner. Since we're kind of looking at the Uranus in the XP, one of the other heroes that you don't really want to face is a Uranus.
I mean, I played Uranus earlier today. It's literally just a sledgehammer. Like, slow as it is, it just gets the job done. It takes so much, literally 4 or 5 other heroes to get him down before the rest of the squad comes at you. So this is, I understand now more in practice why Legion is so gung-ho on picking it. One more ban for Rare Atom. I'd reckon they should get rid of one more roam choice or mid laner, because they already choked out mid laner solid here. By taking away the Farsa, you took away the single best possible mid laner for Legion, and there it is. Another roamer choice here for Cram God, the Badang.
Yep, so no more Badang, no more Cho. Is going to be a completely different draft as compared to game number 2 in yesterday's game. Seems Fasa has already been taken out of the picture. Now, when it comes down to the first half of the draft for both teams, doesn't seem like they are particularly going to a set direction just yet. So it's all about the X factor coming in. Since Legion is going to be first pick, first ban, so the second phase will allow them to pick 2 at the same time. At least it's not necessarily a blind pick. They still can kind of work with the 4th pick of Rare Atom.
Yeah, I think Rare Atom is also pretty honest. Legion have shown us a majority of this lineup yesterday. They won with this kind of comp. I mean, Cho and Farsa given missing, but I think it works out. I like how they banned the Esmeralda here. This is a lethal Esmeralda in the hands of Mikey, or rather Don. Don showed us amazing Esmeralda play yesterday. Won game 2 in our opener yesterday, so this is a great read by Legion.
Yep. So since we don't have a Farsa, I don't expect to see too much or any possibility of a Zetian. Jungle has already been picked, so no Yuzun Shin and is already banned either way. So what else are we going to be looking for?
On the contrary, I think there's still room for Zetian. Like Zetian,
still room for Zetian.
in the way I understand it, Zetian doesn't just answer Farsa.
Right?
She's half decent most of the time.
She's got the nuke, she's got a little bit of the protection coming in from the passives as well. But now the blind pick coming in from Rare Atom is going to be an Aerithel.
So they're just rolling the dice here, saying we'll just win the late game if you do decide to still go Granger, because Granger's, Granger's locked out. They chose the Aerithel instead of the Granger. Okay, yeah, so it's still the same. Like, they would rather win the power spike and leave the macro play to daylight.
So at least, okay, so maybe they can play it a little bit early, right? So whenever we are looking at a Joy, we would want to expect some early game dominance. Agreed, and due to the patches, she's not going to be super fast anymore, but they can definitely still play early game with a Valentina and a Grok.
That's the Grok debut here in the MSC wildcards. The Valentina, we've seen it since yesterday, but I just don't know what it's stealing right now. It's only really stealing the Glorious Pathway. That's the only worth it ult to take.
Yeah, if you take away Lapu Lapu's ultimate, do you actually get all the skills as well?
Yes, because it's a form-changing ult. So you do get the extra benefits of that. But yeah, here we are. Lapu Lapu to close up Rare Adam's draft. Rare Adam, again, it's very simple. It's not exactly triple marksman, but you have two solid marksmen, the cleanup in Lanaya's Lancelot, and then two solid frontliners. It's fundamentally sound. I can't knock it, but Legion, though, what is this Valentina looking to do?
Are they trying to look for a denial, or how comical is this draft? We're looking at a Lancelot on the opposite side. I think the only thing that will be worthy to take is going to be Phantom Execution, just as a form of escape mechanism.
That is true. Maybe even, dare I say, Traction Pulse. That's a fight turner.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just going to be very difficult to engage in the lane and play the long run of things. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 in this best of 3. One of these teams are moving up into the next stage of the wild card between Legion Esports and Rare Adam.
Now, right off the bat, we do have both of the junglers will be starting. Okay, both of the junglers starting on the northern side, so they will end off at the EXP lane. So perhaps this is going to be a little bit more of a going to be a lot of fights going on down in the bottom lane. I don't expect too much from Meow this early on, especially since there's going to be a lot of rotations going in. So Meow can't technically play so much of that proxying to upkeep on the Radiant stacks.
I love how Meow actually invested in the agility. Shocker getting a little bit of damage. That's what I'm talking about. It's going to be difficult for him. Talay, no, force the flicker so soon.
Too soon. But at least with 120 seconds, technically speaking, you would miss that timing for the first turtle. Hopefully, we don't see a need for him to pop that off.
I mean, that's one problem. The other is, can he reach level 4 in time? He got displaced. It's a technical knockout. He got sent home early, and I guess he can equalize with the EXP passive on Valentina. But let's talk about the gold lane here. Daylight versus Mikey. I'd reckon it's a skill matchup if the Moscow can find the angles. And of course, the extra guidance from Cram God should pay dividends. Now, Meow, again, the fact on agility, Uranus is so slow, man. I played Uranus jungle, I played Uranus XP earlier today. He's just so slow.
He's very slow.
He needs the extra move speed.
So getting the agility is always a nice touch. That way you will just constantly be right in the face of your enemies and just give them absolutely no comfort spot.
See, here we go. They switch up, giving some EXP in mid to Meow. Don't jump
in! With a flicker going in, just wanting to get a kill out onto Joga, and manages to successfully do that. That is the jungler that is out of commission from the side of Legion Esports, effectively giving Rare Adam a very good chance to take this turtle down.
Abstract, they're still staying. What's the plan here? Cram God doesn't have an ult. Shocker does have one. Here comes the SOD!
Well, Lanaya still managed to take that in the bag, no problem. Legion Esports, even though they were a little bit comical at that one, they still managed to back off.
Hope is free, all right? It's one thing to say, maybe we can get it, but without a retribution, without a solid plan, best case scenario for Legion Esports, no one else died. Rare Adam, clearly in control, up by about 400, 500 gold. Relatively low committal lineup. But I guess that's one of the strengths of the double, triple marksman lineup. As long as you have a solid front line, your marksmen are around, and your opponents aren't in your face as much as they'd like to. Again, luckily they're playing with just a Uranus and a Grok. What if they were playing with something like, again, a Lapu Lapu, an Arlot, or a Terizla? Would be much worse. So maybe that's what we're waiting for. Joga, what's Joga doing? Joga!
Joga? Not in a good spot, but never mind. He's still pretty okay. He does have got the temporal rain to at least get himself a second dash in.
Yep, extra dashes once the ult gets popped. Now, back to the fact of the matter is, Rare Adam have total control. Until Legion Esports do something to take them out of this comfort zone, then expect this 500 goal lead to, again, there you go, balloon up to 600, 700, 1,000 approaching.
I'm looking for the power spike of Legion Esports. When is the point in time where they start to kind of fight back against Rare Adam and have stands a decent chance?
I reckon third turtle. Usually
turtle.
that's where some teams go and say, yeah, it's been a tough laning phase. 6 minutes pass. We can try again. Let's go. Legion Esports, I'm guessing they're waiting for that because now at least Shocker has a better grasp of their opponent's rotations, better grasp at how they can steal ults better.
But one thing's for sure though, Lanaya and Joga manages to find themselves in the same XP range. So even if Joga happens to, you know what, let me just go and steal some turtle games, that is still a very viable thing. If you do not want to commit into a full-blown fight for the turtle, at least as a assassin, you can kind of dash in, dash out, and kind of do what you can.
I guess that's one good thing both teams have going for them. They both have assassins. They both can kind of steal moments away.
Yep.
Despite the huge momentum shift. Powerful. A lot of pressure on a Meow. This is good for Meow. Radiant stacks. Always happy to have him. Down bottom, Joga putting pressure on Don. It's not working, man.
Yeah, it's a full-blown ultimate that's already been used, and then just tickles Don just a tad little bit.
Don don't care. Turtle started up already by Rare Adam. Down to 3/4. Cat9 putting up a Vanguard here. Drops the Glorious Pathway.
The Glorious Pathway pushes Joga away. Meow is still within of the mids and hoping to see something, but it doesn't seem like Rare Adam is going to give Legion Esports any space at all.
Still nothing, despite all of the effort. Daylight. Oh, first the flicker. What was that?
I think this is still going to be fine. Retraction Pulse at least forced the flicker. That is 120 seconds of that battle spell. Rare Adam would do whatever they can to kind of occupy the entirety of the map, with the Rivalizers completely dominated by them. Legion Esports just don't dare to get close at all.
All right, this is impressive. Despite the struggle that Legion Esports are going through in the laning phase of Game 1, Joga still got a 200-300 gold lead onto Lanaya.
I'm surprised.
A lot of pressure. Oh my God! What is a gold lead? To an angry Apu-Lapu. John tackles him one-on-one. Sir!
That's a gold lead gone now.
Sir, that's not... What?
Oh man, this is how tanky and how damaging a Lapu-Lapu is at this point in time.
Note, never commend small wins in odd positions. That was so... What was it? That was the second or third time he tried to kill Don, but he got killed instead.
Indeed. In fact, he didn't really quite learn his lesson the first time. Even though he went all out with his ultimate, he didn't even get Don to 1/4 of his HP.
Mind you, this is post-patch Lapu-Lapu. In the most recent hotfix, 1.9.92, they reduced his damage reduction. So that means he's been getting kills and been outscaling the damage of Joga early on by just using the Bravest Fighter second skill on a solo target. That's minimal damage reduction.
This is just absolutely crazy, right? And now Don, he's not in a very good spot though, as the Spear of Destruction is just going to land right on top of Don. He doesn't have a lot of spell defense to work with, as 4 members are utilized just to bring him down.
Numbers don't lie, man. It's hard to fight against 4 no matter how ahead you are. And that lead so far, pushing up to 2,000 gold here. Rare Adam making sure that the third turtle power spike, what we were expecting at least, optimistically for Legion Esports, is still but a long shot. Lanaya here, cornered by the Guardian's barrier. Doesn't matter, can dash right through. And wow, it's Meow first to the scene. What's going on?
He always want to be there first, but it doesn't seem like Legion Esports have got a lot of backups or secondary inputs to really help Meow out. They have to go all the way out for Crime God in order for them to get themselves in. And finally, Joga takes a turtle for themselves with the Glorious Pathway, allowing Rare Adam to kind of chase up against Joga, but unfortunately no can do for them.
What's odd is Lanaya was there actually. It seemed like for about 20-30 seconds, Legion Esports pulled the plug. Rare Adam, their processors, they just stopped. They couldn't comprehend exactly how Mia was staying underneath a pit for so long, relatively unharmed, and how Joga, I reckon it's because of the EXP and the gold that he's weirdly enough ahead on Lanaya. From where's he getting this? There are still some greens left. Is it just me or is he stealing?
300 gold.
Is he stealing? Is he always crossing over? Where Lanaya's actively taking his own camp, Joga's taking the other half?
I don't think so, actually. I've been seeing Joga down in the lanes a lot more often. He seems like he's clearing out the waves and he's doing cleanup duty for some of these waves, at least to play on the macro standpoint.
So he's taking his own jungle, he's taking the lanes.
Bottom lanes, yeah.
And is this because he's just faster slightly than a Lancelot that has to pay attention to other objectives?
I would like to believe so, and especially since you can, of course, use your dash anytime. Well, in the meantime, Lanaya mostly just want to dash from one unit to another. But in the meantime, take a look at the top lane. Meow has Flicker.
Meow is rocking Flicker down bottom. Oh. How about round 3, baby? Joga versus Dawn. He's got Cram God to assist him. That's not fair.
Yeah, it's fine.
But they still retreated. You see that?
Yep.
Dawn sent them back.
2-person ran away from Dawn. They know just how crazy Dawn is. In fact, I think Dawn has, 8,000 gold in his bank right now?
Big flex. Big flex. He is the most successful member of Rare Adam. Looking at it now, he's
gold
up 2,000.
Okay,
he's up 2,000
Yes,
on
6,000.
Meow. And you know what? Looking back, that might actually be detrimental to Rare Adam. You would want this gold lead on your cores. You want it on Lanaya, Paufu, on Mikey, but it being on Dawn, it actually bite them in the behind. Might not. That's not the best place for the gold to be.
But perhaps it would definitely help them in the early to the mid stages of the game, but...
Which we're leaving, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. So now the scaling is on Joga. The scaling is definitely on the daylight for Tad a little bit, but in the meantime, Shocker actually takes away that glorious pathway and just trying to look for something. Cram got all the way at the back, but where is Joga though? Because the Lord currently is already lower than half HP. Lanaya is focusing on the Lord as much as possible, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Joga was able to make it in time, but he went straight in for Mikey. Mikey with a hop, giving a jump, he ensures to get himself away from the hands of Joga, but the rest of the members coming from the Southern Legion Esports continue the onslaught down onto Rare Adam, allowing Daylight to come in with a lot of those piercing damage with Powerful as well as Cat9 going down, but unfortunately at the cost of his own life.
Daylight popped there. Might have bitten off more than he could chew. Legion Esports, a very ambitious approach. One, they tried to go for the steal. There was just way too much happening underneath the Lord for that to happen. Joga did try his darndest, but second, Legion Esports, I think Lord was secondary. They went for the turn. Most importantly, they went for the turn, and they did get Mikey. They didn't get Mikey. They get Cat9. They got Pao Fu. That was one of the first casualties. But at the end of the day, I think Rare Adam still won out, especially with the kill on Daylight.
It doesn't seem like Joga have got an avenue to get himself closer to the closer over to the Lord, because he was kind of stuck in the middle lane brushes and trying to look for. Hey, maybe, oh wait, there we go, Mikey finally going down to the hands of Joga as this is going to spawn up into a huge fight. Joga is going to go down to the hands of Lanaya, and Lanaya picking himself out with a double kill. In fact, with Meow down for the count now, with all of these two members down, Rare Adam actually finds himself in a really good opportunity.
I'm seeing a pattern, and it's not even in game. Abstract, is it just me, or does Legion Esports take a while to warm up? They need game one to figure out their opponent's patterns, to understand what their opponent's getting up to. And I hate to say it, but they seem to be one of those download teams. You ever heard of a download game?
Download game?
Yeah, a game wherein win or lose, most likely lose, you take every single resource you can to try and understand your opponents. Because that's what happened yesterday against the Mongols.
So just absorb whatever you can in game number one and just bank everything in for the following few games.
Yeah, because the way Legion Esports is playing in game number one, 12 minutes in, is it's very reactive. It's very, okay, you do you, we'll see what we can get away with. You do you, we'll try this thing. It doesn't work, okay, we'll try it again. If we lose, so be it. There's still game 2 and game 3. That seems to be what's going on. Again, Legion Esports far from losing, ladies and gentlemen. They still have their inhibitors. They are down, but what, 4,000, 3,000 and a half gold? It's just the first Lord that went down, but...
Still recoverable, though. It's very recoverable.
It's not as proactive a Legion Esports as I'd like.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying is, they're very, okay, we'll see. It's always we'll see.
Very aggressive stance coming from Southern Lanaya. Rare Adam more or less have gotten all of the exterior turrets down already, and they will want to control the entirety of Legion Esports jungle. But Daylight trying to seize an opportunity, and he will be able to get a kill down on the Mikey in a 1v2 fashion. Cat9 couldn't even find a point in time to just get himself right in the close of Daylight. As the Spear of Destruction lands on the Cat9, Daylight re-enters into the battlefield. Dawn trying to catch up onto him, flickers forward with a great stun, but Daylight is still alive. Powerful flickers on forward, and sure that he brings down the marksman. But this is not looking good for Rare Adam. But never mind, because Lanaya joins in the fray, allows him to get himself one kill. We are now in 3 versus 2. And now, Legion Esports, they still have Meow. He can drag on this game however he wants, just pulling these 3 people.
Especially with the kind of heroes left for Rare Adam. Cat9, Lanaya, Dawn, here comes Joga!
I don't think that they will be able to get a kill out of Dawn. Let's be honest here. He's got a lot of farm to his name. And Lanaya takes the finishing blow onto Mel, effectively staggering his death.
Mid-fight, Lanaya picked up an endless battle. Abstract, this may be the bruiser Lancelot that we've come to see, the rise of this Lancelot that builds endless battle, War Axe, Brute Force, Breastplate, Queen's Wings. This might be it. If it was the other build, the older build, sure, they would have killed Joga first, but good luck trying to take down Meow in a long-term fight like that, a long chase. Let's check it out now. Oh, he's on the way, but it looks like it's closer to the old school Lancelot.
Very hybrid, then.
Just pure. No, there's not a single defense item here. This is just old school Lancelot.
Old school Lancelot.
I bet that last item would be either a halberd or a malefic roar, just straight up.
I would like to believe that it would be a halberd to really just deal with Meow, with all things considered. But Dawn, 1v5! And he almost got away with it, but he bought enough time. With the middle lane and the top lane just pushing right in. The Lord is ready to plunder with a spiraling trident, taking quite a chunk of HP away from the T3 turret.
And that's the base, permanently damaged. Legion Esports have to tend to the top lane inhibitor. Luckily, the next Lord will spawn in that same lane. So the long lane can still take care of itself. There's still an inhibitor there, but you know, damage is done. Turrets don't respawn is what I'm trying to say. Legion Esports have to reconcile this 4K gold lead some way, somehow. I like it though, just as we were saying that Legion Esports very, very reactive. Daylight says, gentlemen, you haven't seen nothing yet. He tried to make a play and it was relatively successful up to a certain point, but this just shows that into the late game, 15 minutes in, they still got something left in the tank. They're not giving up all hope. Like, maybe the first 12 minutes was a download, but now, I think they figured it out.
They can kind of play and just kind of pull the 50-50 game, right? As long as you are able to just wipe out the opponent's team, a single rundown in the middle lane can definitely be possible. One thing's for sure, though, Uranus is also a very late-game scaling hero. The moment that you are able to get the very important items, such as Oracle, Brute Force Breastplate.
Neither of which are here.
Which neither of them are here. All he wants, as Meow, all he wants to do is just soak damage. Even if he dies or not, is all reliant on the Radiant stacks. For me, I'm not a big fan of that because you already have a Grog all the way up in front to soak up all the damage. If you're able to weave in and out of the battle, at least you have three thick tanks to kind of go through.
All right, Cat 9. Daylight's not going to take this line down. That's a good point. But here's the thing. Cram God can't absorb as much damage as you'd like. The Ancient Gift. Oh my god, wait, Lanaya wants some!
CC immunity allows him to get himself away, but he lost half HP.
All right, a good chunk of Rare Adam's damage is magical. There is straight up infinite magic damage coming from Pao Fu.
Right, fair.
Cram God can't stand in front of that. Even with the Radiant Armor, it's not as efficient. So you'd still want Meow to be kind of that sponge. Kind of that hero that just stands in the meat shield for Legion Esports to allow Joga to pierce through, to allow Daylight to get those basic attacks in. So now what I'm looking for is a coast-to-coast. I'm looking for, again, this same position here. I want Daylight to be in the lower part of the map, push that slowly, and then join the fight eventually.
Understandable. So at least they do have a little bit of global presence they can play around with for the Spirit of Destruction. So it's a very simple idea for Legion Esports, and simple to execute, right? Send two front lines, soak as much damage, allow Joga, Shaka, as well as Daylight deal enough damage.
And that's exactly why they're first to the scene here. Despite being down, despite being on the back foot, Legion Esports have a straight-up plan. It's very simple. And now Lanaya's in trouble, gets shut down by Joga.
Lanaya all alone up in the top lane, and now we no longer have a jungler for the side of Rare Adam. Legion Esports can seize this opportunity. The top lane is completely pushed out right now. It's either they lose both these turrets and the Lord, or what else is going to be, as two of the Glorious Pathways are going to be worked out right now. Joga finds out himself all the way at the back lines. He gets a kill down on the Mikey. They can try to run down the middle lane, but there's still three people in here, so just take the Lord down.
Massive losses for Rare Adam in the blink of an eye. Could have sworn they had the advantage there. 2,000 gold lead. The map was red, but suddenly Joga strikes. And down fall to Lanaya and Mikey. Nowhere to be found. The two cores of Rare Adam lose them, the Lord. Legion Esports now in control. This is what I'm talking about. This is what we were looking for.
This is what you're talking about the fact that the economy and the goal is going to the wrong person. Because now it does seem like Rare Adam, because of the fact that most of the money is on to Dawn, they can't close the fight past, or rather before 15 minutes, even though it seems like they are on that lead.
That's one of the reasons why, but another is they didn't bear down on Joga hard enough. They didn't deny Daylight the space to farm, and now these two cores from Legion Esports are online. And the fact that Shocker has been, stealing 80% of the time, Glorious Pathway, means they just have maybe 3 tanks. There's 3 tanks, Cram God, Shocker, and Meow. I don't think Shocker's building tanks, but, this is where we are. This is what it is. Daylight pushing in. 2 inhibitors in jeopardy.
Yep, the Plundering Lord now have just went down, but we also have a very crossing Glorious Pathway going out. We do have the line tries to push out onto Shocker a tad little bit, but not going to be too big of a problem. A defense from Rare Adam.
Rare Adam has great wave clear on a scale of 1 to 5. I put it at 3.5, 4, if I'm being pretty generous, because Paufu just clear, just boop, 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 boop. Mikey has a lot of good basics too. Given it is
Dawn Lanaya too.
Yep, relatively mid-range wave clear. It's so easy. It's non-ult reliant, is what I'm trying to say, compared to the likes of a Farsa or a Zetian that has to clear that way.
Yes,
but
exactly.
It's clearly not as bad as like a Zushin mid. So Rare Adam can take care of themselves, even with the base defense. A minute and a half until another Lord spawns lower quarter. This is, I'd say, deadlock. We're at equilibrium when it comes to map control, and I like how now Legion Esports, whether it be on a micro or macro scale, are taking proactive measures. They're sending Daylight where it matters, and they're letting Meow and Cramgod just randomly check bushes now more than ever.
Literally, this game is going down the wire. You could go to anyone now. Legion Esports can run down mid. Rare Adam could run down mid too. But now the main problem is for Rare Adam, because the most recent fight, they lost. Is it really all about the economy that Legion Esports managed to back for themselves? Or at this point, it doesn't really matter at all?
No, I'd like to think it's less of the economy. When you cross the 10, 11 minute mark, the whole Dawn situation was a very low impact thing. Like, there was money on Lanaya, money on Paufu, money on Mikey. I think it was just really Joga's instincts catching the MPLID vet in Lanaya off guard. Like, Lanaya's done well to protect himself up until that point. And then suddenly, Wild Joga appeared.
Honestly, Lanaya just wanted to spread himself out as much as possible, while in the meantime, the rest of the Vanguard hits up forward and trying to open up the map as much as possible. So, him being able to be in his own jungle, thinking that he's safe, in the end, he's not. Completely just sandwiched out into the oblivion.
Respectable. Attempted Grand Theft Purple by Lanaya, denied here by Joga. So back again to the same situation. Wait, look at this angle by Cramgod. Wait, Joga pushed out. Meow as well. Here comes the rest of them.
Spear of Destruction is going to land. The Lord is currently down to half HP, working with the rest of the members of Legion Esports as it flies up into the air. Mikey, very aggressive play as these exploding arrows will definitely explode Cramgod. Meow all the way at the back lines, flickers himself away. The Cyclone's Eye allows him to go far enough, and this pulls Lanaya far back. However, Legion Esports did not take the opportunity to reclaim themselves the Lord because it's just way too risky.
All right. Big picture, long and short of it, bottom line, Legion Esports spread themselves too thin. They took so much time to set up that flank angle by Cramgod. It was an immaculate push. He came from right there, where Paufu is. That's where the Grok was. But if they found that, if they made that timing work, perfect, but it was just too long, too little, too late. Meow and Cramgod died. Another SOD, Shocker with a stolen, Glorious Pathway. Lord not going to be stolen away here. Rare Adam secures.
Yes, they don't have their front lines at all. As long as there is at least Cramgod or Meow, that will be fine for them to try to do something. But with the lack of these two, Rare Adam pretty much know that, okay, we just need to zone them out. There's no way these fragile little creatures will want to inch in any closer.
So now Legion Esports are back to square one because Rare Adam, they found a way to control Legion. But I'd like to think that's more of just a byproduct of Legion switching up their tempo once again. Legion went slow this time around. They changed their angle of attack. They said, Cramgod, Meow, it's your turn again. I'm thinking another comeback will come from if Joga does that start again. If Joga can shock them. But wait, they're trying something new, man. We're back to the start. We're back to start. Dawn now. Lanaya coming in. Oh, commits the Phantom Execution.
But I think it's fine. At least the Thorn Rose is also used. The rest of the members from the side of Rare Adam, they're slowly just inching in with the Glorious Pathway used from Shocker just to slow the creep down a little bit more, just so that they can kind of clear that wave before they deal with the Lord.
Now the Lord's inside the base, dropping a Glorious Pathway here. Meow's in trouble.
Doesn't seem like things are going to go out too great for the side of Legion Esports because the Lord is just literally knocking onto their doors. But the backlines, though, Joga hoping that he will be doing enough damage as the bruising works out. Cat9 loses the immortality. The next one is going to be Dawn. Double immortality gone now. And now Legion Esports, they dealt with the Lord with no problems. Rare Adam may not have lost anyone, but his 2 immortalities popped.
And it's not like Legion Esports were happy to go that way. If that fight lasted maybe 3 or 4 more seconds, base would have been gone. If the wave entered and Rare Atom decided to just focus on the base, we would be looking at game 2. But here we are, Legion Esports holding on for dear life. Rare Atom lost their lead because of the lack of focus on the map. They tried to end right then and there, but then the economy swings once more. Now 4,000 gold ahead, Legion Esports. Again, economy to me mattered less at the 10-15 minute mark, but now we're 24 minutes in. The wild card games, abstract.
They're all long. Honestly,
Except for that last one.
Yesterday.
Yeah. See? So you need me here.
Yes, because of you, we will get good games like this, right?
Obviously not because of me.
Honestly, I really want to highlight about the fact that they use the Glorious Pathway to kind of slow the creeps down in the middle lanes to just ensure that the creeps don't just shove right in, because that is going to be a free entryway for Rare Atom to just walk past the turret without ever being hitting them, right? The moment you touch someone, okay, only then you get the aggro of the Lord. So you slow that creep wave down, you deal with that creep wave, and Rare Atom wouldn't even want to walk it.
Yep. So now Legion Esports understand that same jigsaw puzzle. Shocker gets pushed out of that river brush, and now Rare Atom makes a beeline for the Lord. They see that Daylight is down there, but again, they have to watch out for the SOD. Coast to coast, very macro-intensive maneuvers here by Legion Esports. Now the dance begins.
Another Glorious Pathway stolen. The rest of Rare Atom, they are just hovering around the Lord, while Legion Esports, they're trying to be a little bit sneaky and looking for the perfect opportunity to go right in. With a quick little reset from the side of the Crime God as well as the Glorious Pathway just going to be throwing right out. But Shocker just gets sniped down by Lanaya. The next one onto the target board is, of course, going to be Crime. It's going to be Meow. And Joga also loses his life. But Daylight all the way down to the bottom lane. They're trying to recall. Would that be enough? But unfortunately, it seems like this ballista takes a little bit too long to go down. As such, it's going to be Daylight that will go down, and Rare Atom marches down from the top lane. Nothing that Mel could do as Mikey joins in the garrison.
Game 1 goes over to Rare Atom. Abstract, I can't blame Legion. I can't blame Daylight. That was their only out.
That was the only thing that they can do, realistically speaking.
That was their only out. But here's the thing. Legion orchestrated this. Well into that Lord dance, they sent Daylight down bottom, and you literally could have slowed down time and said, yep, he's still going, he's still going, he's still going. But the punish by Rare Atom, I love the instincts, the game IQ on this squad. Again, the Chinese, they've been growing their MLBB ecosystem for the better part of 18 months now. And here we're seeing that they're playing on a global level. Like, yesterday they lost game 1. Today,
they won game 1.
Today they won game 1.
I honestly, this could go quite literally either way, right? Both teams showed their mettle, and they definitely showed what they are entirely capable of with a game that lasted all the way to, 25 minutes? Somewhere around 25 minutes, right? So,
give or take.
Oh man, I just gotta have to say, right? Daylight, that final push down to the bottom lane, they tried to drag on as long as possible. They even have the Grog to kind of construct the wall and hoping that it will be able to reset the Lord. But that also became that siren that tells Rare Atom, run. Go for them.
Shenanigans are afoot. It is not what it seems, good sirs. We must retreat. And they send 2 dudes home. They send the rest of them to fight. And Lanaya to push in and end the game. They didn't even touch the Lord anymore. So again, I love the fast responses and the quick decision making from both teams. It's just the margin of error was so tiny for Legion that they just completely missed it. As soon as I saw Joga juggling, like Winter Crown into Immortality,
they're just buying time.
He was just literally buying time.
He went through 2 item swaps on that one. Immortality used, and then shortly after with the Winter Crown. Honestly, they did whatever they could. Absolutely whatever that they could. If only they had a little bit more working for themselves. I think Mel was taken out of commission.
No.
It wasn't. He could. Okay.
Here's where I think here's where I reckon things went wrong.
Okay.
Legion were hedging on the fact that maybe Rare Atom would try to kill Meow, but Rare Atom, total 4-head moment, total 5-head moment. It's a 120 IQ, if you would say. They said, no, we're not touching Meow. Joga is the guy. Meow is a patsy. Meow is a scapegoat. And they said, good call, Joe.
Honestly, that ballista stood up a little bit too long. I don't know how that worked out, but I definitely appreciated that game number one. Whatever it is, it could go either way. Eterna, I want to hear a little bit from you after that very grueling match.
You're so giddy.
Rare Adam. I was impressed with him yesterday. I'm impressed with him once again, but
She was dancing.
She was the support.
I wasn't.
There was a shoulder shimmy.
No.
Yep.
Shoulder shimmy.
There's no
Real quick.
evidence.
Just real quick, just shoulder.
No.
See, you're serious.
Rare Adam. Shout out to Michelle once again. But in all seriousness, I was really impressed with the performance of Lanaya. And I think coming into that first game, we saw how imperative Lanaya was towards their gameplay, especially from mid to late game. I think early to mid, it was really hinged on a Dawn, right? On the Lapu Lapu once again. I definitely think that's a power pick for him at this point after yesterday's performance and today's performance. But Lanaya really was just the deal breaker, I think, for Rare Adam coming into the later stages of the game. Because we saw when Lanaya was taken out first by Joga, that's when Legion was able to turn things around for themselves. I think that was right before the third Lord?
Yeah.
Third Lord.
Second Lord, yes.
Yeah.
So no Lanaya, no game.
No Lanaya, no game.
Which makes sense because, again, you don't want to risk the red tree. And I would assume that as one of the veterans of Rare Adam, again, this young man is a MPL ID, MDL ID seasoned player. He's bringing that kind of gravitas to the squad. And it shows, again, as a hero, as, how do I say, straightforward as a Lancelot. And he didn't need to play around. He literally built it the way we've known Lancelots to be built for years now. He just brute force.
Because he went full damage.
Yes,
right? It was a full damage Lancelot
like a
build.
scalpel. It's like a little Excalibur scalpel.
Excalibur scalpel. Yeah,
And luckily enough for Rare Adam, his retributions were also on point.
Right.
So it was
He never
something
missed.
that they could rely on in these really hectic and chaotic fights that, of course, Legion wanted to look for. But that final bout was just really unfortunate
I think
for Daylight.
it went the way it should have, because imagine if Rare Adam, they were ahead. They were ahead leading up to this team fight, right? They were ahead leading up to the dance. Imagine if they got tricked. Imagine if they got duped. If they got bamboozled by that, and you see it coming from a mile away. So this is... As much as I'd like Legion to succeed, I think it's just justice that kind of shenanigans didn't happen.
And it was sad because he dashed forward into the turret.
He received a couple of pot shots from the turret as
Dash
well.
outside.
Yeah,
inside.
I think that was that's the least of it. It was more of just the whole thing is like, come on, we know you're gonna go for the split. We know you're gonna rat race us. So
Because he missed it, right? I think.
yeah. So he's like, never mind.
Okay, go the other way. No, but it's good, right? Because technically we do see that Legion, they're quick.
Yep, the backup
They
plan.
can adapt.
Right?
They can look for the next thing. So we'll see how things go. But I do agree with that sentiment. I think Legion could be a little bit more proactive when it came down to the early stage of the game. Don't allow Rare Atom to set the tempo, set the pace. And hopefully we get those kinds of adaptations coming into game number 2, because I really want to see the fight back from Legion.
Hey, I don't think Legion's gonna let us down.
I don't think so. Right?
This is Group A we're talking about.
That's
Legion
true.
definitely
It's Group
knows
A.
what they're doing, right? I mean, we did talk about the fact that Group A is quite literally the group of death. They're not gonna let it go that easily. They managed to crawl all the way. All right, look, for yesterday's game, they may have lost game 1, right? And then game number 2, they just kind of like went all the way through.
This looks like it has the Legion stamped all over. You know what I mean? TM. It's like
TM.
first pick Uranus. We lose game 1, but it's close game 1, and then
Because you mentioned that Legion were slow starters,
yeah.
right?
Just in general, it seems like. But that's not a bad thing necessarily, because that means they like to learn about their opponent first. They like to see what the breadth of what they can get away with is. And apparently, the end of that list is we can't get away with a split push.
Yeah. I think coming game number 2, a lot more emphasis on Lanaya. Because despite Mikey, of course, dealing at the damage, he is the gold laner. There were a lot of moments where his positioning was kind of off.
For Mikey?
For Mikey, which allowed, I think, Legion to find these opportunities, even though Rare Adam were leading from the early game. So, Lanaya, highlight. And
Today.
maybe
And Dawn.
Dawn. I would say definitely Dawn.
Yeah.
He played a very crucial part in the early stages of the game. Yes, the money mostly just went over to him, but the fact that he's able to 1v1 against Joga in the early game and really just put him down, I think that is a massive change of pace. The tempo for Joga just wasn't there, and he can only just bank it until he's got
I think that was more on Dawn than it is on Lapu Lapu versus Joy.
That's more.
It's just how Don plays. He's just impressive.
He's impressive, yeah, really.
I don't know what to do. Like, did you attack Don's hero pool? I don't think so. There's
No,
way too
not
many
really.
valid XP laners right now. So I guess you attack it on a macro scale. You gotta
I don't know,
look at
though.
a big picture.
What do you think about the Esmeralda ban? I think the Lapu Lapu ban
Would have been better.
would have been better
I would say that
compared to the Esmeralda ban.
Esmeralda, back in the days, right, has always been an answer to Uranus.
But it becomes a dead lane, right?
It's
Which I think benefits the Uranus. Because if you're taking
Yeah.
the Esmeralda away from the team fight,
Exactly.
fair.
you know what
There's
I
no
mean?
value of the
Then
Esmeralda
you don't
anymore.
have the Falling Star Moon for the team fight
And
itself.
the shield absorption and the extra damage. Because, all right, I'm going to say a very harsh truth, all right?
Ooh, I'm
Uranus,
scared.
This is a hard pill to swallow. Uranus is more useless than Esmeralda. Literally.
So in terms of value,
Yeah,
right? If a less valuable target pulls a more valuable target,
Exactly.
I win.
Even if their value is like just 0.5 in difference, right? 0.05. Like, so the Uranus should have won that. So I guess I don't know. That's
I guess
where
we
I
gotta
stand
wait to
here.
find out, right?
Yeah.
I do want to see that matchup, to be honest.
Yeah,
How's it gonna play a part?
I wonder if we're gonna see it because it sounds like the drafts are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into game number 2 to see the fight back, the clap back from Legion Esports. Do you think they're gonna remain on blue side? They were blue side earlier, right?
I think a swap. They didn't have like first pick, first ban with the Uranus first pick, first ban, and naturally when they are on second pick, second ban, they would just take away the Uranus.
Yeah, Legion played.
Yeah, they literally, quite literally look at Uranus as top tier, number
Yeah.
one pick, must pick kind of thing.
Which is again, now that we're doing the math on Esmeralda, still makes sense. Like Coach Sabo is not wrong to prioritize the Uranus that way. So I'd say doesn't matter. I'd say stay blue. They won against Mongols yesterday. Stay in blue. So I don't think this makes a difference. Stay blue.
The selfishness in me wants to see a Dairoth being picked up against the Uranus. I know, obviously, technically, the Uranus wasn't that big of a factor in that first game, but
Yeah.
do you think we'll ever see a Dairoth coming the wildcards?
Dairoth is too fragile, in my opinion. Like, people have found solid solutions to it. A good friend of ours, Ray Ash, says Dairoth, 100%, well, 90% wins the lane against Uranus, right?
Yes.
But that means no one else is bothering you. That means the jungler, the opponents, the mid laner did not visit you. In my opinion, but since this is a professional game, it's a 5v5 match. You have to assume that everyone will try to kill that Dairoth before he makes a difference and wins that lane all the way against the Uranus. So I'd say it's as much as I'd like to see it, right? Maybe even in the jungle.
see it?
Maybe as much as even in the jungle, Dairoth. We used to see that.
But that also means that you are shifting the opponent's priority instead of focusing and influencing goal lane. You kind of shift them over to the EXP lane to help a Uranus, which normally wouldn't want help.
Which is again a win for the Uranus.
That's true.
If you're shifting resources to someone so useless, like what? So that's a win still. I don't know.
I don't know.
The 1.9.92 was a win for Uranus, man.
Uranus
oh, no,
is-
that was a nerf. 1.9.90 even. The patch prior to the hotfix, it's Uranus taking over.
Uranus is taking over. I
So
think,
it's good because it's useless.
Exactly.
and like the flexibility of the Uranus.
Oh my god.
Because I don't think the game that we first saw from the Uranus jungle should have lost.
Yesterday,
Who played it again?
Team Falcons
Team Falcons. I don't
up
think it should have
against
lost.
Rare Adam.
I don't think it should have lost. I think there was some miscommunication that happened during their execution. I think we'll touch on that a little bit later, but I don't think that should have lost. So I think Uranus is a big hot pick here in the wildcards, and
He's huge.
he's huge.
Besar.
Massive.
Basar,
Kabir.
Kabir,
How many languages do you know?
a lot.
Yes.
He speaks a lot.
I'll help
now.
you with one more. Da. Yes.
What's that?
Big.
In?
Chinese.
Ah,
Oh, Rare Adam would know.
Sorry.
Rare
Mandarin.
Adam would know.
In
Mandarin.
Yes, because Chinese kind of branches out to a lot of different dialects and all.
Cantonese?
Oh, I have no idea.
You're asking too much.
Somebody teach me Cantonese.
You're asking too much.
What's
I
the
can only
Filipino
teach you
word
the
for
not
it?
so good stuff.
Malake.
Malake.
That's a lot of synonyms now.
Oh, but it looks like the draft is Malake. Okay, that doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
Ignore me.
Let me take the reins.
Yeah. Go ahead, Leo.
Thank you, Eterna. Abstract and Leo taking over for game number 2. Match point for Rare Adam. Coach Sabo, still, I told you, I know my Vietnamese and Filipino boys.
They want to stay in the blue.
And Burmese coach.
Burmese
Still
coach.
number 1 pick, Uranus.
Yep, this is always going to be a thing for them, huh? They just want to ensure that they get themselves the Uranus. And it seems like when it comes down to their banning style or banning phases, it's a little bit different. It seems like they will cater their bans based on which enemies that they deal with, but not a cookie cutter, okay, I must ban this, I must ban that kind of thing for every game.
So I'd reckon Rare Adam here might go ahead and prioritize the Eastern Shin Zetian or the Kimi Lapu. Like any combination of these heroes, because this is what served them best in previous days.
But Yi Sun Shin has been taken out though, so we are definitely going to do something a little bit different this time.
Still has the high L. What a swerve.
Juicin and the Moskov.
Let me just open up the map real quick here. Macro play seems to be key. They're putting Mikey on a Moskov and then powerful play in the Zushin, which is so different.
Okay.
It's so different from every single hero he's played, all wild card long.
So Mikey, so far when it comes down to the Mikey, what are the... Okay, so he's played an Irithel, he has played Irithel again, and then a Moskov. So he played a Moskov once.
All right, sorry, for
third
Pao
game.
Fu. For Pao Fu. Pao Fu's played Zetian, Kimi, and now Zushin.
Yeah, so we kind of know him more as like an artillery mage specialist.
Correct, and now he's suddenly playing utility while LG, Legion Esports, picking up, there it is, Pao Fu's Kimi, and then puts the same hero on Joga, which is, I think, well earned, because his joy was pretty okay.
It worked out great.
It was decent, it was strong.
Aside from the tempo,
where it mattered, yes, maybe popped off a little too late, but now Rare Adam locking in their first phase with a Fredrin, so this is a very different flavor.
Very standard kind of thing, but this also means that Rare Adam, they already showed their opponents, we're going front to back, we'll play you.
What a swing. This is a flavor of Rare Adam we've yet to see in the wild card. They've always played an assassin, they've always played an artillery mage, and yeah, we've seen Mikey win with a Moskov yesterday, but now, what a swerve. They're still taking away Crime God's Cho, so they're respecting that new imports key pick. All this while, Legion Esports taking out the Masha away from Dawn.
I think that one thing that Coach Ryzan might want to look out for is all about those pickoffs. They want to ensure that their front line constantly stays alive. Any form of pickoff, such as the Cho, such as the Kalia, will always be great for them. So now, looking at the other possible pickoff heroes, we don't see Kaja that much, but Franco has always been a pocket thing that we could possibly see.
That's right. So Franco's still at large for both squads here. Coach Raizan taking out Daylight's carry, while Legion Esports, Coach Sabo, he bans out the Matilda. No showing of Matilda so far for Rare Adam, so I guess they're just covering all their bases, making sure that this already very strong heart of Rare Adam's lineup isn't fortified by more mobility. Like, imagine that. Like, how gross would that be if you have full battlefield control with a mid-trio of Zushin, Matilda, and Fredrin?
Exactly.
Gross.
One thing that we always look at Fredrin is that he's a very committal hero. The moment he goes in, he kind of wants to stay in, go big or go home.
He has no choice.
Yep, but if you have a Matilda, then that's a completely different story.
He suddenly has choice.
Yeah, a lot of choices, let's be honest about that. So, what's it gonna be now? We are more or less done with the drafting for the bannings and all. With the final ban we talked about with the Matilda, I absolutely love that ban. Otherwise, it would be quite a phenomenal game for Rare Adam.
Yeah, but I'm glad that Rare Adam also blocked out the carry, because yesterday, Daylight really punished the Mongols when they played against them with that carry. And that was, I think, the game-winning play when he won that fight near the Lord Pit, close to the purple side of Mongols jungle. So with that said, we're trying to load back into the draft here, trying to find out what these two teams picked for their last two, the second phase. How do they lock these in? If I'm not mistaken, you're still missing a gold laner and a roamer
for Legion. And then for Rare Adam, they're missing a roamer and a XP laner.
That's right.
And if I'm not wrong, Lapu should still
Lapu's open. Lapu's open. Arlet's open.
Arlet, yeah.
Esmeralda's open. You're talking about just heroes that Dawn has used.
I would definitely say that Lapu should still be in his eyes right now. He kind of fits the order of front to back very well. Just deal with the front lines and slowly just kind of deal with the back. You've got a Moskov to work with you.
Lapu flicker is good because you can ruin the Kimmy.
Yeah.
I like it. And then you can just win the match, win the ganks against Joga. Like, I'm pretty sure Joga still has trauma from that game 1.
This is a game from Rare Adam that we might actually potentially see a possible Enchanter support, actually, if they want to play a very tanky front line of an XP laner.
Do you count Hylos as an Enchanter? No, he's
not
just
really.
traditional roam.
He's just a beefy...
I don't know. Having heard about the word on Cat9's playstyle and preferences, he likes these
tanky...
These old school sandbags, you know?
Right.
Like, just walls of meat.
I want to see Enchanter support. We had talked about it before. We thought that we will see a lot more of these.
Which was weird because in the weeks leading up to this, Tier 3, Tier 2 tournaments, I've seen a lot. Like, Estes was a menace.
Estes was kind of like the first week of the patch gun. Everyone was just dunking it in.
Yeah, because of the change to his linking. He now, instead of heals up more, he adds hybrid defense, which is amazing in long-term team fighting. So now, back into the draft, Rare Adam, we're still pending for their... There it is!
Oh!
Their XP later, the Arlo.
Okay.
I miss the Arlo.
I at least managed to catch 1 or 2 games with the Arlet so far. So now the ball is on the court of Legion Esports. Like you mentioned, we're lacking a roamer as well as a gold laner. The current gold laners that is available is going to be a Bruno, or if they want to play kind of like a divey kind of thing, what's going to be your expectations? Irithel?
Yeah, that's the only other option. Granger's still out there. I wouldn't Harith. There's no room for Harith. It's way too much magic damage now.
How bad would Claude be, actually?
Yeah, no, I don't think Claude. Claude is so far
No place
off.
in the meta?
Not in this draft.
Not in this draft.
Just this draft specifically. So they need a roamer and a gold laner. Yeah, those are my calls.
Khalid!
Oh yeah, Bruno. Bruno's
Okay.
open.
Yep.
Yesterday, Legion Esports banned this in Game 3, so they at least know how important a Bruno is. How fast it can scale too, especially with a roam Khalid.
So they want to play fast games, huh?
Yeah, best known to be used in the hands of M6 World Champion Brusco. Rare Adam, they close up with a Lucas. Hold up.
Huh?
Wait. Okay,
So Rome Arlet and XP Lucas?
That seems to be the only sound choice because would you...
I wouldn't put a Lucas in jungle.
Yeah, would you jungle Lucas now and then XP Fred? Because
I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't?
I wouldn't.
But this is Rare Adam we're talking about. Anything is possible, especially since they are feeling themselves. They won a 26-minute game and are at match point. What a wrench in the plans. Again, I don't know if any of the Legion boys saw this coming. We didn't.
We didn't see it coming at all. I thought that...
Is this the first Lucas of all the wild card?
Yes, it will be. And we completely took Lucas out of the picture. With all the changes to him, they kind of butchered these possibilities.
They shot him down, dog. They shot him down just like they did our boy Suyo. There's way too many nerfs in such a short amount of time.
Oh, man. So we'll see how this is going to go, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 2 between Legion Esports and Rare Adam. Legion on the blue side and Rare Adam on the red.
Okay, to quell all fears, it is indeed just an XP lane, Lucas, Rome, Arlott, and then Fredrin Jung. Hold up, wait, powerful, very low.
He's scary. He's definitely scary. Kramgon, he did lose quite a bit of HP as well, but it doesn't seem like it would all be a bad... Wait, hold a second. Why is Dawn winning against Meow?
Yeah, no, because of the sheer damage. They changed the way the ult works. They changed the cooldown, but they didn't lessen the damage.
Okay.
So yeah, Dawn, we might have bumped into this weird...
interaction, I guess.
Yeah, this weird specific matchup wherein it's not the Dairoth, it's not the Esmeralda, but the Lucas against the Uranus.
Okay, we'll see how long this actually lasts against that Uranus. Because the moment that Uranus kind of dips himself right out of the fight, he'll be back in with full HP like shortly after, right? But in the meantime, the Lucas doesn't have that great of a spell vamp in his base kit.
Not yet.
So it definitely needs some time for him to kind of pop off.
Okay, I'd reckon this is going to be either a hybrid or more on damage build.
Feels Bruiser to
Lucas. Yeah. So maybe if you're saying Bruiser, 60% damage and then 40% defense. So, you know, it's just like one choice defense item, two choice defense items. Because you still got to win. Look, he's beating up Meow.
Yeah. So I would like to understand. I would like to believe that he would want to possibly, if he's kind of leading, he can still kind of go for the Hunter Strike into the War Axe and then end it off with the Queen's Wings, right? So technically, it's kind of the same in some sense.
Yeah. So he's not going off of script. It's just that the fact that we did not expect Lucas to show up.
Not at all.
Is changing the way we understand this matchup. Now he's going hunting, finds Joga, pops the Beast Unleashed.
He still got quite a bit of damage. He forces Joga out of the fight already, and there is no way for Joga to try to come in and steal the turtle out of Adam.
Mission accomplished.
Value.
They're allowing Lanaya to call the shots, and I reckon it was something close to you go zone out Joga, zone out Meow, so I can clearly take this, and we can snowball out of control like in game one.
Looks like everything's still in the script. Rare Adam understands exactly what they're trying to do, and in fact, at this point in time, they're even trying to play a lot more aggressive, even though this is a possibility for these two members, Lanaya and Cat9, to get completely sandwiched out. However, that is going to be the final slash that forces Cram God to flicker out of the way.
Oh my lord, Grand Theft Orange in your face. Legion Esports is well aware that Rare Adam stole away their orange, and there's nothing they can do about it. Rare Adam are pushing forward in value, but here's the thing. We cannot discount Legion Esports. Again, game one, we saw that they were so beat down, right? Early lead for Rare Adam, but still, Joga was able to farm up. So maybe he'll do the same thing here.
We'll see how this goes. Meow actually kind of helped Lanaya to kind of clear his own orange buff a little bit earlier than normal. So now he's back into the fight. He can definitely do something to Legion Esports now because Don, he's well on his way to getting himself quite a bit of a pretty good fight against these Uranus. I don't even know if whether there will be a point in time where Uranus can leave his lane faster than Don.
What was that? Was that, yep, Cat9 firing off a final slash, hoping to catch a rogue member of Legion Esports in the river brush. But these are very aggressive rotations. Look at how they're circling around, not even near the turtle just yet, forcing a Raging Sandstorm from Cram God. Legion Esports, again, what's the game plan here? This is such a different tempo, even from game one.
I think that even for them, they don't have the avenue to initiate, because when it comes down to initiating, they want to play in full-on team fight kind of thing, right? Allow Cram God go in, Raging Sandstorm, Meow soaks in the damage, but now Meow is kind of stuck in lane. They have got no way to kind of clear the wave unless he goes in for proxying.
Early consecration used on the Meow, missing that final slash just by an inch. Now, Cram God onto Mikey. Oh, wow. This is one way to make up for some farm.
Okay, so at least they do have a couple of the energy turret shields all the way down to the bottom lane. They will, of course, yield that turtle over to Rare Adam and just be like, no, it's okay. We got some money out of the turrets.
100% turtle take rate so far for the Chinese squad. Rare Adam winning lane to lane. Say what you will about the energy shield turret, but they weren't able to take it down. There wasn't enough firepower just yet, or it wasn't as full committal because Rare Adam was about to send dudes over there to stop Legion Esports from pushing. And look at this, the top lane gets opened up for Dawn.
More energy shields being taken, so it's just kind of going back and forth.
Oh!
Though not a lot of objectives from the side of Legion Esports. They're trying to play things a little bit safer, hoping that they will be able to transition over to the mid stages of the game with not any casualty.
I'm trying to look at this glass half full, but Cat9 has missed 3 out of 3 final slashes in the past minute.
No, it's all about conditioning.
Or zoning. See, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like, optimistically, it's because he's just checking range and making sure no one from Legion comes in and gets punished. But Rare Adam, they're winning, so it doesn't matter. Up by about 1,000 gold now. Joga finally picks up his Starlium Sight. A lot of pressure on the Pao Fu. Pao Fu is such a champ. He's taken this well because he's really not doing much. But the fact that he's not doing much and they're still winning this much means his Zushin is working.
Just continue to go on. As long as Rare Adam is able to hold their front lines pretty well, then that's going to be great. But in the meantime, Cat9 opens things up with that final slash, but it's not going to go anywhere too far. Lanaya actually dealt quite a bunch of damage over to Mel despite that small amount of green HP.
Yep, he dealt damage and he took damage, and he's still here to fight. And they're putting a lot of pressure on this gold lane tier 1 down bottom. Let's see. No fights just yet. Oh! I was waiting for Cat9 to pull the final slash again.
One thing that I don't really like about Esports, Legion Esports lineup is the fact that their only crowd control is locked behind a single ultimate. And that's the only thing that they have, right? As long as Cram God kind of misses the ultimate, oh, boo-hoo. They no longer have got any ways to stop Lanaya.
Well, technically 1.5. Oh, wait.
1.5?
Duel. Cram God and the rest of them dodges it. Flickers out of the way. Yeah, 1.5. You have the Raging Sandstorm.
Yep.
And the...
Oh, right, Shocker, right. Never mind.
Yes.
The Kimi. Kimi still have got quite a bit.
Falls. Yeah, but again, it's soft control.
Soft control, even the immobilize as well. So it's still something, right? As long as Krem God lands something, so at least Shocker can come in for a follow-up. So at least we've got something working out for them.
Okay, that's a third turtle taken by Rare Adam. Abstract, this is a 0-0 score game so far, 7 minutes in. It's clear that Rare Adam are winning on the map, but what do they do with it, right? They're just taking these turtles and nothing else.
It's not a far cry between these two teams at all. We don't have a gap that big because we're only looking at what?
Change.
Yeah. It's not massive at all. In fact, Legion Esports, they are
not tough.
Quite disciplined.
It's not tough.
It's not tough?
It's not big. it's about average. And here we go. That's an ult thrown out by Shocker on Lanaya. Solo. Nothing gonna happen there. That's a lot of nothing happening for about 8 minutes now.
Nothing at all. But maybe turrets, we're starting to see something. And this is definitely gonna go down.
Oh!
And Ori for someone, the amount of damage that Don actually managed to dish out is pretty darn crazy. But it seems like Don wants to continue on to this fight. He manages to flicker himself out of the way and gets a kill down a shotgun. Finally, some trades going on about. But Don, he can't get any closer to Daylight, allowing him to get, allowing Daylight to get himself one kill.
That's a 2 for 2. Massive flex by Don. He started everything and then he ended everything. But the fact that they lost Mikey along the way makes this a more beneficial trade for Legion Esports. They only lost their mid laner and their roamer. So roll for roll, economy-wise, Rare Adam kind of bit off more than they could chew. This does lead to a push down bottom. So I guess mission accomplished still for Rare Adam. And now traction pause thrown out. It's so hard because you're right. Abstract, because of the lack of true CC, or at least more easily accessible initiations, Legion Esports can't pick fights so quickly. Maybe that's what explains just the low kill score.
Yeah, even if they find an opportunity, they're locked behind a long animation of that Raging Sandstorm as well. And in order for you to almost guarantee that lockdown, Krem God have to use his flicker. So if they want to really commit to it, they have to go all out.
All right, luckily Krem God does have his flicker up. Cooldown on all massive ults. Off cooldown 2, and now the Lord Dance has begun. Meow, putting tabs onto Lanaya, powerful, threatening the slam. Dawn gets spotted out here by Cram God. The map clearly belongs to Rare Adam, but they are still sending over Mikey. He can go coast to coast. Not much, even this Lord Dance is taking much longer for a clear victor, the surface.
Even for Legion Esports, it seems as though they are not afraid of any repercussions that may happen to them. Like, Rare Adam isn't exactly touching Meow nor on the Cram God. They're constantly just dancing around, ensuring that they can kind of fire some of these pot shots over to the Lord as much as possible. Cram God, though, he's actually lost a lot of HP. He had to go for the quick sand guard now, and this might actually spiral into something. As Lanaya just going to be chaining the Retribution along with the Appraiser's Rap, allowing them to get themselves the Lord, as well as Cram Goddess and Daylight, just both of them going down, as Mikey joins into the fray well enough and just continuously just putting themselves right in the face of Meow. As such, it's going to be done. Moving on forward, Shock is not going to go down. They're going to be fine.
Legion Esports, they faced Rare Adam on an arena they weren't ready for. They said, we're going to go for the Lord, and instead of going for the turn, went for the Lord as well, and you can't beat the Appraiser's Wrath plus the Retribution combo.
Way too much damage.
Maybe only second, the lethal counter on Balmond plus Retribution. So, Rare Adam now, clear win. Again, they're up on a kill. They gained one more than Legion Esports. They got the big objective and are holding on to the biggest lead they've had all game. Oh no, Dawn!
Oh no, Dawn! He's managed to get himself quite a bit of spell vamp, but that is only going to get them to buy enough time per se. So now the Lord charges onto his trident and managed to get quite a bit of chunk away from the T3 turret, hoping that they will be able to crack this one open, and they might actually be able to actually. Meow pushing himself forward, trying to push Rare Adam a little bit further away, create some great space, but they still lost the T3 turret. Joga comes in between. Proxy wasn't able to get a kill on the Rare Adam though.
Okay, that was a split-second decision made by Joga. He definitely could have dived in, all right? He definitely could have said, no, push, we're going to fight him. But instead, he went the other way. He turned the other cheek. Abstract. He said, no, I'm going to go for my purple. We'll play for the map, which I think is a smart move. Don't get me wrong. He definitely could have force the issue, but it's just 11 and a half minutes.
Yeah.
There is time to make up for it, and they already lost their inhibitor down bottom, so they should cut their losses and reclaim parts of the map instead of overcommitting and overextending.
Absolutely agree. At that point in time, it's gonna, yes, they are in a position to do so, but is it the right time to do it so, right? 11 minutes and 48 seconds now. At the moment that they kind of go down, yes, they can lose a couple, one or two, and they still can make it for the Lord, but it will definitely be scary because they will lose real estate around their own jungles.
That's right. You could, but
would you? You
should
could.
you?
Yeah, should you? Yes.
Put it on
right.
a shirt. Could you, but should you? All ranked game players should ask themselves these questions several hundred times per game. You could, but should you? And now Legion Esports, the reason why the map looks relatively blue is because they made that call. So they're holding on 4-4, about 2,000 gold between these squads. Legion Esports holding on, making a play. They're setting up to contest this Lord coming up in about 20, upper quarter. I'm not so sure if the strategies that they employed in game one will work. Because popping Lanaya now is so much harder than it was in game one.
It's tough, man. This guy is a tanky beast. I'm not exactly sure what items that he has, but one thing's for sure is that he's got quite a lot of HP working for him now. Even Meow doesn't have too much, but he's just a regenerative boy. So with the Lord now available, this is going to be the continuous dance, right? The global presence is ultimately going to be important. Rare Adam can have, of course, a very strong lane down in the bottom. It's an opposite lane after all.
Oh man, is this... Say it ain't so. Are they really going to commit Cram God to this? Oh no, what is Cram God doing?
Huh? I think he's just waiting for the possible appearance of Mikey, I suppose. But Mikey, SOD, is not going to land, but this is going to be a fake out because he's actually pretty darn close into the fight. As such, he will join into the fray with the Spear of Quiescence, just going to be melting down the members of Joker. And Legion Esports already losing 3. Cram God and Daylight back into their base, and they have got nothing to do but to bring down Ballistas.
That was all Rare Adam. Legion Esports, again, one could only guess what the plan was. Cram got to clear the wave. Cram got to just hide in the bush and buy. I don't know if he was buying time even. Now the Lord's marching down bottom. There's a fat wave in mid. All of Rare Adam are underneath the base. Cram got very low, and now they're just waiting for a wave.
The waves now marches in. There is a lot down at the bottom as well. But unfortunately for Rare Adam, Legion Esports, all of their members are back, baby.
I'm still hung up on the fact that there were better decisions, more calls that Legion Esports could have done. Maybe even Joe got to clear that wave down bottom. If they were fully committing to the Lord, then maybe let go of the Lord. Instead, they had to lose 3 dudes, lose priority on the map, and then lose their mid lane inhibitor too. This could have been worse. 100%, this could have been ended right then and there.
They could be,
but
yeah.
They lost more than they should have, is what I'm saying.
There is still going to be a very tight wave moving up from the top lane, though. We do have a quick little taunt from Lunai. They're going to land on anyone, but in the meantime, the final slash connects. Cram God goes straight in, of course, ensuring that he still has the quick sand guard, but he still goes down. 10-9 is going to be next onto the chopping block, but maybe Shocker will be able to do something over to the side of Dawn, but he gets melted down almost immediately with a double kill credited over to him. Rare Adam has not lost anyone except for Cat 9, and this is going to be more than enough for them to deal with Meow and subsequently the Crystal.
Rare Adam takes the game and the series, a sweep. They are moving up to the next stage of the wild card. Win 2, and you go into the single elims. Wow, our first
member that find themselves in first seed
from
of
Group A too. Yeah, wow. Yesterday, all of these wins out of Group A were so hard fought, but I guess Rare Adam woke up on the right side of the bed today.
Yeah, they are strong here.
All 6 members. Well, 5 plus the coach.
Plus the coach.
Amazing. Again, this was a much faster game than game 1.
This is just...
a full 10 minutes faster?
Definitely. It feels as though they definitely knew how to close this game a lot easier. And technically speaking also, because of the fact that this is a lot more of an easier composition for them to work with, walk in, deal with the members. Honestly, I still look at Dawn time and time again. I think he played a phenomenal role game 1 and game 2.
Dawn played better in game 2, I'd say. His Lapu Lapu was impressive, yes.
But it's a Lapu Lapu thing.
Yeah, it's just how Lapu Lapu plays. Yeah. Here, he said, Coach, put it on me. Give me that pseudo core role. I'm gonna play Lucas when everybody looks down on Lucas, and he won. He won the early game, stayed mum a bit in the mid, and then single-handedly ended that game in the base. He ate people up.
He tanked a lot, he dealt a lot of damage. This is the epitome of EXP lane here at Wildcard for now. Don is really making quite a name for himself. When most of us thought that, Lucas is probably out, right? It's not going to work well, right? Yeah, I bit my tongue. We both bit our tongue.
I didn't want to say it sucked, right? I don't think we
Just
put...
unfavorable, I guess.
It's just so new. It's so unique how they were able to make this work. So this puts Legion Esports in the X and 1 bracket, meaning they have 1 life left. This does not dash their hopes of making it to the next stage, to the single LM stage of the wildcard, but this does put them at the edge.
They still have the second seed that could work for them. Oh no, sorry, not second seed.
They can play for it.
Second seed, yeah.
Yeah, they can fight for that. And I would like to see them switch it up. I hate to say it, but this draft by them might have been too predictable. It was literally am I correct? Is it 3/5 of game 1? That draft was 3/5 of game 1?
3/5 of game 1.
You got that same Uranus, you got that same Joy.
Yes, correct. Who was the last one? This time the Bruno is changed away from the Moskov. It's 2 out of 5 then.
It's 2 out of 5, but they played similar. And they played to the same tempo, maybe less reactive, but proactivity is going to get you only so far against the Lucas. That's exactly what the Lucas wants.
Exactly.
He wants you to walk into his gaping mouth, his teeth, as the beast, right? Like he's pretty cool. He's a chill dude, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's been a while, and here Dawn showed us, Rare Adam showed us that, hey, with the right draft and in the right style of play, you can punish. You can win quick.
This is another one of those types of using the right tools for the right task.
And as surprising as it is, that might have benefited them. The fact that we did not expect it.
Yeah. Honestly, I absolutely love this game. But Eterna, though, you must have something to say. You have been advocating for them since yesterday.
Nah, nothing to say.
Sure.
She's doing more than just the shoulder shimmy. Her feet are literally moving.
No, but I agree. I think if Legion really want to move, if they want to move forward in the wild cards, I think they got to switch things up. I agree. I think they've been playing a little bit too template, even with the drafts. It's always Uranus, Joga on the Joy, and then they switch things up only in like the gold lane or the Cho, or because usually Cram God is respected in the drafts,
and
right?
It's not even their choice. It's because Rare Adam banned those picks out.
Exactly, because it's so easy to read out, and even when we look into the execution of their gameplay, it feels like they rely so much on Joga to make things happen.
Yep.
And I think first game, it could have worked. We saw moments where it could have happened for Legion, but when it came down to game 2, it was Rare Adam instead downloading that asset from Legion. And we saw a lot of, adaptations coming in from Rare Adam. So that's a little bit of a one-up that Rare Adam had. 2-0. I don't know.
I'd like to think that this first match allows for us to look forward to the next matches of the day, because that means we get to jump onto match 2, 3, and 4 much sooner.
That's true. That's true. I wanted to see a little bit more from Legion, though.
I'd like to see the schedule for the day.
Oh, schedule of the day. Zipper, are we ready for the schedule of the day? And there it is. One match done and dusted out of the 4. Later on, we are going to be seeing Team Falcon go head-to-head against the Mongols in the lower bracket. So that's going to be an elimination match, followed in by Group B's upper bracket match in Influence Rage. And then we have Virtus Pro. And then another elimination match to close the MSC wildcards of the day with Zeta Division from Japan alongside Nightmare Esports.
Okay, now we finally get to talk about how you think the Uranus jungle should have won, right?
It was the Falcons game, right?
Yeah, so
it was the Falcons game.
We can dig deep into that
Not
finally.
now.
I mean, not now, I'm just saying.
We're
Like,
going on a break soon.
yes, we are.
We have a break, guys. But it's funny because I was talking about the Dairoth before we got into game number 2, and
Yes.
it turns out there's a different solution towards the Uranus. I didn't expect the Lucas to have that much damage in the early game. But before we get into more detail about that and the next match, which will be an elimination match to see who, unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to, we are going to go on a short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. You guys are watching the MSC Wildcards. Cards, is my voice there?
Now it
you hear
is.
it? Do you hear it? Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the wild cards once again. For those of you guys who just tuned in, we are down to match number 2 out of the 4 matches we have ahead of us here at EWC 2025. My name is Eterna, once again as your desk host, and our approaching match, unfortunately, will be a lower bracket match, an elimination match between Team Falcons and the Mongols.
Why are you making it sadder than it should be?
It is sad. Is it not sad?
I feel like it's already as devastating as most people are going to imagine it to be. But this time around,
This is where you see champions be made.
Yeah,
this is where you see people start clutching up and making sure that their shift stick works sometimes.
Welcome, Gideon, by the way.
Hey, it's great to be back.
It should be glorious. Again, the fact that these two are fighting for tournament life, you should be excited. I'm excited. Because again, one team tried to make the Uranus jungle work. They debuted it. The other team plays like a brawl server, you know what I'm saying? So how does that interact? Like this is the nature of competition.
I love the nature of competition, but more so now that the stakes are so high, there's just a very small window of error, right? Nobody wants to be able to drop out this early on in the competition, and not to mention losing a potential slot coming out of Group A as well. I wouldn't have imagined that Falcons would be in this position, to be fair. Same goes for the Mongols.
I think a lot of people actually rated them a lot higher, like top 2 at best, right? So once again, looking at today's schedule, we are now at match numero 2. What's
Dos.
There you go. Numero dos. After Rare Adam earlier on. Wow. Decisive victory, 2-0ing Legion. But don't worry for all the Legion fans back at home. They do still have one more chance to continue their journey here at the wildcards for MSC.
I have a confession to make.
Okay.
Before Falcons played yesterday, I was sitting in the stands, and Coach Ducky and the rest of the Falcon boys were walking up, and Coach Ducky, I didn't even see him. He called out to me. He said, "Hey, that's my boy." I looked on over. I dapped him up. I was like, "Good luck today," and he lost. So I didn't dap him up this time around. I didn't make no contact with Coach Ducky. I'm guessing that the Falcons are going to do pretty okay this time around. I hope.
Did you see the Mongols though?
Don't get me started on the Mongols.
Did you have any interaction with the Mongols?
No, I did not have any interaction other than the fact that I put them my number 1 for making it out of the wild cards.
Doesn't look good.
It doesn't.
It doesn't look good. It doesn't
To be
look good.
fair, I did say number 1 Falcons too.
That's fair. That's
Also
fair.
doesn't look good.
It really doesn't, but maybe this could be redemption for either one of us.
I agree.
I feel like, honestly, what happened yesterday with the Falcons, other than me just dapping Coach Ducky up?
They may have played the Uranus into the wrong lineup. It turned out now we finally have the moment to talk about it, because yesterday they rocked a lineup that was headed by a Uranus, Hilda, Zushin, Angela, and Granger. On paper, you said on paper they should have won.
I think they should have won.
Execution-wise is where...
Execution was a little funny.
Okay, just to put into context, folks, they were going up against Rare Adam. Rare Adam rocked, Lapu-Lapu, Yusin Shin, Kimi, Moskov, Baksha.
Okay.
Triple marksman. So these are 2 new meta lineups and strats that are up and coming, just ran into each other.
Yeah.
The Uranus lost.
Yeah, exactly. So let me get this out real quick, because I think the drafts are going to be starting real soon.
Please.
But what we've been hearing, what term did you use yesterday?
grapevine, down the grapevine.
Down the grapevine. Because
Word on the street.
Usually a little bird told me, right?
There you go.
A little bird told me that there were communication problems within the team. So it bled from game number 1 to game number 2 into game number 3, and it revolved around the Jushin Angela Uranus composition.
So between Boyet, Coffin, and Troll.
Yes.
It's surprising to me that communication was going to be the issue here. It's not like they're running any imports this time round. They have been together for quite some time.
They've played for months.
Months, yeah, throughout the regular season in MPL MENA. So it feels like a weird issue to have to begin with, but then we have to compare them to the opposite side, the Mongols, right? Yes, there was calm issues with Falcons, but the Mongols went ahead. It's either they're playing with their food or they're not making a decisive call, which is what I'm hoping to see here today, man. I mean, Zetsu was doing such a good job yesterday, but then we're hoping that Shenlin, Renexke, Meikin, as well as Mumu can also back him up in these types of scenarios.
And not to mention, Shenlin's Franco was a revelation. He was so fun to watch. Folks all over the world were saying, hey, look, this is the dawn of a new Franco god. So maybe today they can make that work. Again, that was Gideon, as you put it, this was a game 1 thing. That Franco was a game 1 thing.
But remember, there was something a little odd when it came down to the draft coming from Mongols. Was it game number 2 when they forced in the Fanny YSS switcheroo?
They suddenly switched.
Yeah. So that's something that we should be looking at today, because those kind of forced errors, I think, might be detrimental to their gameplay, considering they picked up the Fanny into the Cho and the Moskov. So it was either big confidence on the Fanny or maybe just in hindsight, that was something that they did forget. But ladies and gentlemen, the drafts are ready. So Gideon, Leo, take us through game number 1.
Yes, we shall. Falcons on the play. Mongols answering back. Coach Ducky at the helm, taking out the Lancelot. Coach Ducky has such a huge priority on this Lancelot.
Oh yeah. I think that Lancelot is one of the few heroes, when you know your opponent can play it well, it's really difficult to catch at times unless you have specific heroes who doesn't necessarily have to do too much to disrupt the initial combinations and more so the mobility of the puncture.
So he's respecting Zetsu. I like how Coach Ducky has been doing that series after series. Also taking out the Fredrin. All this while the Mongols ban out the Kalia. Are we expecting the Baksha next?
I would imagine that the Baxia should come out at some point in time. Both teams are more than happy to actually pick up the Kimi at some point of time. Maybe a first pick, maybe coming into the second round.
So they've also been known to ban out Farsa, Zetian, Wan, Angela, just in case. But I think the Angela ban happens in the second phase more often, just to block off potentials. And no, it's a Zushin.
Interesting. What are they looking to set up for? Because based on what we saw yesterday, a lot of teams were looking, if you are on blue side, it's either you look for that power pick or you are looking for a flex pick of some sort.
And I hate to say it, but today, Uranus is a flex pick. Baksha is a flex pick. Coach Ducky bans out the Farsa. So I'm looking at the Mongols. They played Farsa once. I don't think they're hurting for this. What if, Gideon, Kimi Pryo on Falcons, if Kimi doesn't get banned here?
Assuming that Baxia gets banned here instead,
Maybe.
I think that's a green light if you see a Baxia ban coming out from red side.
Mongols have banned it every single game except game 3 yesterday against Legion.
Oh, they hold it up. They understand that there are on red side, so they don't want to affect the relationship just yet. However, that just means that Baxia stocks goes up for blue side, especially with first pick going over to the Falcons.
So they're trading. They didn't want to lose out on one or the other.
But here's the thing. If you're banning out Wan, that means you're trying to add, a little bit more, put a little bit more emphasis on what the gold lane is going to do. And I think that Rinix K has been playing strong laning phases, but here we go. First pick, Baxia coming in from the Falcons.
All right, so Rinix K has so many choices now. He could rely on the Bruno. He's got the Granger Irithel trade, all of which are still available.
All of which are really, really good. But with Frederick out of the pool as well, Baxia could go into the jungle very easily. Could really put some hurt on any type of assassins that come by.
What if Yishin Shin?
Yishin Shin?
And then don't flex it anymore. I say the course, sir.
Ooh. Is the Yishin Shin now good enough to deal with the Baxia despite it being potentially flexed? I feel like if you were going to play in that style, it's a little too high risk. I think keep it standard, right? Build that momentum first for game number 1. Nope, never mind. They have more than enough confidence to go for the Yishin Shin on top of the Kimi playing into the Baxia.
Exactly. It's one or the other, right? So they traded that 1-1 ban for the Kimi or the Baksha, and then they committed to the Yishin Shin, which I hope and pray doesn't get swerved again. All right, Rinix K, you're going to play the Yishin Shin. Zetsu wants to play the Fanny, but Coach,
please. I think that Falcons have an opportunity to punish, right? Because with 2 marksman openers, now you could say Baxia can technically still go into the jungle, but I think we might be able to afford picking up a Ling on our side, being able to really capitalize on the immobility of Kimi, while still, hey, if you're low, I can pick you up as well.
Or even the Hayabusa.
Hayabusa's pretty good as well.
Boyet is great on the Hayabusa. He's also actually great on the Granger, but wait. Falcons are still teasing the jungle Uranus. They pick it alongside the Moscow, which still leaves what this comp looks like up in the air. We might actually see a follow-up to what Eterno was saying about the Uranus lineup, that maybe it should have won, even up against a triple marksman lineup.
Okay, so let's really break this down, right? After yesterday's showing of Uranus in the jungle, there's a couple of things that you need to make it work.
Are we talking about the Falcons Uranus or the Virtus Pro Uranus?
I'm saying the Virtus Pro Uranus, because when we're talking about Uranus, what does he really bring to the table? Yes, he's super tanky, but he also slows down his opponents. It has great synergy with Kimi specifically, but if Kimi's not there, and now that Farsa's out of the question, what has enough DPS to kind of keep up with the Uranus while still being able to provide a consistent amount of damage?
In mid?
In mid, maybe even, arguably even gold. I think the Moskov is okay, but how often do you see the gold lane actually participate in neutral fights?
What if I Z10? Z10's still open, and there's still no mid laner for Falcons, but if you do that, it just totally throws everything off. So I don't think so.
It's a little tough here.
But that's withstanding the Angela survives the banning phase.
Oh, that's also true. That's a really good call. As we go into the second bans, we do see that the Matilda is going to be banned out, followed by the Gatot. I like this a lot. I like where Coach Ducky's mind is at. We want to fight, but if they have disengage mechanics, it's going to really slow us down for no reason. We want to be in the same place at the same time.
I like how this first game in this series literally just takes off from where Falcons left off yesterday. The bad taste of that Uranus jungle, and they're still teasing it.
They're correcting the wrongs that happened yesterday.
Or totally leaving it in the past, because we don't know. There's still no Angela ban for the Mongols. They last picked the CC just in case the Uranus goes into the XP lane still.
Also, that's a pretty good call. I think that at this point, let's just assume that they want to put that Uranus into the jungle, right? Because if they do, they have the options of Zetian already banned out.
They also ran into that too. It's like, this is a good follow-up. Like, they're going to want to have some DPS in mid.
But here's the thing. I don't actually like the Zetiana as much. And here's why. Because the scaling is always an issue. Another hero that comes to mind that scales, has a decent amount of range, and can consistently pump out damage is going to be the Sicilian.
But that's way too much scaling. You're basically giving up the first 10 minutes of the game.
Well, we'll see. We'll wait and see. That's why I'm wondering, like, how good is this Uranus in the jungle to shred your opponents, to give you that extra value
to buy time.
Exactly, to give that bat impact 1 and 2 some real value.
Okay. Well, we'll see if we eventually get there. But Falcons, we don't even know if that's the direction they're going. The Mongols are keeping this pretty close to the chest. Again, with a Fanny Swerve withstanding. Again, these two teams are playing with the fact that they might force what cost them the game yesterday. Keeps us on our toes. Coach Ducky bans out another frontliner, another big wall of meat in the Hylos. What do the Mongols pick now? Will this fourth pick finally show us exactly where this Yushin is going? They're still missing a roamer, for sure, that much is at least known.
Technically a gold mid flex,
a gold laner. We haven't seen a gold lane Kimmy yet.
We haven't seen a gold lane Kimmy, but I think at least for the CC, it's very obvious where she's going to go, which allows Falcons a little bit more flexibility, right? I think Mongols, they've kind of shown their hand to a certain degree because of that, but this red side fourth pick is so important. It needs to be able to kind of shake up this draft.
Or at least let us know exactly what they're planning. Here it is. That game 1 Franco by Shenlin from yesterday, making a showing once more. Now, what do the Falcons do here? If it was up to me, right, I think that Angela lineup works so well. Because you get bit down, you put the Angela into that target, you're fine. You automatically neutralize that -1 engagement. You survive.
Then you throw what? Boxia into... You throw Boxia. It doesn't matter whether you throw Boxia or even Uranus. Both don't do as well into the CC.
Right, they're not doing it.
They're going to go straight into the Badang. Okay, I'm actually okay with this, right? You have ways to cancel the Bloody Hunt. You have ways to actually counter-engage your opponents if they get into your backline, and more so, it's just that raw pick.
Oh!
First time that we have seen this. Kagura meets us here on the international stage.
Is it just me, or is this the first time we've seen Kagura in about 14, 16 months?
Yes. It has been way too long. And honestly, with the changes to Kagura, her animations are a little bit faster as well. We'll see how this plays out because Kagura outranges the Kimmy by a significant margin.
We've been around the world, folks. Indonesia, Malaysia. We've been to Saudi several times, and we did not see a single Kagura. Now we do in the wild cards. What were the patches enough? Like, were those animation optimizations enough?
That's the thing, because if they were looking for raw burst, they could have leaned into the Kadita, the Selena. Falcons have shown that they are capable of playing Sicilian before. That's what got them so far in the last wild card. So we're just gonna have to wait and see, because now Carry gets locked in for the Mongols to try and deal with these frontline tanks as an answer.
Okay, that's as good as you get when you're trying to make the Kaja carry combo, the Frankie combo.
The Frankie combo. And I mean, there's really good setup as well for it, right?
It's still triple marksman.
You can set up with the turtle boat, you can set it up with the curtain call, you can set it up with Kimmy as well. Faction Pulse. I mean, even just regular Starlium, right? There's so many ways to kind of make this happen. They got to be flexible.
Luckily, we're doing this game 1. The Kagura shows up in game 1. Triple marksman, a little bit more of a proven factor. I hate to say it, triple marksman is established now in the current metagame, which was once but a ranked game nightmare. Welcome to Game 1. This is Team Falcons of Saudi Arabia going up against the Mongols of Mongolia, fighting for tournament life in the best of 3.
Keep in mind, Leo mentioned it, tournament lives on the line. They need to win this series. Any bit of early game momentum will alleviate just a little bit of pressure. But let's look at the matchups here. Shenlin as well as Meiki will start off trying to trade back and forth. Meiki is not taking enough damage as Troll is taking too much damage, and Shenlin doesn't mind it and finds first blood into Troll. A blunder within the first minute of the game.
Coffin isn't even really dealing the damage that he needs to. Again, he was at level 2 given, but the kit on the Kagura doesn't do well up against sustained team fights like that.
Ideally, it was supposed to be a 1v1. The fact that they wanted to go 2v2 and Troll even going, making sure that he does have some form of sustain, right? He does decide to take the inspired traditional build, not even going for a concussive blast to speed up that wave clear compared to Shenlin, and that's the difference maker.
He has the Brave Song. He has the support emblem too, so he should have been healing, but I guess the fighting wasn't just the right kind of fight. Oh, Troll does survive. Shenlin down about 1 HP. One more!
He needs it. He gets it. Boyette finds him. Meiki, unfortunately, dealing almost negative damage. Boat! Oh! He almost made a hard call. Zetsu nearly catching Cuffin. But now, Boyette, despite a 2v1, literally will stand in your face. This brick wall, the shield of Team Falcon stands strong.
Mind you, Baksha did receive a little bit of damage reduction in the most recent patch, but with it in Boyette's hands, again, the way he's throwing out these puissances and these shells over, seems like that patch didn't happen at all. Turtle spawning upper quarter. Team Falcons first to the scene, even if they did trade, and with Team Falcons down by about 200, 300 gold, Falcons are calling the shots.
It's looking really good. Shenlin already having to use his iron hook. He can't seem to get out in time as Mumu is able to collapse on them. With the help of the curtain call, they disengage. I'm surprised they didn't want to go for more.
For the first 2 minutes, we put a spotlight on the mid trio, or at least that relationship. How about the XP lane? Check this out. Safe to say, Mumu will win up until he doesn't. Until Sanji's ready.
Yep, until Sanji decides to outscale him. Mumu's got 2 important power spikes. 1, when he gets the War Axe. 2, especially pre-level 4. Now, we've missed one of those goals. The next is when he gets that War Axe, and we'll see how the laning happens afterwards. In terms of rotations, Team Falcons looking to go into the bot side of the map. They want to go for that full clear end up towards Turtle side. Zetsu, on the other hand, usually for Yishin Shins, first Turtles kind of don't matter to you, right? It's all about items, it's all about farming, it's all about injecting gold into the economy.
And we're so far on schedule for that. The Mongols, despite losing out on the first Turtle, are keeping that gold lead very tight, barely 200 gold between these two squads. In the gold lane, though, Rinnex isn't ready yet.
Nope.
So that means they have to watch out for these odd rotations. He is at least making good ground. Oh, Coffin with the Purify there. The cleanse, the natural cleanse on the Kagura.
That's why you want to have the Kagura in the first place. Let's not forget that she scales really nicely into the game. However, it really depends whether or not you have the items to burst down your targets, and priority targets, might I add. Sano going to take a pretty positive trade against Rinnex K for the time being, knowing that Boyette is nearby, stuns him against the wall, and this means that the laning phase is pretty much over here for Rinnex K. It's not like he wants to interact with him to begin with, but then we come back to the next turtle. Do we see a contestation from the Mongols?
Again, we're still waiting for Zetsu to get his items up, and more often than not, Team Falcons will be first to the scene. Better rotational speed. The only thing the Mongols are putting up against that candle is their global sight. They know where everyone is once Zetsu puts off the Mount Chakra. There it is.
Yep, and they find it instantly, punishing, finding Badang, and now Meiki is going to quickly try and reposition, leaving Zetsu out to dry. The killing spree actually working in his favor, gets him out just in time as Mumu slows him down with the help of the curtain call. Sanji, he's got to back up. War Axe already purchased by Mumu's side. He needs to maintain these stacks as Rinnex K does get a big chunk onto Cuffing, getting 2 waves at once. A good rotation for the Mongols.
Here's a messy fight though. Both junglers forced to use the retribution, so the turtle still stands with no one claiming it just yet. No decisive claim from either side. Top lane, still Mumu did pick up that War Axe, so he is going to be putting a little bit more pressure on Sanji. But it doesn't bother Sanji at all. Trying to get him, forcing the vengeance out of the CC.
As long as he doesn't get caught, right? He just needs to keep on tapping, being annoying, and he'll heal back up in no time. Even Boyette does actually feel the true damage pushing through, especially Max X. Ooh, RinXK finding the opportunity to get the flicker out. Turtle Boat is going to be used as well. Both sides trying to make it. Wait, Zetsu unfortunately does not win the retry battle, but here comes the Yin Yang overturn, looking to get into the back line. The Bloody Hunt actually getting on top of Cuffin, allowing Zetsu to get a reset. He gets it and walks away 3-0 in favor of the Mongols.
The turtle plus kills and potentially the purple right now. Makey committing Grant that purple, serving it up to Zetsu. That SOD ain't going nowhere. A painful truth is no matter how slippery a Kagura is, your cleanse does nothing against a suppress.
Yep, the one key word, suppression. Doesn't matter what you have, you cannot protect yourself. You need somebody to bail you out. 80 seconds until the next neutral objective, and for now, we see that at least for the Mongols being pretty decisive, especially in these tight situations.
Very few things, nay, nothing gets in between Franco and his num-nums. So Shenlin, again, a key pickup. I reckon the reason why Falcons picked up this Kagura is maybe it's a back pocket pick, you know, like a sneaky little mid laner choice for Coffin, but also it saves you that extra spot for a Purify against the hooks from Shenlin, which I think is 80-70% of why the Mongols use it. The hook, the iron hook, that's mainly what it is. But now they're showing us that, hey, there's this other kit to Franco, which is the suppress, which is paying dividends for them. They're now up by about 2,000 gold.
I am curious for the items. I did see Sanji end up picking up a blade armor, which is good against... Oh no, Cuffin is able to find a kill onto Zetsu, and they want to get Makey as well. They get 2-0. Team Falcons clap back, and now we'll take that pressure and head down to the bot side of the map. Sanji already losing his tier 1. Not a big deal for now. He just needs to continue sandbagging. But Mongols, they have to alleviate the pressure, clear the waves. Let Falcons have this win. We'll get them back next time.
Now here's the math at work. Oh, hook on the one.
Oh, underneath the turret. Oh, the pick. Beautifully done by Shenlin.
All right, there's no numbers involved in that. If you get hooked, you get bit down, you're most likely dying. As I was saying, the math of the EXP laners, the more useless hero that forces, the more useful hero away wins, and that's exactly what Sanji's doing, but it looks like that's not going to matter because the lower half of the map belongs to the Mongols. They do get a push, though.
I mean, it's a big punish coming in from Shenlin, right? Because Troll isn't there to participate in that fight. There is nobody that can actually look to move forward. And Sanji is like, I'm not going to waste any time. Oh, the Iron Hook lands again, but this time it's on Boyette. The shield holds strong.
Team Falcons do close the gap, keeping it tighter. Maybe less than 2K now, but still they are losing ground. Bottom lane pushed in by RinXK. Looking at the money. Oh, wow, RinXK up by 1,000.
He's doing very well, in a matter of fact. Like, a little too well.
Sano just picked up his golden staff. No, this is the Mongols learning from their opponents yesterday. Daylight was on the other end. The Mongols were on the receiving end of that carry, but wait. Boyette hunting down Mumu, finds Shenlin.
Okay, he gets right on top of it. Look at how fast he melts under the Yin Yang overturn. Genius One positioned well, but now Zetsu as well as Makey gets punched out to the wall. They find Sanji, unfortunately, and they also get trolled at the same time. RinXK already there to punish Team Falcons, forcing them underneath that turret. Cuffin tries for one more. RinXK is still alive. Zetsu, he does get the trigger on the killing spree, but he doesn't have the turtle boat to close the distance or even the traceless.
The Mongols win that 2-for-1 trade, gets a turret along the way. Drive-by turnaround. The Mongols, very impressive work. I'd hate to say it, but the Team Falcons combo essentially did not pan out the right way. Like, it happened in very different order. Boyette jumped in first. Troll got the full combo. Maybe pushed 3 or 4 dudes up against the wall, but there was no follow-up. Coffin was misplaced. Sano was a little too far.
It really boils down to the mid duo, right? Cuffin and as well as Troll need to be able to coordinate their attacks, because let's not forget, that umbrella, it does a lot of damage, and not to mention that Cuffin decided to go for Genius Wand. If they get 2 squishy heroes like Zetsu and as well as Makey, they don't build MR at all in their build.
So that's going to be negative magic resistance, but Que sera, it's so hard to catch these two dudes. All this while, the Mongols, the reason why they're getting so much success, building up to about a 4,000 gold lead by now, here 9.5 minutes in, is their lineup is just a little more free flow. They're allowed to take fights wherever they may come. They're allowed to relocate, and now Troll hunting down Zetsu, catches him.
Yep, and now all 4 members collapse on top of him. Makey's looking to try to turn this around here. He's got to be careful about the position of that umbrella from Cuffin. Shenlin as well as RinXK going to be pushing out that mid lane, and because of that mid tier 1 collapse, they can still invade the jungle almost immediately after. No need to touch the Lord. They do notice that Sano is split pushing on the top side of the map, and could this be a potential punish here? Both sides just waiting.
Ooh, Team Falcons, they cannot capitalize on the pickoff on Zetsu. Not as quickly. They can't even burst this Lord. This is the best time for them to actually force the issue, and they jump on the Shenlin!
And they catch Troll again. The Bloody Hunt is good. Troll so low that even the curtain call was called. RinXK now gets the walk up for free. Poyet is the next to fall as they flicker forward to take the space. The Mongols now, Zetsu alive, will take the Lord and also a tier 2. If they want, they can take an inhibitor, but unfortunately, it's going to be the Blessing that pushes it back. They break the shields, and at this point, the Mongols, they got everything they're looking for.
They may have taken the scenic route, waited for a while for Zetsu to respawn, but they got it anyways. 3 free kills, plus the Lord. Best believe the map's gonna turn red. Team Falcons. Again, that's the nature of the lineup, is it not? It's 3 frontliners plus Coffin and Sano. If one of these frontliners misses their mark, or if one of the cores aren't there to do that, nay, I take it back. Both cores have to be there for them to win any decisive engagement. Then Team Falcons get nothing, and that's exactly what happened there. Sano was way too far. The Mongols, is it just me or did they read that correctly? They said, let's not clump up together, let's deny them the SOD entry.
Yes, that is absolutely correct here. Now, let's look at the item build and see how far our team members are going, because on top of the glowing wand, on top of the genius wand, both wands in hand for Cuffin, it's just not enough damage, right? Then we look back at Makey. He's already got wait, hold on. They're looking for an opportunity here. Zetsu is already using the Mountain Chakra for a potential attack down by the inhibitor. They crack open the inhibitor.
We're in.
They're just gonna back off, right? Yeah, this is true to the Mongols, right? Just play it clean, keep it tight, make sure that they take their objectives, back off.
Force a Purify from Sanji too, why not? This is, again, great learnings, adaptation by the Mongols, evolution from about 24 hours ago, wherein it seems like all they knew was to go fast. The only gear on their vehicles were at 4th and 5th, but now they understand, hey, step on the brakes, let's wait for the next Lord, wait for another big fight, another punish, and then we can end there. They're happy with the 8,000 gold lead that they're sitting on. Talking about items, Mikey, double wand, right? RinXK. Oh my god, wait, they catch one!
Yep, RinXK's in trouble. He flickers out of the way at 1 HP and he ends up still going down the Bloody Hunt a second too late. Wait, the Spear of Destruction gets into the back line as Sano tries! He takes out Setsu, but now the Mongols, they're not happy about this. A 3-for-2 trade, an inhibitor will now collapse. They still have Makey pumping out the numbers.
And all that's left for Team Falcons are these 2 rotund and stout gentlemen, a Uranus and a Baksha. What are they to do against waves coming from both lanes?
They have to distract, they have to pull the waves, but no, if the Bloody Hunt comes back up, it's a little too late. They try, even with the Retribution, to slow this down. Cuffin, he's back, he needs to turn this, he needs to clear that wave. Yin Yang overturn on the wave, on top, Amumu, it's too late. Makey has taken out one, and now it's slowly falling to pieces. Sano is back clearing up the waves, and now they find the fist crack onto Shenlin. They're so low as Mumu finds another kill as they close out this game. Number 1 goes to the Mongols.
A single ranged minion able to neutralize the natural defenses of the base, allowing for the focus to take it down. Game number 1 to the Mongols. Match point. I can't believe the home team, Team Falcons, are in jeopardy like this. Quickly and swiftly, they are on the edge.
Mistakes were made in the earlier stages of the game, and more importantly so, as we slowly rotated towards that mid lane, RinXK finds an amazing rotation in the middle of the second turtle team fight to get him not only ahead, but a mid-tier 1. And at that point, it felt like Falcons were pushed into a corner, and it doesn't seem like they were able to get out of it.
Falcons lineup, another avenue to approach this is, we thought going into the game, especially when they were taking fights 4 minutes in, 5 minutes in, it looked like they were going to snowball through. It looked like there was a legit threat for a mid-game or a 12-minute, 13-minute end if they continued. But looking back, it's so fragile. It's so hard to find a winning engagement if Sano and Coffin weren't part of the fight.
Yeah.
And it's so easy to isolate them. It's so easy for Mongols to just say, all right, we'll send dudes over here, send dudes over here. We'll deny him everything.
But that's the thing. They needed to be proactive in this game. And I feel like, unfortunately, with the EXP choices from both sides, kind of secluding them onto the island, the only winning lane that they could potentially look for, and even that's still a skill matchup, was down by gold. We needed to see the gold lane rotate just a little bit faster to go for those double waves. We needed to see those alts actually connect to be a part of the fights to begin with. Like you mentioned, right? These rotations from the side of Team Falcons are just a little slow, and those couple of seconds make the difference here at MSC Wildcards.
Rin XK successfully using the weapon that of which felled them yesterday, the carry, putting them now at match point. Not to mention the 100% Franco on Shenlin.
That, honestly, it's really nasty how he plays it, right? He throws out these hooks. I mean, he is following within the footsteps of the Franco gods we've seen of old. I still remember them. Every single time we go into these international tournaments, the names of Naomi start coming up. Vin start coming up as well.
Ben Things.
Just, oh my goodness. They always make these big plays. But as we see in these fights, a lot of them coming down almost to the wire, right? Mumu surviving just with a little bit of health. Same can be said about Zetsu as well. So many times where Falcons had an opportunity just to mix execution and not being able to close out the fight.
If yesterday we came to find out that there may have been a communications issue, here I'll just say it's fundamentally the lineup. The way that you're allowed to execute wasn't as simple and wasn't as easy for you to be able to catch up to what the Mongolians were doing. The Mongols, they're so mobile, they're so quick, and the lineup just flows so easy for them. Even if they do lose Rin XK quickly here, there's just so much elsewhere for them to spread that responsibility. But for Falcons, look, they still have Coffin, they still have Sano, but when one of the other tanks go away, the whole lineup just falters. Eterna, you were watching the same game we were. What do you think the Falcons were going through? Because if yesterday was a comms issue for the Uranus, what do you reckon it was now?
It could have been so many other things as well. I mean, to me, it feels like a couple of minor setbacks all adding up together. Like the emblems not having concussive blast, on a Badang.
No real hard stopper.
Making sure that, hey, as much as we believe in this mid duo, there's just not enough wave clear to compete with just the Kimmy. That was my big issue personally.
Okay.
Why, are you a Kimmy main or something?
No, I'm not a Kimmy main. I'm just saying it was so hard for Falcons to... You're right. Besides just the big picture, the lineup was fragile. There were just little factors. Do you agree?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Welcome.
Are you a Kimmy main as well?
No, I'm not. I'm a Lilia specialist.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, it's not meta.
I mean, we saw it try to be played yesterday.
Yeah, 0% win rate, even in MPL ID playoffs. And Sans was the one to use it, so
No.
not the best of stats. But I think it all came back down to the drafts. I think the Mongols were very intelligent about it because they saw the first two picks coming through from the side of the Falcons, which was the Baxi and the Uranus, and they're like, all right, okay, so we have two beefy guys. Despite it being super flex, what would be the solution to it? So that's why the third pick, CC, I think was really brilliant because we saw even towards the end of the game, the CC was doing damage, right? The beefy boys weren't beefying.
And it seems like the Falcons were once bitten, twice shy. There was nothing that the Mongols did to stop the Uranus jungle. Like, they didn't ban the Angela. Nothing.
No.
They just said, by all means, try.
Here's the thing. I think that what should have happened was you throw Uranus into the jungle, you throw Baxia into the support position, and then you start switching up. Make that EXP lane more volatile. Give him the Yuzong, right? Something to chase down into that back line. Make sure that as much as, CC is a pretty decent matchup.
Fovius and Arlo.
Fovius and Arlo. I think Arlo makes sense. Fovius a little less, only because, like, oh man, that Kimmy is quite the problem. You're like stuck there. You have to take vengeance. You don't have the right battle spells. It's a little awkward. Yeah.
So definitely the Falcons still have time to kind of go back to the drawing board and fix this because once again we are at match point. One more game away for the Mongols to take it all the way into the next stage where they do still have a chance to qualify to MSC group stage. And with that, before we get into game number 2, we are going to go on a short break. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
And we're back for game number 2 here between the Mongols and Team Falcons. Already at 1-0 in favor of the Mongols. And the big question is, will they be able to come back? For those of you guys who have just tuned in, you guys are now watching the English broadcast for the MSC Wild Cards. So cute. What was that?
What are you talking about?
Now it's like I'm weird.
I don't know. It sounds like you're
Thank you.
gaslighting. It's kind of crazy.
You're confused.
Look, with the way that things have been panning out within the game, I feel like now it's time to clutch up. Really streamline the strategies, right? We got to make it sure that the synergies start working, because a big problem that we saw in game number 1, the mid duel was collapsing, and that kind of bled everywhere else. Like, Boyette tried, but it's not enough.
To add to that, I think more than just the mid duo collapsing, there was just way too much on the Badang and the Kagura. Folks, in case you're just joining us now, Coffin and Troll played a Badang Kagura duo. Yes, there is a combo to that. Yes, there is an interaction to that, but it seemed like that was the only interaction. Because look at the other players and the other heroes on Falcons. Moskov playing the other side of the map. The Baksha is more of a force multiplier. Like, he's there to amplify the engagement. And then you have Sanji, who's just a floating blob of just mass. You know what I mean? So there was too much on Coffin and Troll. Maybe alleviate a little bit of that so that the team can flow.
I totally agree. I think the draft needs to be very straightforward. We need strong winning lanes. We don't want that 50-50 matchup anymore.
Drafts are going to be very important. It looks like the drafts are ready. Is it true, Zipper? We're going straight to drafts? All right, I think we are moments away from the drafts. But I do agree with you guys. I think there needs to be a little bit more winning conditions that the team can actually execute on. And before we get into game number 2, after game number 1, I saw something between the players. I hope it's just them trying to discuss things and not the problem that they had yesterday. But we'll see how it will impact that second game. As once again, boys, the floor is yours.
I wouldn't put it beside Falcons if discussions do get heated up, because again, match point for Mongols, that means tournament life. This game is literally for tournament life that Falcons is playing.
I would personally, if I was up on that stage, I'd be furious. Hey, why are we doing like this? Why is our setup not introducing what we've been practicing, what we're looking to do in the early stages of the game? But now, as we see in the draft, we see that the Mongols going to be on blue side. Falcons now deciding to be on second pick. We do see the initial Kalia and as well as Fredrin, Baxia the follow-up.
The only real win for Team Falcons all wildcard long was in Game 1 against Rare Atom. They were on red. So this is looking good. Again, if you're looking to get some success, go back to your patterns. Start where you began. And here they are now. They banned out the Uranus. One more ban for Mongols and Falcons apiece before we start picking. The 1-1 was banned earlier. The Farsa was banned as well. So let's see. All those picks are open still, including Yisun Shin, power pick from earlier. Should they start respecting the Franco?
I think they might have to. I don't know. It feels like a second rotation worth of bans. I'm not sure whether it's worth banning it out now, considering how many power picks are still available. We see the Zhu Shin also getting banned out for the side of the Mongols. It does give us a bit of an idea that they want to generally have control by winning out in their lanes, by out-rotating you because of their mechanical prowess. And I think that Falcons need to really recognize, hey, some things we cannot win. Therefore, give us the biggest advantage possible in lane. We need lane-dominant heroes.
Not heroes that interact when they're together, and then when they're not, it's over. That's the main symptom from game number 1. Let's see if they've found the remedy. Falcons, one more ban, still at large. The Farsa, the Zetian, as mentioned. There's the 1-1. Granger's. We haven't seen Granger in a while, sir.
Yes, we have not seen Granger in a while. To be fair, the Mongols had all the reason to go for carry. I mean, with 3 tanks, you just melt them one by one. You're doing your job more than enough, right? But then we start looking back at why the Moskov, right? Being able to play cross-map plays. If that was Granger, would that have made a difference? Personally, I don't think it would have.
Yeah, would have been faster though.
Oh, that's true. It could have been faster.
Might have answered quite a bit. And now Mongols first pick in the Yisun Shin, while the Falcons pick up the Farsa, which is again a clear green light. Zetian is just nearby somewhere.
Oh yeah,
she's on her way.
Granger going to be the next follow-up pick for the side of Falcons. Natural combination. Somebody both can hit the back line. As long as there's line of sight for Granger, it could just be easy executes with the Skypiercer.
Great damage profile too. Clean burst in physical and magic. That's the 1-2 for the past 6 months now. Mongols, again, this has got to be the Zetian one of these. If we're reading the situation correctly. Or a Kimmy.
Or a Kimmy, to be fair, yeah, because we still have the Yisun Shin to try and cancel out the Feathered Airstrike. Oh, I'm going to quickly use the Mountain Shocker, throw the boat at you.
If he sees where the Farsa is.
Exactly. So, again, I mean, he definitely will with the Mountain Shocker.
That's the difference between the Phoenix Fury. It's just, I just press it.
I just press it. That's true. We do see that the Phoenix Fury is going to be within the arsenal of the Mongols, but they're really, like, I feel like with these 3 heroes, it's just like no more artillery, no more motors into our side of the battlefield.
You can run, but you can't hide.
You cannot hide, sir. And which begs the question, chasing capabilities from Yisun Shin is always really, really good. Damage profiles are looking kind of nice. However, we don't see any of the side lanes picked up within the first 3, within the first rotation of picks. Hayabusa, I love it, coming in from Falcons.
Yep, hunt down the Yisun Shin. You're basically the predator in the first half of the game, and then eventually you become the prey. But until then, you win those duels, and it's nice to find the Zetian too. So now in the second phase, Falcons first to ban. The Mongols, Gideon, here's the thing. I'm not so sure that we haven't seen the side laner. What if this Gatot goes in the hands of Mumu?
I mean, potentially, yeah, it is a flexible pick, but I think that's more favorable for Falcons.
And Falcons are making sure. Because they ban out Shenlin's Franco.
I mean, respect needs to be given over to Shenlin's Franco, right? He's made too many plays, too much disruptions with the Bloody Hunt. Let's get it out of there, move it out of the way, and let's see how Mongols are going to start banning. Because at this rate, Falcons are only going to have 1 more ban for their side lane roles. And it looks like Mongols also getting rid of the Cho. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Troll has been playing a good chunk of Cho ever since he debuted in MPL MENA. So I'd say this is a good read. And again, with these kinds of picks, right, the Granger, the Farsa, and the Haya, the Cho just amplifies what they're capable of doing. Again, you could either attack them with AoE CCs or just pick off one at a time. It's just a good ban for Mongols. That's just how confident they are with their first three. It's just like, we'll cover up our weaknesses this way.
Yep. They're also Falcons also getting rid of the Moskov, the natural annoyance to the assassins, trying to make sure that this Hayabusa is going to be able to get where he needs to be without getting punished too hard.
Unhindered. But that does leave the gold lane matchup to be either an Irithel or an Irithel.
Could they go for anything else at this point?
I don't think there's no room for a carry anymore.
No room for a carry. Irithel, therefore, no, Beatrix. There's not enough catch for Beatrix either. Bruno,
Bruno, yeah.
If you're really looking for something, but even
Irithel
then, it's
Bruno.
still like you're still prey to the Feather Airstrike and as well as the Quad Shadow.
70-30 then. I'd say Irithel and then Bruno.
I think that's fair. Ooh, Glue ban coming up for the Sun Mongols. Haven't seen Glue in a long time, considering how often we've seen the mid lanes get picked up within the first rotation.
Yep, it's been a hot minute. We really haven't seen Glue as a priority even, all wildcard long. Hell, I'll tell you now, even outside of the wildcard, outside of MSC, like even in the second tier, third tier tournaments leading up to this one, the big one, Glue has fallen off. Like Glue just usually gets banned in the second phase. Glue doesn't even get picked even if he's not banned anymore. So that's our priority overall.
People have been selling the Glue stocks. Unfortunately, it has crashed in the market. And unfortunately, this time round, as Falcons are on the red side, will get their first pick. And let's see what they're going to start off with, right?
They need frontliners.
They need frontliners, but at the same time, they need something, not flexible at all. A straight up honest answer. Hey, if you want to pick CC, by all means do it. I will make it work.
So the Mongols have yet to pick their roamer and gold laner. Again, 70-30. Irithel or Bruno, it's got to be one or the other. There is still room for a Harith, might I say.
Do you want that to be your damage profile? I mean, yes, Zetian doesn't scale as hard as you would like him to.
Although the only Harith yesterday did get smacked around.
He did get botched. I mean, the problem is that there's Hayabusa on one side. You want to kind of try to win the lane anyways against the Granger. And I feel like the Harith has kind of fallen off to the point where that laning phase isn't as deadly as it used to be.
It takes too long.
Way too long. I feel like arguably Natan might be slightly better in these cases.
Yeah, and not to mention there's the Fovis on the other side. So
Exactly.
all of these little hops by this hyperactive kid is not going to fly.
It's not going to fly. They're going to go with the Hilda
And the Bruno.
And the Bruno this time.
Okay. So I'd reckon the Hilda because they want to send somebody to clear the wave quick, then bother Boyet, which makes sense. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that configuration. Rome, Gatot, XP lane Hilda.
Rome Gatot. Okay, yeah, I can agree with that. If anything happens in the mid lane, at least you have a support that can, forcefully, I'll give up a quarter of my HP to make sure that you scale in time. And now the final pick for the Falcons here. They played a very honest draft. They go for the Kufra at the very end. What an odd choice. I think this could be comfort. You're already in a corner. You might as well play something that you've continuously put tons of hours upon.
So Troll. That means Troll has been spamming Kufra in scrims.
I would guess this is one of his comfort picks coming not only from scrims, but even his ranked games.
Maybe ranked games. But you're right. It's odd because it doesn't interact well too much against the Mongols. Like, at best, you're stopping the Traceless. You're blocking that. You're blocking the tackle.
That's kind of it.
That's it. The Hilda can actually dash away. Like, that doesn't stop the dash.
Yep. It's an odd choice, but it feels like the Mongols had a hard read on that Cho. And what's something that's kind of like the Cho, arguably the Kufra, assuming that you have that line of sight.
So there's a lot on the shoulders of Troll this time around to make the Kufra play like a Cho. Just all in catch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. Match point for the Mongols. A win away from eliminating Team Falcons out of the wild cards. I know it's bittersweet, painful to watch for a good chunk of our audience that the home team might say goodbye here and now. This is their final stand.
Yep, this is where it gets really stressful. So far, a really good trade coming in from Cupson, forcing out an early rejuvenate from the side of Shenlin. Even so, it's dead even, and no mistakes are being made at the very least. No early first bloods prior to minute 1.
Moving up towards the Little Wanderer here. Falcons making good ground. This is the story of the mid duo. Our junglers are doing well as well. First clear, but it is the Mongols first across.
All right, so an early clear. Interesting pathing from Boyette. He decides to go for orange beetle and then tries to go for the full clear on top side before making his way down towards purple, knowing that the Hilda will get first push on Sanji.
It's a calculated risk. He is getting away with it. He's keeping up with the net. And he's able to rotate down, not reaching level 4 though just yet.
I mean, the only reason you go for that full clear is to deny your opponent a potential one-camp steal, because usually when both junglers starting on opposite sides, they end up just going for that one camp.
Which he did.
I mean, the beetle was gone. He did end up. That's why it's a net neutral, right?
Yeah.
Nothing kind of happened because of that.
Exactly. So it might have been Boyette saying, yeah, I'll just take the 50-50 on this and see if Zetsu's going to pull it. And Zetsu did. So now we're sitting at deadlock, 4.8 to 5K here. Team Falcons, looking at their builds, this is the setup Troll went in for. I mean, this is what expected. Concussive Blast, Tenacity, Vitality. First turtle spawned. First of the scene would be Team Falcons. They're putting a lot of pressure on Sanji.
He hits level 4 just in time. Could use the Infernal Pursuit, but doesn't opt to do so. Boyette now continuing his jungle pathing. Shenlin does have vision over him. He's going to try it. The taunt coming in from Shenlin right on top of Cuffin. Troll looking for a counter gate, flickers forward, and even with the Tyrant's Rage and Revenge, catches Zetsu out. Mumu takes out Cuffin. In the meantime, as Zetsu secures the turtle. Now, it's all up to this man right here. Oh, we have to cut away Sanji. He's gone. Unfortunately, Zetsu is able to... Whoa, hold on. Sanji getting close. Meiki ends up finding that kill. Troll does not want to get back in there. Sanji tried.
You get nothing, sir. The Mongols run through Falcons in that first objective. 3 kills plus a turtle. Team Falcons, they had a great entry. It's just the pieces weren't in the right place.
I also think they need to make a call. Are we fighting or... Wait, hold on. Feather Airstrike against Shenlin, knowing that he doesn't have the AOG or even the Revitalize, gets blasted down. At least they take one back.
All right, so small scale, they made the right call. Let's kill Shenlin, yes, but big ticket fights wherein it actually matters, that's where they're missing their target. That's what game 1 was, that first turtle was, because Boyette was taking the orange. I guess, all right, the Mongols, their main strength again is they flow so well.
They do.
Mumu was literally on 2 dudes' face.
The Mountain Shark has already come out. Oh wait, the turnaround with the Tyrant's Rage! With the help of the Feathered Airstrike, they take out Zetsu! And now Boyette, he's in the middle of the fight. No quad shadows, needs to get bailed out with the help of his attempts. Phoenix Fury, Mumu is gonna try.
One more!
The quad shadows has given himself over to Rinix K.
Goal by the Mongols. And yes, Zetsu did die, but the Mongols still punished hard. Boyette is finding it so difficult to just flow through these fights. He's relying, again, I hate to say it, so much on Cuffin and Troll.
He really is. And the problem is that Sanji unfortunately cannot rotate as fast, especially since Mumu has opted to go with a build that's focused on, hey, I can trade against you early, I clear the waves faster than you in the earlier stages, and now I'm going to bleed that influence, and your jungler feels it.
The Mongols are now up by 1,500. Where do Team Falcons find the farm? Might they even try to contest? That's a big question, because Boyette here is still taking this small camp, does not have his purple just yet, won't even be spawning anytime soon. Zetsu already got it. A lot of pressure here on Rinix, forcing the flicker. AOG!
It's going to catch, and now Troll, he can take the damage for now, but that's going to be flicker for flicker, and Rinix K, he's got to be very careful. He gets hit by CC, there's no escape for him other than the slide tackle. You see that Sanji gets right on top of him. Rinix K getting blasted down to 10 with the Phoenix Fury to buy him a bit of time. He escapes. Sanji gives up his life for this turtle, but he's going to make them hurt while he goes down. Boyette on the opposite side getting hit down by Mumu, who's able to sustain through 3 members worth of damage. Cuffin in trouble as Zetsu is able to cut him off between the turrets. The quad shadow lands, but he doesn't have the shadow kill.
Sanji up and held the door. Team Falcon scoring one major objective here, closing the gap, keeping it tight, 2,000 between them. It did cost them so many kills, and of course map presence. Rinix K pushing the first turret of the game, bottom lane taken down. Where does Sano find farm now? At least they called the switch early, all right? At least he moved up to the top lane pre-5-minute mark, and this is the last chance for him to actually find farm. Sano hasn't gotten anything yet. He's down 300 gold. At least that's a silver lining.
Yeah, but I love the call from the Mongols here, instantly trying to contest for that purple, but Boyet forced to use his retribution early. The Zetsu would have ideally liked to steal it away, but hey, you can only win so much. Zetsu on top with the help of Troll. Mumu is going to chunk him out, bringing him down to his last bit of health. Zetsu jumps right in. Mumu finds the kill. He probably should have given it over to Zetsu, but hey, you get what you get.
It's not a matter of where they put it. The fact that the Mongols are running through Falcons once more, and in a more dominant fashion at that, makes it so difficult. Interesting pickup, Troll. Did you see that, Gideon? First blood Thunderbelt.
I don't have much of an explanation for that. I would have imagined that they would have wanted to get like an antique early or something.
Yeah, I'd say chop suey a good amount of everything. Like just, let's see. No, he prioritized it.
That is such an odd build.
That's a lot of economy on a single item that scales. There's no time to scale right now.
Exactly.
You're down 4,000 gold.
Like, I understand that it's easy to proc because of your passive, but like considering the game state, right? You're missing already tier 1s on top and bottom side. The next turtle is about to spawn. How long do you plan on dragging out this game? And more importantly, so if you want to sack Thunderbelt, you have to show yourself. Troll on that top side does reveal himself. Zetsu has a rough idea of where he's coming from. Shenlin's going to open up the map. Sees 3, forcing them away. He's got the taunt ready, but the backline. Ooh, Zatan drops down the Phoenix Fury, and Sanji's out of position. Without the backline to help the Feathered Airstrike, can only do so much. Sano down to his last leg. Boyet is forced to quad Shadow defensively, but the play from Troll. No follow-up, though. Where was the follow-up? Where was this play happening later in the game? It's too late, as the Mongols now secure the neutral objective and will get mid-tier 1.
The rest of Falcons almost picture perfect. A second after Troll sets up the ultimate play, absent from that moment. Team Falcons, they're holding on. They lost out on that final turtle, and the Mongols are just running through them. Boyet here in trouble, pops the shadow kill. The response from Coffin does have a shadow set up, and here's the Mount Shocker.
Yeah, but this should be a non-factor here. Nobody should be dying just yet. It's chaotic so far, and the Mongols are thriving in this chaos. They don't mind Team Falcons throwing out abilities, but the communication breakdown is so evident this time around. You can see that the members aren't able to coordinate their attacks. They need to use their abilities together. And unfortunately, it's not even like there was much of a profit, right? You make that flicker play, you know, you literally visually saw the Feathered Airstrike already come out, and the rest of your team members were walking away, and nobody was going to die in the first place. Here we go, the AOG into the Phoenix Fury. Once again, Tumphin getting blasted to the ground. No Purify to save him, no Wings by Wings.
10 seconds off of his Purify too. It's not as if he would have survived anyways. There was a Phoenix Fury that was on his tail there. Mikey didn't even have to blink. He literally just had to press his ult. The Mongols are light years ahead of Team Falcons. They're now up about 7,000 and change. And Team Falcons are trapped behind this tier 2 in mid.
Yeah, a decisive decision making with global vision. Oh wait, the play coming in for Troll. Zetsu able to get the Traceless out just in time. Walks away unpunished.
And there goes that tier 2. No more outer turrets for Team Falcons. Looking at the damage dealt by Mikey. Again, effortless by this Zetian. Phoenix Fury popping it. So much stop that Team Falcons is doing. And looking at the map, there's no room for Team Falcons to contest. Unless, what if? Superhero moment again from Troll.
I mean, they can try to go for the superhero moment. I'm surprised that Coffin is still deciding to go for this genius wand. He is out for Zetsu. He knows that he can take out Zetsu or even Meiki if he just gets the full shots from the Feathered Airstrike. Endless battle complete and the Lord slain by RinXK. The Mongols, they'll take their time with this. It's sub 10 minutes that they've secured everything that they basically need, and they've almost guaranteed an inhibitor collapse.
All right, there's the Dominance Ice build-up for Troll. Still very questionable build. I'm still wondering where this is going. And the engages from the Mongols, it's not stopping. This is the perfect time for them to just keep pressing down on the gas.
Yeah, I don't know if the AOG was necessary, but they probably could have used it as a siege tool, but I'm loving the build coming out from Mumu here. Instead of going, hey, I just need an Athena shield, this time around, I'm going to go for the Twilight armor, knowing that the majority of the damage is coming out from just one guy.
Maybe two, if you're looking at Sano. That is one of the few spots that Team Falcons can find silver lining is Sano hasn't died yet.
Oh, the Phoenix Fury hitting on all 4 targets. Shenlin, who is able to force Sanji to flicker. Meiki is doing God's work with the damage that he's applying upon the Falcons as mid inhibitor collapses. We do see that the Mongols are taking their time, letting the side waves look to compile it as they want to break through that holy defense.
Signs of evolution. The Mongols are learning on the fly, knowing that you can't just play fast. They are making these decisions deliberately, taking caution as they push in. Meiki now building up to a Bloodwing. So he knows that there's a lot of bank on him. He knows that he's one of the key members of Team Falcons, that anywhere, somewhere down the line, Boya might find him, Sanji might find him, Troll might jump him, and he's protecting himself. They're coming in!
Oh, the Purified from Cuffin gets him out just in time. Great coordination from Zetsu as Shenlin, but they needed to pull the trigger ever so slightly faster. Regardless, it's a big win for the side of the Mongols, as now they will start to pressure the inhibitor down bot side. Troll flickers forward, tries to catch him, Traceless out of there, but now the Phoenix Fury stops the engage. Troll gives his life. Sano put down at 20%.
First trade for Falcons in quite a while. In game number 2, they trade Troll for Mumu, and they save their bottom lane inhibitor. Is it worth it? We're beyond that. Team Falcons are now drowning in Mongols' pressure. There's a wave coming down from bottom, and they're forcing this. Another Mountain Shocker coming through, forcing a Revitalize from Shenlin. And I think it's just a matter of time. The Mongols have made their call. All right, let's wait for the Lord spawning in 30.
They can just farm damage for fun at this point. Sanji and Troll have taken so many shots. Similarly for Mumun as well as Shenlin. But the one who's playing near perfect, Meiki. He has been getting so much damage applied towards Team Falcon's side, and not just the one guy, the entire team, whether it be with the Phoenix Fury or just whoever's in that front line. The range is working in his favor because nobody can get a feathered airstrike effectively down.
Not to mention how he's doubling down on protecting himself. Mind you, I don't think I've seen his passive pop in a while. So nobody's popping the Zetian passive. So even if he gets found down like this!
And they find Rin XK. That's already one in the books, but Coffin explodes under the damage of Setsu. Troll forced to quickly take a bit of a roundabout way to rejoin his team, but Mongols, that's more than enough. Coffin's down, we lose Rin XK, but don't worry, we have plenty of damage in Meiki as well as Zetsu. We can start forcing Team Falcons to walk. AOG to kind of cut off the trajectory of Sano. No line of sight. Troll looking for an opportunity, gets on top of Momo as Sanji's just farming up. At this point, the Thunderbelt stacks are doing well. Oh, the Oki Shadow Kill ended up on Zetsu for some reason. RNG may not be in his favor, but they don't get any kills so far. Revitalized down by Shenlin.
Signs of life from Team Falcons. For the first time in a while, they're actually leaving their base. Pressure on the Mumu now. Shenlin, the front line here, waiting for his AOG to come off cooldown. They do not have a Revitalize. So that means Team Falcons know that there's at least 70, 80 seconds before that. Troll finds one!
Mumu, he goes down. Sano fights him with a Sky Piercer. Zetsu secures more and now will fight Sanji. Gets melted down under the pressure of Meiki and Zetsu is having the time of his life. Killing spree procced again as they take out Troll.
Troll overshot, and I am mincing my words. He literally went underneath tier 1 top lane, and I think that's just to buy time. The Lord spawns in mid. They'll be complete. A 5-man coalition to try and push back the Mongols. But Gideon, I'm afraid that might be too little, too late!
Oh my god, they're putting down to 10% as they're looking for an opportunity to crash down upon the crystal. And as they start walking up towards their opponents, they see that they flicker forward. Sanji tries, Phoenix Fury to slow them down! And that's it! The Mongols get to move on! Oh my goodness, Team Falcons. They tried their best. They put everything on the line here, but it just wasn't enough. The Mongols move on, and we have to say goodbye to the hosts here. It's Team Falcons that have to go home.
GG, well played to the home team, but it looks like Mikey leading the charge for the Mongols will be enough to send home our very first contender. With hopes of making it to the group stage, they now have to bow out. Team Falcons take the L here. Mongols want a decisive victory.
It really is a difference of day 1 and as well as day 2. You've seen them kind of find their footing, really comfortable on this stage. Fist bumps go through. Good show of sportsmanship here. Falcons, it's gotta hurt. It's gotta sting just a little bit after having a decisive game number 1 yesterday, dropping the series and thinking to themselves, it's just a comms issue. It's still bled into day 2.
And beyond the comms issue, there were questionable decisions made in game. And sure, there were heroic moments, highlight plays by individuals, but those don't add up to a victory, especially against a team that is so single-minded, that is so one and so united in their cause. A single player from Mongols here in Game 1 and Game 2 in this series says, let's back off. They all back off. A single player says, they're all over here. They move as if they all know that their opponents are there. It's impressive how different, stark a difference Day 1 and Day 2 Mongols are.
Yeah, I mean, they're refining their craft, right? They're polishing everything that they need to make sure that they can actually qualify. They are still on their last life. It doesn't mean they're out of the water just yet. It's just a longer journey to get to where they need to be.
Oh, does that mean there is one more go at the X and 1 bracket? It's happening.
It's happening.
It's happening.
I can see it, right?
That'll be tomorrow, but again, congratulations to the Mongols here. A decisive victory, a huge win for them, and this does mean the journey ends for Team Falcons. There's only one more hope for MPL MENA, one more hope for this region to go far, and that is for Ultra Legends in the group stage.
Yep. Oh, it hurts my soul, man. I don't know. I almost feel personally responsible. Just dapping up Coach Lucky that one day.
That single dap yesterday cost him 2 series.
Too much.
And you know the rules, right? You lose 2, you're out. You win 2, you're in.
It's just just the nature of competition. Eterna, what do you think about the match here so far? It is a sad sight, I have to admit.
It is.
Wow.
There was so much hype and there was so much build-up around this team before we got into the wildcards themselves. A lot of the casters from all across the regions, a lot of the talents, the KOLs, influencers from across the regions have put this team at least top 2. And it hurts because going back a little flashback into their qualifiers, they lost to Ultra Legends.
I'd say I predicted they win the whole thing.
Exactly.
But I didn't think these comms issues or these compounding little infractions in their play would cost them this much.
And it was so glaring. It was so glaring in that second game as well. Game number 1, we saw it. Game number 2, we saw it again. I hope they can fix things up as soon as possible because, man, this is a team with so much potential. One of the most experienced teams in MENA. A team that has not missed a single international tournament in 3 years? With Ducky stepping in as well?
This is going to be their longest.
Is it 3 years or 1.5 years?
2 years.
2 years.
Approaching.
Almost half a decade.
This will be their longest off-season yet.
This will be. I don't know. It really does hurt. It really does hurt to see the Falcons have to leave. But, I mean, that's just the way the wildcards are built this time around. Everybody is eventually going to have to go. Only one team can actually make it to the main event.
Exactly. But fear not, boys and girls, we do still have 2 more matches ahead of us. So let's take a little look into the schedule for today once again. Match number 1 done, match number 2. So now we're moving on to Group B, right? We have the upper brackets and the lower brackets elimination match.
The 1
At
and
this
0.
point,
That's the 1 and 0 bracket up there.
at this point, I can't bear to say goodbye to any of those teams again.
Don't worry. Influence Rage and as well as Pro, nobody's going home just yet and will be our featured match. And I'm honestly really excited for it.
The chaos that Influence Rage injected into their matchup against the other division seems to have shaken the newcomers to the wild card. Welcome back to the MLBB Esports ecosystem. But just to say that last that feature match, right, has Virtus Pro, the only team out of yesterday to sweep. So how dominant are they really? How clean is their play?
Especially when they're up against Influence Rage, right? I think those are the only 2 teams we've seen so far that has played MLBB that is more comfortable and more recognizable to Southeast Asia.
Depending on how Virtus Pro actually performs in their next upcoming games, seeing that they do go through, assuming that they do go through, it's giving SRG, it's giving TLID for me. You know, that young blood story going all the way. Man, I'm excited for VP.
It's giving a lot of energy. It's just, it's tough. It's really, really tough to make a prediction here. I'm pretty sure everybody's everybody's idea of who is going to make it to the very end is it's not going to be easy here. Okay. Look at this, Rare Atom. They've already are so close to making it to this next stage. As now we look at LG as well as Mongols will have to face each other off tomorrow. And this
Part 2, baby.
Part 2. This is all just Group A.
Oh yeah, it's a rematch. I just realized.
And we thought that just by adding another awesome best of 3 all the way chapter to that rivalry was enough. How's about we get it again tomorrow?
Oh, what was the scoreline yesterday?
3 games to 1.
For Legion.
For Legion.
No, for Legion. Yeah,
For Legion, right? Yeah. Ooh.
And today they lost, so. they're
I
down
mean,
there
considering how fast the Mongols have been adapting as well to like their own gameplay and adapting to how well, and since they do have experience going against Legion, that's going to be a really exciting game tomorrow.
Man, we moved through the grief of Falcons a little too fast here. just the way the competition is just meant for you,
again.
right?
World doesn't stop.
Well,
Wild
world
cards
doesn't
this
stop.
time around, super quick. We don't have time
To grieve.
To grieve, yeah.
No, but just the same, it makes it even more palpable. The tension, you understand it, you see it. It's very visual that this team's life is on the line. More now than ever.
Are we going to a break yet?
We should be. Again, that should give us
Was that a break call?
should give us more than enough time to prep for that feature match.
I can't wait. I want it now, and I want it as quick as possible here because again, I can't wait to see Virtus Pro one more time.
Me too. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it over to the break before we get into the featured match of the day. Let's see you guys later after this short one. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. Wildcards continue here in EWC, the Esports World Cup 2025, live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Now, we move on to Group B. We just saw the conclusion of today's Group A games, and our featured match is about to begin. A best-of-3 series with 2 teams currently with 1 win under their belt. They need just 1 more to continue to move on. My name's Gideon Q. I'm going to be your desk host for Group B. As our casters here at the desk is going to be Abstract
Shrek and as well as Leo to keep you guys entertained. Boys, tell me about these two teams of the featured match, because these are the guys who definitely had some recognizable MLBB from our part of the world.
De facto, Virtus Pro is the most dominant team out of Group B. Actually, if anything, they're de facto the most dominant team out of all of the wildcard, given that yesterday in our opener, they were the only ones to sweep. It was clear that they knew what they were doing, that they put their opponents in their place, and now up against Influence Rage, one of the most, brawl-intensive teams out of not just Latam, but in the world. Can they put a stop to Virtus Pro's streak?
Well, in the meantime, Influence Rage, they are the one. They're one of those reverse sweep teams, right? Out of those three series, Influence Rage definitely have a little bit of a rough time in the first game going up against Zeta Division. But game number 2 and 3, Zeta Division seems kind of like out of it, and Influence Rage manages to play their normal aggression, the things that we are more used to. With Pakiru being very, very good in the Kalia. But coming up against the members of Virtus Pro, I think that there's definitely going to be a little bit of problems allowing Influence Rage get that Kalia.
Yep, more than just the focus on Paquito, who is a Kalia specialist. Again, you put the Kalia in his hands, it's over. It's literally the 2 games that they won to take the series down. I'm also looking at Fury and Chan. Chan, yesterday, folks, best believe this, played a Nana. All the Nana mains.
Hey, no. I used to be, I'm not going to lie, I used to be a Nana hater. It's almost equivalent to the level of Uranus. I still don't like the Uranus. However, I think that Nana actually has a place in the meta. And that's the scary part, right? We saw that early level 2 kill happening in that mid lane from the side of Influence Rage because of the disrespect. Hey, I'm not going to die to this. The surprising amount of damage is pretty ridiculous. But I do want to talk about this lineup, Virtus Pro. We were getting information that maybe, hey, one guy has to communicate to 3 other dudes with the help of Pluto. And honestly, they look more like a unit yesterday than many of the other teams here in Group B itself.
And that one guy is Andoryu, aka the Nightmare. Yo, game number 2, up against Nightmare, they tried to attack his hero pool. Andoryu said, nah, check out my Uranus jungle, the only Uranus jungle that won all of the wild card.
Yep. At this point in time, I just know that Virtus Pro, they are also one of those teams that absolutely love having the Uranus. And based on what they have shown us so far, the moment that they first pick on the Uranus, at any point in time, they can just flex it. They pick that up as a priority because they can go for Uranus jungle now.
They can go for Uranus jungle, but he's not the only player that I'm excited for. As much as the stats that we've seen from Andoryu in his professional career is ridiculous, I have to say, shout out Super Gorka, shout out to one of my favorite IGNs, Bobber. Again, Bobber. It's a huge meme in EECA, and I think that he's taken it. I'm hoping that he derived it off of that very cute name, but also a menace in the mid lane when he gets his hands on that Kimmy. The early game section for Virtus Pro, immaculate.
But Gideon, that's the question. Based on history, especially in their run in all of MCC, right?
Okay.
They went deep. They went all the way up until the very last moment in the grand finals against Team Spirit. He's never played Farsa. What's up with that? How come Bear never plays Farsa?
We were on that, right? Conspiracy theory. Don't play Farsa.
I was expecting that yesterday they would play Farsa, but no, instead they just banned it.
Yeah, they don't play it at all.
Not a single Farsa in the history of Bear. Maybe he played it once, like all playoffs long in MCC, and that was months removed from now.
Well, let's keep in mind a couple of things.
Game that lost, though.
He lost 2.
He did lose 2. Well, let's keep in mind that in the EECA, they were playing Brave Draft, right? So they had to kind of play this different system, and even then, we didn't see the Farsa pop up, which could beg the question of maybe this is part of their strategy, just continuously, hey, if we're not going to be playing it anyways, we might as well just ban it out on the ban it out for the opposition, right?
All right.
So that just could be the go-to.
So take it away from Chan. Like, you can expect that because yesterday, 100%, they banned it twice against I Did.
Yep.
So today, against Chan,
that could kind of you're getting my fingers a little tingly here, Leo. Let's get into the draft as both of these teams are setting up the battle against each other live up on our stage here at the STC Gaming Hall. Boys, What do you think? You leaning more into VP? You leaning more into Influence Rage? I'll let y'all discuss it as we head on into the draft. Thank you. Once again, it's me, Gideon. This is Abstract. This is Leo. Take it away, boys.
Okay, so just to answer Gideon's question, I'm going to say VP.
VP. Okay, great. Because we are going to be on the opposite sides then.
Ooh.
I'm a rage guy. I'm pretty sure that they should be able to bring something in onto the board. I think with that aggression, like literally the aggression, the name has the word rage in it. Fury literally came up with that name because he's angry all the time, kind of thing.
Is that true?
Apparently, based on what was written, he's angry. That's why he got that out.
One angry amigo.
Honestly, I don't know why that is gonna be the case. What's he angry with? What's up with him?
So you're a rage guy.
I'm a rage guy, even though I don't think I'm a very angry guy, but I'm like the rage guy.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure Coach Blackjacks would appreciate the confidence, the vote of confidence. So as a good friend of ours, one of the talents from Latam, Gabro, he's here, he's watching, would appreciate that. But no, yeah, I like VP. They're young guns, and not to mention, they got my boy, the Nightmare, Andoryu, who has not let us down. It's his first time playing as an import for a far-flung region in ECA, so I want to see how that works out for him. Coach Fly Solo at the lead here against Coach Blackjacks. Rage on the play, banning out the Fanny, and they're attacking Andoryu again, sir. And then,
okay, the last one is not on Andoryu.
Okay, fair enough.
So
that's a Bobear special.
Bobear.
And then Coach Fly Solo banning out the Kalea, that is a Paquito special, a Baksha, and then one more. This is the Farsa. It's got to be the Farsa.
It's got to be the first. Honestly, okay, I really like to identify like a little bit patterns from what they have played before. So far, when it comes down to VP, they have consistently, out of those two games, right, consistently banned out Farsa as well as the Kalea, and that is one of the main reasons why I will say that Paquito definitely would not have the chance to play his Kalea, right? But in the meantime, I thought that VP might have the free pass on getting the Kimi, but it does seem like Influence Rage definitely saw something coming in from Bobear, because I would have assumed that he would get the guaranteed Kimi, as out of the 3 games from Influence Rage, they didn't even bother about Kimi at all.
They're forcing Bobear on the Farsa, man, and it's so odd why VP did not ban the Farsa. Instead, they banned the Badang. They did not yesterday, picked it nor banned it. This does open up Influence Rage to play the 1-1. This is a win for Fury yesterday, a loss in the first game, but he is trying to make up for it. Now, VP, what does this open up for them? Still left out would be the Yusun Shin and the Uranus. Oh, no, Uranus got banned.
Uranus got banned.
Never mind. Ooh.
So the triple
Pressure.
marksman kind of thing is not going to be possible anymore, considering that the Kimi has already been taken out. This has been piloted by VP with great success just now. In fact, almost every single one of these series that came into to today's wildcards, we have seen triple marksmen.
Whoa, as we doubt it, as we wonder, Bobear, where's the Farsa? Here it is. Here it is, opening up with the Granger again. Oh, reliable.
Okay.
Although, Abstract, to be honest, this combo here, the Farsa Granger lost in the hands of Falcons in the series prior, right? So it's not an auto win. Like, you still have to make this work.
Okay. So there is definitely still a lot more that they're gonna have to identify what is going to be their direction going up against Influence Rage, with the fact that they love to play in the early games, right? So perhaps getting heroes that are generally great in the laning phases are always fun to watch out for. EXP laners, with the fact that Uranus is already out, they actually still have glue available onto the board, which we haven't seen played out. Phovius definitely came into the mix a couple of times as well, and that's not banned. I would have assumed that Lapu Lapu would be priority, as both teams actually do prefer that similar playstyle.
So now the question, does Badkot pick up the Phovius now? Because if he doesn't, best believe he's going to get banned out in the second phase by Influence Rage. What do they pick here in the third slot, first phase? Do you give the hero to Andoryu? Do you give Badkot something? We don't see the hero on Pluto just yet. What's left out there for the roamer of Virtus Pro? This is a very strong first phase for Rage, I'll tell you that now, even if, they answer the 1-1 with the Farsa and, win the 50-50 against the Granger. I'm wondering, there it is, there's the Phovius.
There we go.
Again, the 1-1 alone should be enough to tell you that you can pick the Phovius.
Yep, so they are definitely going to be happy picking that up, right? So as we move on to the next part, let's identify, right? EXP laners for both teams are done. Gold laners are done. It's just that VP is lacking a jungler and a roam, while Rage also lacking a roam and a single mage. So Rome is probably going to be one of the top prio then, with Badang is already out. I do want to look for some pick-off roamers.
Pick-off roamers like a
Cho, Franco.
Jawhead, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a long time actually.
There's the Nana. Virtus Pro, Coach Fly Solo doing his homework, reading into Chan's hero pool. No sir, not here.
Is that what others? So far when it comes down to Chan,
Zetian is still out.
Yes,
open.
Zetian is still out.
So that definitely should be the ban here for Virtus Pro in this last slot. If not, then that would be questionable. Like, why would you allow for that easy answer to the feathered airstrike?
That's true. Yeah, the final ban definitely gotta go to the Zetian,
95% should be the Zetian.
It has to be the Zetian. Considering the fact that Lapu has already been taken as well, right? Even they themselves have banned out the Gatokacha, so even if they want to pick up a Gatokacha for themselves to kind of cancel out that feathered airstrike, well, that's not going to be the case anymore. So leaning towards the Zetian definitely would be it.
This is weird because the Rome slots get tighter. Oh my!
They didn't ban it.
Zushin instead. So Rage, I'd say the numbers swing the other way. 95% they should pick the Zetian here.
Okay.
Because VP's not picking it.
They can't pick that.
They already have the Farsa. Interesting. So what does Rage take? One more Rome choice? That also effectively reduces their hero pool. Because already no Badang.
No Badang, no Gatot. It's
Virtus
all
Pro,
left with pick-off heroes
Virtus Pro is
or...
capable of playing an Arlet Rome. They did yesterday.
Arlet Rome.
They put the
utility style.
Arlet Rome.
I mean, they can, considering that they have a... I mean, there is a 1-1 on the other side.
Okay, so they take away the Lancelot. What does this leave for Andorio? Andorio has a Hayabusa. Not ideal to run into a Fredrin.
Nope.
The Ling. No use.
Not for me.
Oh wait, Yushin Shin's available.
Oh, he slipped all the way through.
Impressive.
If they want to play the
I mean, it doesn't do much against
the Fredrin, but
I mean, it's better than
nothing.
It's better than in my book right now in the current game. It's better than the Ling, better than the Haya, especially up against the Fredrin.
I don't think that they will go for Roger, since Roger haven't really made an
appearance.
Minotaur!
This is the Minotaur debut again. As we were saying, the Rome choice pickings are so slim right now, especially with the ban on the Baksha, the Badang, the Kalia, and the Gatot.
Okay.
You come down to the Minotaur. What does this leave for Rage? Wait, is that does Pluto not like Cho? I mean, it's hard to Cho, look, because there's 2 bad kick targets, and then one that literally you just cannot kick.
Exactly. Pickoffs might be hard here.
Wow, a Minotaur. We saw a Minotaur first before an Estes.
Honestly, haven't seen a long time. It's been a long time, but to be fair, it does kind of make sense. It goes towards the way that they want to play, right? For VP, they want to play all in, kind of death ball in. As long as they have good peel, it all should be fine.
Chan debut picks his 4th
Oh,
hero.
wow.
Chan has a deep hero pool, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday he played Zetian, Nana, and Farsa. Now he brings out the Kadira, comboed with Paquito's Franco. We now have a Latino Franco. Confirmed we had a Mongolian Franco, now it's a Latino Franco.
This is kind of a scary pickup composition coming in from Rage. Not only would you guarantee some of these weakness procs from the side of 1-1, if you do catch the front lines even, then they're probably going to be melted down by the rifle waves.
Okay. At least we eventually do have the Yusunshin in the hands of Andorio. These hooks and these waves aren't as out of nowhere because you still have the Mount Shocker. You still check where dudes are coming from.
Yep.
But those are 2 solid pickoffs that you don't know. You can't always just rely on the Mount Shocker. So Virtus Pro have to play with eyes behind their backs, behind their heads. They have to put their head on a swivel and make sure that, oh wow, interesting. Oh well, they do have kind of like a revitalize, like a makeshift revitalize with the motivation roar.
I'm not too sure about the Minotaur. Feels like he's kind of double dips onto 2 tankiness and healing. Not great at both.
Yeah, so that is an unknown factor. A lot of things we're learning about these 2 teams here in this best of 3. This is the upper bracket of Group B, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Game 1. It's Influence Rage versus Virtus Pro.
I'm looking forward to Chan versus Bober. This kind of feels like this is a match against the both of them, considering the fact that having a Kadita is also a really, really good answer against the Farsa.
That's true. Again, the question mark towards Bober's Farsa grows ever larger. The last time we saw him play a Farsa on a grand scale was in the playoffs of MCC, and he lost.
Damn.
So now we have to really meticulously pay attention to how he plays this. Looking at the emblem build, if you're wondering like what's fit for a Minotaur right now is to get out of the range of Influence Rage. Yes, there. Now, but no, it's not a support emblem. It's just straight up tank.
Huh. Okay, so he just wants to be the pillar then, in this case, with a small little amount of healing that just kind of gets them around, right?
A little extra.
Keeps them, it's a bonus, right? It's not going around it, but it's just a bonus good to have. So with that all said and done, Virtus Pro, I do want to see just how tanky this Minotaur can realistically be. Well, in the meantime, Andoriu is just going to be starting things out over to the side of Jordan, but Jordan, he will go down despite having the Appraiser's Rev land straight onto Boba.
Abstract. Bober played possum. He's like, oh look, I'm gonna die. Motivation War blast you in the face. Otun fell for it, man. Influence Rage. Down by about 500 gold. Virtus Pro prompted up for this first turtle spawning. Upper quarter. Impressive work. Again, Virtus Pro plays well with these inches, man. You give them an inch, they take a kilometer.
I honestly really thought
that's the metric system.
It's a bit. Can we go Imperial? Honestly, I really thought that he will be able to heal a little bit more out of that Appraiser's Wrath. But I guess level 1 Appraiser's Wrath doesn't really get you back too much. But in the meantime, it does seem like we do have the turtle currently in the hands of Influence Rage. They are still trying to fight for this. While in the meantime, Influence Rage lands onto 2-person, sends one flying Chan, takes the turtle down. While Hodun just managed to almost get Pluto down. But in this case, Virtus Pro, they're going to be fine. They didn't lose anything. It is a one trade for a turtle.
All right, so they're still going, and this is Bad got taken down. Petrify spent by Chan. Painful that Virtus Pro still found a way to overextend, but it's clear that when they lost the turtle, there was a mountain shocker prior to that. Andoriu knew he wasn't going to touch the turtle. So at least they just went for the turn. They took down Chino, but now it's painful because Influence Rage are gaining ground. They could have not gained ground. They could have just played it defensively, but now instead, they gave a little bit of economy to Influence Rage, affording Chan an early Sky Piercer. That's his first item.
Damn. Honestly, with the... almost getting the hit, but it did definitely force out that flicker that leaves Virtus Pro with quite a bit of that battle spells unavailable for the next upcoming few fights.
Well, fair game, because Influence Rage also spent a lot of battle spells.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Those last encounters, so I'm liking it now. First 3 minutes in, the jump, Paquito's still alive.
Almost then, Paquito left with just a sliver. Even when it comes down to the lethal elimination, it's just not quite enough to pop him off.
So the laning continues. Again, 3.5 minutes in, just a little bit of change. Pluto coming in to assist Super Igorka on this crab take. So gold lane, one could say, is down pat, controlled by Virtus Pro. XP lane, though, I think, all right.
I think it's kind of a wet noodle fight.
Yeah, they both have one kill, and like neither can deal lethal damage to the other.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say that Phobius does have pretty nutty damage the moment you are able to continuously just land your ults, but going up against a Lapu Lapu, this is really just a wet noodle fight.
Yeah, no, in the Lapu Lapu, wow. Chino built a Hunter Strike first, and that's a full combo!
And just right there, Chan finds himself in the top spot, but surprisingly, it does seem like we are going to be looking at a small little trade. Pluto lost his life while Chan is going to lose his life as well. Not a good trade for the side of Influence Rage.
That's right, but this does buy them better positioning. Once more, turtle number 2 goes over to the Latam reps here in the wild card. I like how they're throwing bodies. They know that the math does not add up to Virtus Pro, and Hotun now in the early game can still take hits from Andoriu. So while now he can stand his ground, he's going to use that advantage and take objectives with it.
So even if Virtus Pro seemingly have a better trade because the opponent no longer have a mage, they can actually try to fight for ground, but they're not really too interested in that. since it's mostly about the jungle versus jungle matchup, right?
Yep. The fact that Chan wasn't there did not do anything to change the interaction between Hotun and Andorio. Andorio's not ready yet. Pluto here, about to get caught.
Pluto ate the entirety of the rough waves, while in the meantime flickers forward, or rather backwards, together with the Minoan's Fury. While in the meantime, the bravest warrior is coming in from the side of Chino, effectively will put Pluto down. But Fury is going to be the next one onto that chopping block. Perhaps Paquito too, but he will expand that flicker just to get himself right out of the killing blow from the side of Bad Cot.
Oh, Bad Cot's still going.
I don't think so.
Crossing over to the second tier. Flickering in. Does not want to take any prisoners.
But Chino clipped right by the edge of the boat.
All right. It was Chino who flickered out. So they understood that Bad Cot meant business. This is a man on a mission. And now it makes more sense. They were going for that mid lane tier 1. This allows for the map to expand even more for Virtus Pro. And apparently, these turtle trades for Influence Rage aren't adding up.
Not at all.
Abstract, they're down 2,000. Yeah. Minimum 3,000 now.
Virtus Pro, they are on a tear. In fact, managing to bring down the T1 turrets in the bottom lane as well, effectively takes down all of the T1. Free real estate right here for Virtus Pro. They can involve themselves into the opponent's jungle however they want, but they gotta have to focus on next objective, meaning the third turtle.
Okay, a tear is an understatement. I think we're downplaying how good Virtus Pro's power spike is going into this third turtle. What is this now? 3,000, 4,000 gold? I think twice as many kills as Influence Rage. And the fact that Fury is so vulnerable compared to Super de Gorka. Maybe not now, but when Super Gorka has his flicker, Fury has to pick a side very specifically.
Two-man flying up into the sky, and it does seem like Yodun is going to be doing very well. But in the meantime, a quick little suppress just to ensure that Yodun will be going down alongside with Paquito, while the rest of Virtus Pro, they are just going to go in, and they broke through like an Olympic diver for all 5 of Influence Rage taken down.
He raged and raged into the night, and they all went on a nap. Influence Rage gets wiped out. And look, since Andorio was traded out for 5, Virtus Pro said, okay, we won't go for the turtle, it's not as important, let's just go for the rest of the map. They push down tier 2 in mid, make up ground in, tier 2 in the bottom, and then make up ground in mid. Although, interestingly enough, they're losing out on map presence up top. They might actually lose tier 1 there. Oh, there it is.
Small trades. For the fact that the 5 members of Influence Rage is down, we're looking at 5,000 gold deficit for Influence Rage. And when it comes down to the jungle matchup, Odin is currently at level 10 as opposed to Andorio at level 12.
There it is.
Level difference.
So the utility jungler advantage is gone. It's no longer so easy for Influence Rage to say, let's batter ourselves into Virtus Pro, because now Virtus Pro hurts. Even Chan has to take care of himself. Easy Lord take here for Virtus Pro. Andorio didn't even need the retribution.
No, there's no challenge at all. But they still gotta have to be real careful though, because this is still kind of a pick-off comp from the side of Influence Rage. They can't, Virtus Pro can't simply just throw caution into the wind. Something that's as tanky as Pluto, as a Minotaur, can still be, whittled down very, very easily.
Luckily, this pickoff can come from many different ways, right? The hook, the bite, and maybe, close call there. And maybe off of Chan's initiation, because Chan just picked up a Divine Glaive. But I'm scared that the Divine Glaive here at 9 minutes isn't enough. Just that and the Sky Piercer isn't enough to put stacks on him, because he only has 1 stack so far.
Honestly, I think you're onto something. Virtus Pro, they are definitely going to have a very heavy front line. And of course, with the backline damage, look at that! The Feathered Airstrike is literally an artillery from downtown. And Chan just got sniped by Andorio. All of 3 of Influence Rage suffered massive casualty, leaving Gino and Paquito.
And they're already inside the base. Chino forced the flicker back. Super de Gorka flickering forward to try and take down more of his prey. And I think they smell blood in the water. The Bears of Virtus Pro want more.
As such, another one of these Feather Airstrike will be able to get the Paquito as well as the Chino down. And Influence Rage unfortunately suffers the first loss.
10 minutes, not even, 9:55, all it took for Virtus Pro to take game number 1 clean. And here we were questioning Bear's Farsa. Maybe it's just a secret weapon, maybe it's just... maybe he doesn't want to play because it's too easy for him.
That is exactly what they are trying to do, right? Throw a curveball at us. Hey, look, I don't play Farsa. Only until we really need to.
That's some long-term conning right there. That's like it's like The Prestige, directed by Christopher Nolan, starring V.U. Jackman.
At this point in time, he's committed, dude. He's so like, committed.
Bobert, don't. Bobert, not yet.
Hold it. Cook a little while longer.
Impressive work.
Damn.
And that is 100% win rate. Wait, no. It's a win for the Minotaur, the debuting Minotaur.
Yeah, so that is, I mean, technically, yes, you're right. 100% win rate for now.
Sure, I was just saying, like, I'm so impressed that it came out from out of nowhere and it won.
It worked. I mean, did it really work? Or is it just, the whole team as an identity that worked together?
I'd like to think it's a little bit of both because there are a lot of times, especially in the early game, wherein the motivation roar was enough to heal up just a wee bit so that members...
kill range.
Yes, to take him out of kill range, to have him get the movement speed boost enough to get in or out of range. And I think that big ticket, the Minoan Fury, like, how do you respond to mass CC like that?
I mean, only Chino can realistically get out of that, right?
Exactly, and Fury. But if Fury uses Needles and Thorns during the Minoan Fury, what more to save him from the other bits of CC coming from Virtus Pro? I'm impressed. I love it. I'm a believer now. Yesterday I was just a witness, but now I'm a believer. Gideon, 10 minutes. Is that the fastest game?
One of the fastest games, to be fair. I remember a couple 10-minute games in sub-11 games.
This is 9:55.
This is 9:55. It should be the fastest game.
This is 9:55.
Hey, look, we'll get some confirmation through Zipper a little bit later. But hey, great game coming in for Virtus Pro. Everything that we were trying to address, immediately we had an answer to it. And I want to jump on that train with that Minotaur because I think that not only was it just, hey, it's the pick with a mass CC, but I do think that the execution was almost near perfect.
Yep.
You always wait for that last second to flicker Minoan Fury, am I right? But he makes sure that he catches the tank offside. Once the tank is offside, everybody else can kind of start spilling in. Yes, Fury can get into these fights, but I do think that the side laners made the biggest difference.
Yeah.
For me, I mean, Backcott destroyed that game. He was playing, immaculately.
Yeah, he did die a few times wherein it seemed like he was overextending, but that's just the nature of the beast. That's what you do as a Phoveus, right? You cross thresholds where no other hero could, and if you push your opponents back, you win, yes. If you die, it doesn't matter. You're an XP laner. You're the secondary roam.
Created more than enough space for you to kind of deal with whatever you need to, especially since this is kind of the lineup that they wanted, and this is also the execution that worked out for them.
I think, the only thing that I was hoping to see from the side of Influence Rage was more snipes coming in with the Kadita, right? I mean, the problem was opening up the map was finding a pocket to hide was hard enough, but then Minotaur starts walking up into it, and you're like, do I just try and one-shot the Minotaur? I don't have the items to do so just yet.
And to rely on the one-shot factor alone makes this such a fragile strategy. Not a fragile lineup, because the lineup knows how to take care of itself. I think that's fair enough to see. But in addition to that, what makes it harder to execute on is range. They were outranged. It was so much easier for Virtus Pro to say, hold your ground. Halfway through the engagement, they're already at half health, even before we start the fight, because of the failed airstrike, because of the artillery damage that the Granger on
Super
Gorka was dealing. So I think that alone was a fundamental flaw in this matchup. So that's why it led to 9:55.
Yeah, and not only that, right? Even when it comes down to Andoryu, he also does have some quite a good pokes going in. In fact, one of them sniping out the Kadita.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do. I do think that, the side laners were kind of struggling, but I think the item builds were also kind of weird. First item, Sky Pierce coming in from that Kadita is a little... Greedy, some may say. But with that being said, though, that's only the very first match. There's still more to come from both Virtus Pro and maybe the revenge of Influence Rage. Game 2 going to be happening right after the break. We'll catch you right after these messages. Welcome back, everybody. The wildcards continue today with our third best of three. Group B has been exciting, but Virtus Pro looks to try and dominate the entirety of the tournament here at the 2025 Esports World Cup live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Getting Q for those of you just tuning in. We've got Abstract and as well as Leo at the desk to keep you guys entertained as the games go by. But after first impressions, we need to start talking about adaptation, boys. Influence Rage. Yes, they have another alive, but they've got to show up here for Latam.
There's a lot that's on the line, even though, like you said, one more life, but 2 losses, you're out kind of thing. Do you really want to be there? Do you really want to be on, uncharted waters?
Okay. They've been here before, all right? Yesterday, they faced off against Zeta Division.
Mm-hmm.
They were put at the cusp of defeat, but they reverse sweep the hell out of that series, right?
Yep.
So they recovered they recovered the way like no one could recover in game 2 with a Nana, with Kalia finally being put in the hands of Paquito. But here's the thing. Game 1, there was chance, there was hope. They did not lose in 10 minutes. Game 1 here, they lost in 10 minutes. I think cover the bases first. Your fundamentals,
I think that adjustments that need to be made, side laners need something a little bit, because they're getting outclassed here. It's getting really, really difficult. Let's jump into the draft in just a little bit here. Checking out the SEC Gaming Hall is already a good time, but these players are playing on a pretty huge stage, open aired, and you guys can be watching it live here in Riyadh. Book your tickets now while you still can. Boys, walk me through the draft. What are the adjustments that need to be made? Abstract and Leo, it's all you.
One cannot emphasize the lack of range in game 1. That was a little, besides the whole fact that they were playing with a Kadita with Petrify, it was a little greedy. The whole idea of we're going to get you was greedy enough. Like, they were at least expecting Virtus Pro to meet them halfway, but they did not. Virtus Pro did not meet them halfway.
At least for the side of Influence Rage, what worked for them was just pure pickoff since game 2 against Zeta Division. And I think that they are leading towards that direction. But the question is now if whether they are still going to try for that same kind of idea going up against VP, because they want to catch, but in that previous game, Paquito didn't manage to land much hooks, if not any at all.
He was
for them to even get the pick off.
He was biting down where it mattered, but it was so difficult to capitalize because, again, the nature of that lineup and how it interacted with what VP was playing. So now Virtus Pro can respond in a very similar way because, if I'm not mistaken, the draft looks about 100% from back then.
Exactly
Game 1.
the
This
same.
is deja vu.
Deja vu. And in fact, even the first pick of the
Ranger
1-1 is still the same as well. Influence Rage does seem like they put a lot of emphasis onto 1-1 at this point in time.
That's Fury's 1-1.
Yes. Lapu is still open. So in fact, I think that they will still kind of go towards that. Oh, but no, a little bit different here. But they still don't have that range that you were talking about.
Yep, this is still mid-range at best. But, you know, for being conservative, for Influence's Rage's sake, so that they understand how important this is short range. This is very short range compared to the artillery of Virtus Pro right now. This slot earlier for Virtus Pro, this is not where the Minotaur showed up. Minotaur showed up in Phase 2.
Phase 2, yes. In fact, the Gato Kacha. Okay. So adding an additional bastion over to the garrisons.
This is where the Minotaur showed up.
Was it?
Or Phoveus is where the Phoveus
Phoveus,
went.
yes.
So now it's a good thought. Phoveus is still out there. You can still pick the Phoveus. And what's crazier is Virtus Pro, they did not ban the Zetian earlier. So now they don't care either. Like, they can just attack.
Oh, right.
XP line in the roam now.
So no Zetian, because Influence Rage already have the Juicin. What the kind of answers that they gotta have to lie in the XP or the roam position. So all of the utility gotta have to go to either one of these two or both of these two.
As it is between the Fredrin and the Zushin, they can maybe pick, again, an Enchanter support. We're looking for that for a while now. The roam spot for Paquito. And then in the EXP, you can also kind of split up that responsibility. You can give, again, the Lapu-Lapu. Like, I would like that. Or something like a Terizla or
in
an
this case,
Arlet.
I think the way that they should go with is gotta be the Yuzhong. If they need a way to engage and a way to stop the Feather Airstrike, the Yuzhong seems like the most viable option for them, at least to start a fight, then the rest can kind of slowly flow in.
Yeah, it's like a backdoor into the main frame.
Yes.
Like, nobody can stop you. You are going to find either the Farsa or the Granger, one way or another, with a Yuzhong. Does Influence Rage have that in their back pockets? Can Chino bring out his El Dragon?
Oh, I do like that. But follow-ups, that's what I want to get into.
How do they make sure that he gets out?
Yeah. So what are the other possibilities? When it comes down to the Roman category, you have the Yuzhong go in first.
Matilda.
Who's coming in? Oh.
Matilda Yuzhong, maybe, if they want to fly like
and
that.
it kind of helps with the Fredrin as well.
Yeah. Also gives them 1-1 a way out. But let's see.
Two-way outs, you know.
Exactly. Virtus Pro finally bans out the Franco. So no Latino Franco.
No Latino Franco.
So far, is it just me? So far, the only successful Franco is Shenlin in the wildcards.
I mean, so far we only had 2 Franco plays, right?
Yeah, so it's just Shenlin now. It's just Shenlin now with 100%.
Shenlin.
Rage here taking out the CC. So they're clamping down on XP lane picks.
Yeah, that's a Yuzhong that they'll be looking for. They want to...
This is a Yuzhong setup.
Yeah, they want to ragdoll the lane. They don't want a CC to stop them at this point in time. I don't think that they're going to go for any other utility ones. In fact, damage is something that they're lacking, considering the fact that it is a Juicin after all, right?
Yep, doesn't deal much damage. It's more utility than anything. Virtus Pro, they got one more slot here. They do not have an XP laner nor a jungler.
Oh, VP can actually totally steal that.
Are you Zhong?
Yeah, they can totally steal that.
Yeah, no, you would be hurting the 1-1. And giving the Zushin a little too much to think about in your face. So they're keeping that close to the chest. Maybe not quite yet. This does open up the Lancelot.
Lance.
And Goryu picking up the Lancelot.
Okay, so that is going to be their priority. Now, the final question. Is it actually a Matilda plus a Yuzhong?
Those are the options. Those are the logical picks.
Logical, but the other less logical ones, Lapu is always a very consistent, it's always something that I would say you can't go wrong kind of hero. And when it comes down to Roma, since Paquito is such a playmaker...
Is this an Angela lineup?
No way.
Again, that's a supporter role. That's an enchanter support. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can put the Angela in Rome and then Lapu Lapu, Yuzhong, whatever. Make my day. You can put anybody there.
Okay. Leo the man. Angela did pop up, and it also is going to be the Lapu Lapu. So they're not looking at a very clear file way to deal with the Farsa, which actually kind of still leads to the problem that they had in the previous game where the hunters will go in.
All right. Difference from them and Mongols is Mongols know only one speed yesterday. Influence only know one direction here. In your face. Straight up. The answer by Virtus Pro. They close up their draft with an Esmeralda. Throwing it into the face of all these shields. Angela, shields. Zushin, shields. Lapu Lapu, shields.
She's happy.
Okay.
She's happy.
All right. Virtus Pro.
They definitely win the draft for this one. Even though I love the Angela, but...
You like the answers more.
Yes.
Because it's so much more sound.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this draft has gone...
Why does no one pick Yuzhong?
Again, that's how wide open this meta game is, Abstract.
My goodness. I guess comfort over meta.
Okay, at least we saw both directions coming, right? If it was a Yuzhong, you would have been right.
Yeah.
If it was the Angela,
you would have been right.
Man, we're pretty good at this.
Yeah, I think
we should be casters.
Damn, I never thought I could be that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. Match point for Virtus Pro. The pride of EECA going up against the once favored would-become champions of MPL Latam here. They're trying to make it into game number 3. Can they do that, or will Virtus Pro continue their dominating streak here, being the only undefeated team in the wild card?
Let's take a look. As going in from this at the get-go, Virtus Pro started at the top. In fact, the Frederick also. So the final destination is definitely going to be the gold lane in order to put a little bit more attention and influence. While most of that movements in the initial start, after clearing out the first wave, they went up to the top to kind of get a rain check.
This mid lane matchup is, for now, at least, favorable to Influence Rage. The Angela just throwing out all of these, at this point in the game, nukes, and then heals to sustain Chan and his Zushin, and then eventually Zushin will run out of damage and will not be as effective. Oh my god, very low. Hotun!
Oh, again, 2 times in a row, Hotun finds himself being first blooded. Oh man, that's not a great start. Game 1 and game 2.
Let's not even get started on top lane. The Esmeralda is eating up the Lapu Lapu as we expect. And then bottom lane, Fury is in trouble.
Oh no, there's no way he's getting out of this, huh? We got Pluto, tank the first shot, the wave comes in, and goodbye to Few. I spoke a little bit too soon. Okay. Phantom Execution executes the 1-1.
Multiple losses on all fronts. Top lane, Chino falls. Bottom lane, Fury falls. Up next on the docket, Paquito and Hotun. Virtus Pro.
Hotun's is 3.
Oh my lord. Virtus Pro are bearing, they're standing and stepping down onto Influence Rage's neck. Hotun almost goes down, doesn't even have level 4 yet.
Oh man, we are only 2 minutes into this game and Virtus Pro seems like they are burying Influence Rage alive as now Bad Card immediately pushes the Lapu Lapu away with the Feathered Airstrike to create a little bit more zoning. In fact, Pluto also has zoning in his kit.
Chan already used the Crimson Beacon, dashing back away from the fight. Virtus Pro now sitting at 2,000 gold ahead. I was like, is this not the biggest lead we've seen at the 2-minute mark?
This is absolutely the biggest lead, right? Naturally, if you want to play a very aggressive lineup, something that we'll always see from the Indonesian meta or the Malaysian meta, you want 1,000 gold lead every minute. The moment that they continue to go on with this, they are on the right curve in order for them to end once again sub 10.
And things are getting out of hand at that point. So you're going to go into panic mode. You're going to try to go for survival. And for once, wow, Chino is winning this lane here, but he is forced to use his ult. All this while, Badcut's holding on to his own. Badcut doesn't care.
And his HP is back already. He literally do not care at all, man. This guy, he's literally holding on to his lane very well. In fact, 1v2, almost there on the Paquito, but he did at least manage to force a very valuable flicker away from the Angela.
Okay, mind you, macro-wise, Paquito lost nothing on that. He's get the retreat, and then Heart Guard. Where's the Heart Guard?
Heart Guard was even used, I think.
Right there.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so he didn't use it in the previous one. He was using it right now. Badcott finds himself outmatched against the Lapu Lapu finally, I suppose. But now the sandwich happens as Influence Rage finds himself right behind the Virtus Pro. The focus is number one on the Super Igorka, only for him to flicker himself away, while Bober just goes into Feathered Airstrike and put up an artillery out over to the side of Influence Rage, while we do have Fury also with that crossbow of Tang.
Oh, wow. The super outnumbered Virtus Pro are, but all this while, what does this buy for them across the map? A steal. Andoryu commits Grand Theft Purple, taking away resources from Influence Rage. They badly need this. They're now at what? Almost 3,000 gold ahead, and they're still going for the turtle. Can Influence Rage contest this?
I absolutely not. Hodun is currently 2 levels behind of Andoryu, and he's not even tanky enough. In fact, take a look at this collapse coming from Virtus Pro, trying to bring Gino down as much as possible, but a good flicker plus a stun over to Badcott, and even for Bober, popping off with the Feathered Airstrike just to zone everyone else away. No way Influence Rage gets close.
Dear God, the tweaks to Lancelot's kit is evident now. Top lane, look at this, Bober!
Influence Rage finally comes back and gets a good fight against Bober. Now Hodun is still in the fight though. He definitely do not want to get a little bit too close to Andoryu as well as Badcott, but the top lane is slightly pushed out. This will be a 4v2 unless Hodun goes down.
Andoryu is just way too far ahead. He's dealing damage that Influence Rage cannot comprehend. A push in mid. Chino trying to stop the bleeding there. Fury looking to get the pop off here. He has his ult. He has an Inspire. Can he do it?
Honestly, here we go. Feather Execution will be able to stop Fury from the back crossbow of Tang. Well, Badcott, he's just walking away. No problems for this man as Bober and Pluto zones everyone else to ensure that there's no chasing available.
Badcott gets away with it. He walks. Virtus Pro continuing to slaughter through Influence Rage, whether it be at the cost of something across the map or for just $3.99, 6 minutes into this game. 3-4, yes, the score is, but look at the map. Look at the gold lead. They're holding strong to this 3,000 gold ahead.
This macro game from Virtus Pro is absolutely disgusting, right? Because every single fight that they take, there is a motive and there's something that's going on the opposite side of the map. No matter what, if Virtus Pro is buying time out of Influence Rage, something else is happening across.
It's just way too fast. Virtus Pro playing off the tempo that they did in game number 1. Again, unofficial just yet, but 9:55 might be the fastest game in all of MSC just yet. All of the wild card, and Virtus Pro are keeping up with that pace. 15 seconds until the final turtle spawns. Again, none for Influence Rage thus far. I'm guessing they're going to try to contest still. With an Angela lineup, you have no choice. You have to try.
They have to, right? But level-wise, though, 3 levels behind. Realistically, it's kind of tough to see them being able to, but great taunt coming in from the Gatokacha just to make sure that Chino would not be able to get himself away, but this is what we want from Chan. He does have the hot gun on him, and of course the Crimson Beacon sends him flying in right in front, and will be able to deal with Super Igorka. Literally, this is Chan at its finest, bringing down Pluto next one.
Too many shields on the Zushin, and they're not done. Gets taken out.
You have managed to bring yourself into the 3rd turtle. Influence Rage, I didn't think that they will be able to win in the fight, much less win the turtle.
The Nightmare gets shut out. They wake up, they open their eyes and say, it's go time, gentlemen. Andale, we can't allow Virtus Pro to do this to us, and I couldn't believe they did it off the back of Chan. It was all on the back of a Crimson Beacon and just straight up sprinkling magic damage and CC everywhere.
Now that I think about it, Super Igorka don't have got any of that mobility to get himself away from the Crimson Beacon plus the Lantern Flare. And honestly, Chan, he's pretty tanky with all those shields combined. So Virtus Pro, I think Badcott gotta have to keep an eye onto Chan from this point onwards.
Yeah, to be honest, Badcott is the one hard stop. No one from Virtus Pro can actually answer to what that was. The Chan and Paquito combo, the Angela and Zushin. So if once Badcott says we're ready, that's all Badcott does. Anything comes up mid-fight, once he sees that heart guard, he just changes to targets. Like, I will dance around you.
With the itemizations going on about Virtus Pro, it does seem like the Granger is just a tad bit ahead of the 1-1, and Virtus Pro trying to be very aggressive on top of all of that too.
Given that, Virtus Pro have to find a way to funnel some resources over to Badcott. because now Bad Cot becomes all the more a priority.
Right?
He becomes that much more significant. Yes, the game changer here. Now knowing that the one way Influence can turn things around is off of the Hearthguard on Chan. That was the most lethal thing we've seen Influence Rage do in this whole game, maybe series. Even Fury wasn't as scary.
Honestly, they just gotta have to cycle that part over and over again until Virtus Pro finds an answer. So instead of a pause 4 Esmeralda, immediately we have that switched up for a pause 3 Esmeralda. Bad Cot gotta have to be right in the face of Chan, especially since it is going to be an aggressive Crimson Beacon, leaving Chan with nothing but a flicker. In fact, Chan picking up the flicker is a testament to the fact that they know that this works and they will pull it off.
Yeah, there's really nothing to purify here. It's not as important. Repositioning is going to be more important as the Lord stands now. Both teams actually have a fair chance at getting it. Andoryu securing his orange first. Will be the same for Influence Rage, but the other way around, the purple for Hotun. And now the dance begins. Pluto first, Chan. I can't believe it. Chan is the linchpin of Influence Rage right now.
Never would I have think that a Juicin will actually get to that point. That is kind of scary. Let's take a look at items. Glowing One, and of course, Sky Piercer.
Yeah, there's not enough money on Bad Cot to do exactly what we're asking of him, what Virtus Pro needs of him to be able to stop the menace that is Chan's Zushin, who, after that one turnaround, said, forget about it. Let's build the... oh my God!
Oh no, Chino!
There it is again!
All the way to the back, but in the meantime, Chan is exactly what we are talking about. Again, the victim to this combo, Super Igorka.
And they lose, as expected. Bad Cot, again, he's not ready just yet. Might have to surrender himself, concede to Chan, but look at this. Off camera, where is Andoryu? He's just split pushing. He's the only thing he can do.
They need an answer to this. Even though Andoryu is, of course, ahead in levels and being able to steal the lot away from Influence Rage, but they just don't have got that real estate to allow Andoryu all that vision.
Yeah, they invested in the off lane. They invested in the long lane and pushed that bottom lane tier 2, which is, again, a consolation prize to the Lord, to the pickoffs that Virtus Pro got. This was such a deep dive by Chan. It started with him hunting down Super Gorka in about the same spot and then moved over to near the lane, taken down another, and then that's all she wrote. That's all Influence Rage wanted to do. It went straight for the Lord. Bad Cot, there's just not enough resource on the map to give to Bad Cot.
There's nothing that they could do except to kind of deal with the lanes bit by bit, right? And that also means that they gotta have to extend the game as long as they can. Imagine the amount of gold lead that Virtus Pro had, only to be foiled by a single Angela plus Juicin combination.
This is what teams like Team Falcons were going for. They wanted to play this kind of Zushin Angela combo on Andoryu. River Brush gets spotted out.
But it's not going to be too much of a problem. We do have the creep waves coming in, and it does seem Andoryu wants to do a little bit of something. But I think that is a little bit of an overcommitment, as now at least they manage to get a kill down on Hoden. If they're able to fall back, that's perfect.
Free pickoff here for Virtus Pro, and they don't lose much of the map in pursuit of this kill. Hotun falls. Unfortunately, it won't really mean much. It's just there to try and close the gap. Minimize the gold lead that Influence Rage has. Currently sitting about 2,000 gold up. And at least they're putting a little bit more gold and resources on Bad Cot. Bad Cot now just under 1,000 behind Chino. So he's on his way, I believe, to a Queen's Wings, this must be.
Probably so. Still at 6.6 thousand gold to his name. Well, in the meantime, the Lancelot is also playing that old school Lancelot build, so full of damage going on for him. Still 55 seconds until the lot happens. Now, Virtus Pro still gotta have to answer that one question. How do they actually realistically deal with Chan? With a massive amount of shields going on, even if Virtus Pro just focuses everyone and just single target all over to Chan, I don't think that they have got what it takes to actually bring him down.
Yeah, if that's economically efficient, or if that'll solve the problem, right? Because it's all theoretical at this point. But I don't know if at the time there was a halberd on Super Gorka when they last fought. Because Super Gorka now has a halberd, and now there's a dominance ice on Pluto, and a glowing one on Bobear. Those three things may be together. That might be enough to put down the shields. Andorio chasing Paquito.
But of course, the Winter Crown is just going to be popped, and a quick Angela's out. Also, their hot gut allows her to get out of dodge, while now Chan is still onto the sides. A little bit of a choke point, but now they lost that Winter Crown. They lost that the ultimate coming in for the side of Angela as well. But Andorio found himself a little bit too deep into the battle, as such his will go down. Fury is still going to be hanging around, but Bad Card finds himself right in the face of Fury. Virtus Pro with only 4 members left. They're gonna have to continue on to this fight, or they're gonna have to back out. Blue, next one, chopping block. While now Bober flickers himself away, wings by wings, ensuring that he will be fine. As now the hot guard is back over to the side of Chan. They are just trying to do their absolute best. Look at the insane amount of damage that somehow Chan is able to deal over to Bad Card.
Bad Card still running. 3 members of Virtus Pro send themselves away. Influence Rage, they lost the battle but won the war. I get what Virtus Pro was going for. I get what Andori was trying to do. It started here in the bottom lane. He tried to threaten Paquito and said, Paquito, use your heart guard now, and he did onto Chan. And Chan tried to start a fight that was
early.
Mal-timed. It wasn't very well timed and placed. And then that gave what, a 15-20 second window to Virtus Pro to try and pick a fight, and then it lasted a little too long that they weren't getting what they wanted, and Influence Rage got the cooldown again, and it led to the hard guard on Chan once more. And then it was all over. It was too late.
We're gonna have to also consider the fact that Angela will definitely get cooldown reduction the moment that someone goes down. As now Influence Rage, they will ravage through the entirety of the battlefield as Virtus Pro find themselves with the back against the wall. While Chan, this man, is on a rampage as he now gets himself a double kill. Make that a triple. Very potentially might be able to get himself a big one. Maniac with Andorio, the last man standing, and he might very potentially be able to do something about this. Fury goes down. Wait, Hoden goes down as well. As now a Savage coming in from John. The combo from Influence Rage.
And now it's just a matter of time. Influence Rage once more takes us all the way. The corpses of Virtus Pro lie beneath their base, and we're going all the way. Game 3.
Whoa! As the corpse litters the battlefield, Influence Rage met himself with such a tough start. Hoden found himself down and down time and time again. But the moment they found that point in time where they show their cards, the Angela plus Juicing combination, they have been unstoppable.
It didn't matter. Apparently, it was a core Jushin in the most weirdest of ways.
And no one saw that coming at all.
She was a force of nature, man. Chan decided to put the beacon on you, and there was nothing you could do about it. You were either going to die or get thrown around like a rag doll.
Even if you saw the Esmeralda.
Yeah, no,
it was just
taking
everything.
Bad Cop was a band-aid for a bullet wound. Like, it was not going to solve the issue. You were not going to walk away from that.
Realistically speaking, we all just wanted to see Bad Cop being the answer. But
he was the only logical answer. But it wasn't enough.
Was it really about the money?
Was it about the money? Yeah, I think money solves a lot of things, right?
But in that case,
I'd like to think maybe not. You're right. What if he did fully build? It's just that the shields on the Zushin and the kit that was coming out of this ethereal figure was just too much. You're right. It was just too much. Like, sure, deny the shields, but you were gonna die. Take it away. You were going to die either way. The Sky Pierce had enough stacks on it.
It's a massive curveball.
Is this the first Savage of all wildcards?
This is the first Savage.
All right, Virtus Pro didn't score no Savages last night, so yeah,
they are the best team.
The first Savage by Chan.
This guy blew me off, and I don't even know what to say. Look, this is the point in time where we just immediately saw that.
Abstract. Chan joins a very elite list of players to have scored a Savage in an international event. There's just a handful of them now. I know the M Series Savages, but what are the MSC Savages? Right? That's also a very small list of elite players. A very select few, and Chan now joins those ranks.
And in the wild card.
Andorio tried to deny it too. I like how Andorio was like, Thorn Rose, I'm not going down like this.
And he got 2 kills, so I think that's actually pretty valiant effort coming from Andoru. It's
Yeah,
like,
I think the
I'm going down.
kids would say NT. type NT in the chat. Like that is that's where we find ourselves. Getting you see that Savage?
I did see that Savage.
Woo!
Very impressed with everything that Latam has to offer. Influence Rage, great job at bringing this back, pushing the score 1-1 against Virtus.pro because my God, that early game was heavily in the favor of Virtus.pro. Everything was going well for them, but it's all the small things put together, right? For me, I think why Zushin on top, being that core Zushin on top of having the Heart Guard as a primary target, the only person who could really apply their damage was technically Farsa. Granger's shots were getting blocked. And then if we start thinking about Andoryu, he's not going for the lethal ignition, he's going for killing spree, so he's more of the cleanup crew than anything else. So, with that being said though, we're going to see a Game 3 in this featured match alone, and it's going to be one hell of a banger here. Boys, adjustments need to be talked about because I feel like in terms of the draft, do you necessarily agree with the Esmeralda?
I still think that Esmeralda is the answer.
Yeah.
Like, Esmeralda is a good pick here for me. But it just seemed as though they didn't see that coming from Chan and they started to panic.
Here's the thing. The one fault I think that Virtus.pro committed was the fact that they failed to recognize the timer. They failed to recognize that they were counting down to when Zushin was ready. When Chan got Paquito in him, and they were just the most confident they ever were all series, that's where I think Virtus.pro said, oh wow, we weren't ready for this. And then that was the one mistake. They definitely dropped the ball here.
Could have been a change. I mean, I don't know. I would have liked to see a more high damage oriented EXP laner. I think that was the only adjustment I would have thought. Again, Esmeralda, not the biggest fan of it. I understand with the shields and everything, but if they had just a wee bit more damage, I think maybe they could have prevented not only the Savage, but maybe turn and close out that game. I don't know. It's a lot to discuss. We will talk about it before we go into our next game, but we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, the conclusion of our third series of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after these messages. Welcome back, everybody. The wild cards continue in our third feature match of the day. Has been no less than shocking, but at the same time, our very first savage of the wildcards here at MSC has already occurred by Chan. Influence Rage has come out of the gate swinging, but there still needs to be adjustments coming into game number 3. My name is Getting in Q. Of course, we've got Leon as well as Abstract at the helm to keep you guys entertained and be your main witnesses as they are our commentators. Boys, adjustments. I think the early game needs to be smoothened out from the side of Influence Rage. There's so many times where this game could have been closed out towards mid-game if somebody made just one more mistake. It's always just teetering on the edge.
Is it part of their plan? Lose the early game, you get nonchalant, throw out caution in the wind, boom, Chan, in your face!
I would like to think not, because that is a super
Benefit of doubt.
That's a super fragile and you put your hands in you put your fate in your opponent's hands. Like, that's not how you win a competition. So I'd like to think that this is more of Virtus Pro slipping up, Virtus Pro not recognizing the timer and not recognizing how lethal. I mean, I'll be honest, like, even I was surprised of how lethal a Zushin Angela combo would be.
Yeah.
I saw the Angela come in from a mile away in the very last second, but I did not know that it would be this way. I expected it to be more on the Lapu, more on the Fredrin, maybe even the 1-1, but they were all like just a supporting cast to Chan Zushin. So that should be definitely watched out for in Game 3. Like, maybe ban. Make sure that there's no Angela shenanigans.
I think that's fair. That's a fair argument. But do you think that Endoryu could have just adjusted his build just a little bit more? I mean, he was opting to go for Killing Spree. He could have gone for like the Bruiser style, the latest. Yeah, I mean the Lethal Ignition and go for that Bruiser style instead. Change up the build a little bit more. Maybe get the anti-heal just a little bit earlier down the priority.
Like how Bear at 3.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like I don't know. These small things are looking to start to add up. We've seen in the wild cards how much that makes a difference here in a lot of their matches, especially when we're talking about like 6 to roughly, I'll be a little bit more generous, I would say 7 to the 11th minute mark. That's where a lot of teams kind of converge in terms of how much gold they can accumulate.
All in all, if you were to ask me that question, I would generally say that one thing's for sure, yes, timing has got to be the way, especially since they got massive lead at the start. They managed to but it managed to even keep Hodun in a corner. Like, that guy, he's not coming out. He can't do his basic job of tanking, basic job of taking objectives.
He had negative experience. He owed people experience.
Honestly, honestly, what could they possibly do at that point in time, right? But for VP, I think they slipped up only because of the timer, and then they somehow, one lost game, or rather one lost fight, switched all the way through.
It was the fight. That was a fight of all fights. Wherein Chan just ran through everyone.
Well, let's see whether we're going to get another fight of all fights once again. We're going to be heading into the draft real soon here at the STC Gaming Hall. Boys and girls, you better get excited for this because VP has put on a show, and Influence Rage shows you when they're backed up into a corner, all they want their soldiers to do is rage. Let's jump right into this. Leo, Abstract, it's all you.
I like that. Coach Blackjack's only order is to rage. You follow my lead, but you better rage along the way. Game number 3 is upon us. Influence Rage on the pick. They'll pick 2, but Virtus Pro will play, so they are on blue side. Oh, look at this. No more.
Immediate respect.
No more. Banning the Zushin.
We don't have an answer yet, so bye, Jusin. We're not going to deal with that.
So the problem wasn't the Angela. It was a Zushin.
Look, we even made that comment, right? Where it was like, okay, EXP Lina probably needs some more damage because Jusin deals no damage, but boom.
I guess it's not the amount of damage that was the problem. It was just the kit, like how inevitable it was that if you stood underneath,
you would just get tossed over and over.
Exactly,
and over
it just
again.
ruins all of Virtus Pro's plans. So yeah, no, this is good housekeeping. They banned out the 1-1 as well, forcing Fury to play something else, while Influence Rage, I'll just ban the same things.
I don't think that anything changed at all.
Not for this side.
But the Kalia at this point in time is still open.
That's right.
Okay, we'll say goodbye to that as well. That was my only, one of the only things that I would believe that Influence Rage would highly capitalize on.
Yep, those are respect bans. Again, that's literally Chan, Fury, and Paquito.
So with all of that taken out, the first pick will go over to VP. And generally, when it comes down to VP, Uranus is also taken out, so that is out of the picture. 1-1 is out. I would assume that having a Yi Sun-shin will always be a great start.
No, we forgot Baksha's open. Baksha was banned in the previous series, but previous games, but now here it is. Hard flex here. We don't know where this is going. The answer by Influence Rage, putting a Farsa in the hands of Chan. And I'd reckon... The Baksha blocks out so much.
Yeah.
It's so good.
You wouldn't really want to go too much regenerating this kind of thing based on that first pick box here.
Oh, do you go Granger? Do you go Farsa Granger?
Honestly, Granger?
It's safe.
Yeah, it's safe. You don't lock yourself into any form of composition just yet. But you also take ensure that you give Fury the pick that he wants.
Oh, wow, no. They're picking their foundations first.
Okay.
This is the Hotun's Fredrin. The hero that we could have sworn was just bullied into the ground, buried, but no. You can hear Linkin Park's music play like it's the ending of that Transformers movie. Come out like he's fine. Apparently he's okay. So how does Virtus Pro respond to this?
Maybe Tien is available.
Yes, again, a clear answer to the Farsa.
And it has always been like a pair, right? So Tien and the Yi Sun-shin. So kind of put the box here over to the roam.
So there's half of it, and there's the other.
There we go.
Combo. Okay.
If Rage combos, we combo.
So we're
throw a die.
Yep. So we're looking for the Granger here. This is Granger the Earthel. You often see this. This is such a 1.9.92 pattern wherein red side pick 3 becomes either the Earthel or the Granger. It comes down to that. And then you allow for the other to get the swing back. But no, you're insured to win this matchup because you can ban gold laners after the bans. You take away more bans. More gold laners.
So you take in this case, take either Irithel or Granger, and then you ban Irithel and Granger.
And everything else.
And all Granger.
Like Moskov,
Bruno.
Yep.
I think Bruno has been quite a bit of priority.
Or better yet, you pick something else. You pick a roamer or an XP laner. There it is. There's the Cho. And then you start banning gold laners and force the good one left to red 4.
So consistently, Influence Rage actually focuses on banning Bruno in the previous series against Zeta Division. It could be a respect over to Zeta Division for playing the Bruno. Perhaps in this case, they are just thinking maybe we don't really need to care too much about that.
Yeah, looking at Super Igorka, again, he did play in the Brave Draft atmosphere of MCC. It wouldn't really matter. Yeah. So just let him have whatever. But maybe you can, maybe during the second phase now, you can attack it specifically enough. You take out the Bruno, take out the Granger, end up with the Irithel, force him to play like something like a...
Oh yeah, their first pick on the second phase.
Yes. Oh no, but they won't touch it.
Okay.
They would rather not attack hero pools.
Okay.
It seems like it's in vain.
So they might as well just take out heroes that have a lot more impact throughout the entirety of the game.
Yep.
Fulvius being one of them. The next one, I think taking out a glue is going to be generally fine too.
Or CC.
Or CC.
Yeah, because usually CC is the answer, but if you're not sure what your opponent's playing in the XP lane, you would rather not risk it, so maybe ban out the CC.
With all things considered, Influence Rage lacks gold lane and a XP. Gold XP, VP, XP, and gold, yeah.
So it's weird that gold laners aren't getting attacked here.
Yeah.
Both sides just want to have a good pickup.
Just an open lane. Perhaps they're just thinking, you know what? We'll just leave the gold lane alone. This is something that is not going to be the gold lane's game. We're going to focus and attack the EXP. We want to win the XP fight. We want to win in early turtles.
Yeah.
And I think that fits into VP's MO with how they have been playing very aggressively in all of their early games.
And with this last ban by Rage, it's all the more clear that gold lane should be wide open. There's the Badang. What is Virtus Pro ban out? The CC, there it is.
Okay,
it was going to be a trade for either side. Now, Rage, a gold laner.
It has to be a gold laner, right?
And an XP laner. Yeah, because they'd lose the trade if they let go of the gold now. So they have to pick the best gold laner available, unless that's what they want.
Keep the gold laner for themselves.
Yeah. Make sure that the gold laner wins that matchup.
Understandably, even when it comes down to the XP side, you can kind of use that as an X factor. the moment that you don't pick up the XP, because it is a blind pick after all.
Yes, even if it's a comfort pick, it's still a blind pick. You could get ruined by the last two from Virtus Pro.
We still got about 10.
Yesterday there was a Harith, right? Virtus Pro shut that down. But now all the more Harith should be picked up.
No way.
There's an Arlet. Okay, XP lane first then.
Okay, so it is XP. Virtus Pro. This is an XP Arlet. That means that we actually have quite a lot of heroes that we can kind of work with. We've got the Yuzhong. Phoveus is out, unfortunately. Yuzhong, Glue. I mean, if you want to call in for heroes that we haven't seen in a long time, I suppose Benedetta is one thing if you want to add more damage into the mix. Or if they want some more tankiness. I don't think Esmeralda fits the bill.
Yeah, no.
They have an answer for the Farsa.
Glue seems good. I like the glue. There's only really one answer so far on the board. That's the Farsa that blows it up.
Okay.
But there it is.
Yep, that's the glue.
Alongside the carry, which I reckon should rock a Purify. So the carry just ruins the Arlet.
Cho as well.
The Cho and the Fredrin.
Yes.
So what does Rage put in the gold lane against his carry?
So long range, right? You want to win by range.
Oh, wow! No, they...
Oh my god.
They decide to play in the paint. Here's the Harith. Yesterday, Virtus Pro ruined the Harith. Kami of Nightmare Esports tried to play Harith.
It didn't work out well at all.
Did nothing. Close to nothing. There'll be an action later on. I wonder how they're feeling going into today's match, an elimination match. But here, these two teams are one game away from qualifying for the next stage of the wild card, the single elimination stage before the finals.
So fill me in. This is a pick-off with a Cho, but they don't have anyone necessary to kill whoever got picked off. Aside from Farsa.
Their only source of burst is the Farsa, yes. Or in the ultra late game, the Harith, which is again very fragile.
But would they have to wait till the late game?
It's so specific. This is what Influence Rage decided to go into, but all the while, Virtus Pro...
I mean, it fixed the problem about high ground, but it doesn't fix the problem about winning in the early game.
Yes, the high ground issue, Abstract, was something that they had to deal with in Game 1.
Yeah.
Obviously, not a problem in Game 2 anymore. So it feels like it's retroactively fixing something that wasn't a problem anyways.
Okay.
But if it wins, hey, who are we to say? Even this glue in the hands of Badcott seems like a long shot. Like, we were asking for it, yes, but what does it do in practice? We're about to find out. Game number 3, the rubber match in this best of 3. One game to confirm who moves on to the next stage. Who gets out of Group B first? Is it Virtus Pro or Influence Rage? We're about to find out. Here we go.
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, what's it going to be? We are down to match point. One team, as you mentioned, gets the first seed. Group B.
Dragging in place.
Yeah, you were kind of dropping a beat, huh?
Yeah.
I was about to.
I mean, they're running in tempo. Look at that.
Not exactly a moonwalk per se, but hey, I'll take that any day.
All right. Let's allow our players to gather themselves. You were saying?
I forgot what I was saying.
We'll let it go then. Some ideas are better left to the ether.
If I forget about it, that means it's not something important, right?
Okay, back into the action. For reals this time. Influence Rage. They definitely drafted a little spicy. Again, your worries are not without merit, Abstract. Because yes, whoever you pick off, whoever you find with the Final Slash, whoever you find with the Way of the Dragon, has to be led to some kind of damage, right?
Yep.
Here's what's painful. Both of them are magical type. Both of those damage sources that you want to feed into your lineup are of the magic variety.
Oh man, and there's also another thing that I remembered is the fact that Influence Rage consistently played the Fredrin in the jungle for all 3 games.
Oh yeah. Game 1, 2, and 3.
Yes. So they really like that.
Potun woke up today and said, Coach, I'm playing Fredrin.
I'm not looking at any other heroes, despite the fact that, jungle hero pool right now is kind of huge, with very varying styles and varying ways to kind of dictate the team games. But Paquito, here in the middle lane, just going to be getting a little bit of a buzz onto, or rather a little bit of a harass onto Bulber, only to find himself harassed himself.
That's a technical knockout on Paquito, getting sent home early. The recall, allowing for massive rotations from Virtus Pro. They're sending over Pluto to check on Hotun. In the top lane, though, the gold lane, we see that Super Gorka is actually winning, pushing Fury up behind his wave.
Oh, I just realized also another thing that having a Cho really good for is you constantly deny Bober's passive.
Oh yeah,
There's nothing they can do anymore.
Because you'll always be in your face.
Yeah. You have a free entry and a free exit anyway. So this is a Zetian who in some sense have got no passive.
Yeah, she's about 80% of a Zetian. All right, first turtle spawning. Lower corner of the map, first to the scene is Influence Rage. Pluto trying to put a beat on him. Oh, spots 3.
Oh, perhaps this time the first blood will go to the side of Virtus.pro instead. Yodun, he's currently very, very healthy, as now the final slash is just going to be going out and connecting down on the 2. Pluto finds himself down to the hands of Paquito. This is something that is very different this time, while the grab is just going to be coming in from the side of Gloom, latching on onto Paquito. He's almost dead, but he does have shields, and of course, finessed himself right out of that.
And here's what's painful. Bobert already pressed the Phoenix Fury, so that means any and all magic damage has been expended from Virtus.pro. So this puts them in a very bad position, very difficult early on. Influence Rage, apparently, they don't just have to rely on that single pick-off potential. They can just smother you, Abstract. Influence Rage can smother Virtus.pro in the early game.
So whatever it is for the start of Influence Rage, with that 2 kills on their end, they can kind of play the long game in some sense. In fact, they kind of have to. Chan will definitely pop off in the mid stages of the game, but in the early stages, I'm actually kind of surprised at the fact that they managed to do that, exactly that.
They can just keep playing this way up until they feel like the scaling of their main 4 aren't enough, and then that's where they get the Harriet to join in. Paquito cancels the other half of the Way of the Dragon. Here comes the Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah.
Both teams actually skittish.
It's not really interested in committing to that fight. It's more of like, get out of my face kind of thing. Influence Rage back at it again as they just go straight into the face of Virtus.pro. But the Fury of the Phoenix will be able to land onto Hotun, but he will walk away with that, no problems. But Pluto expanded the Revitalize just to get out of that.
Another nothing fight. That was literally just, as you said, get away from me, I don't want this. Influence Rage knows that they have to buy time for the Harith, but if anything, we saw a moment of him dropping the Zaman 4. So, yeah, Fury's not taking this line down. Fury wants to prove to Virtus.pro that, hey, what you did to the Harith yesterday was a one-off thing. We're picking this Harith. We believe that even if we already have another core in Chan on the Farsa, there's enough here for us to do with the Harith.
So it just takes a little bit more time for them to deal with, and Influence Rage doesn't want and doesn't allow Virtus.pro to take the aggressor role, right? As long as they have first dibs, they will be strong enough. Oh, there we go. There is going to be the kick, and of course, the single out over to the side of Bad Card. One person down already, and no more influence from the EXP for this upcoming turtle fight.
And that's another open and free turtle for Influence Rage. Is this not the pattern that we see Hotun play all series long? Like, he knows one of his main strengths as Fredrin, as a utility jungler, is control of these turtle pits, these lord pits. So he's just taking care of that. He's making the most of it. And now, is that right? Did I just see Chino build his Thunderbelt?
Chino...
Was that Chino?
I would like to believe so. I would like to believe so.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Relatively fast. So you should be able to scale pretty effectively with all those defenses coming in, and it just need to be the same thing. Just play together with Paquito and just be in your face all the time.
Oh, interesting response from a spread to a final slash by Chino down bottom. Okay, Fury the Phoenix still well held. That was a Mountain Shocker, revealing everyone from Influence Rage. Still a question of when will Virtus.pro decide
to kind of pop off?
To clap back, yeah. Well, what are they waiting for? Way of the Dragon!
Only to always be the one that gets hit. They're mounting themselves a garrison and hoping that they will be able to hold out. But that's not going to be the way, because all these kicks are always finding themselves within of the artillery.
Abstract, even without Fury. Fury didn't leave the gold lane. He hasn't left the gold lane for the better part of 6 minutes now.
They don't even need him at this point.
They have 4 kills.
Yep.
So us questioning where this damage is coming from is invalid. The Influence Rage are smothering Virtus.pro. Once again, there's enough between Chino, Hotun, Chan, and Paquito to threaten so many kills. 4 now, 6 minutes in. Ondoryu What is he thinking? He has bad caught with him.
And it doesn't seem like he have a lot of HP to work with. Half HP left, and it's going to be the grab to pull Chino a little bit closer, only to get Andoryu. Just one more hit though, and now he will go down, and the turret does not manage to execute either one of them.
That is the Virtus.pro's first kill. Mind you, they did spend a duo to try and gank Chino there.
Just for Chino.
Luckily, all they lost was a top lane tier 1. And of course, maybe the turtle. So that means 100% of turtles go over to the Latin squad from Influence Rage. Oh, the kick by Paquito, forcing a response. Oh, 2 fights!
Oh, Hodun finds himself down, and in the bottom side, Paquito finds himself dead as well. Super Igorka took advantage of all of that chaos and takes the turtle down. So no 100% for Influence Rage anymore.
So now Virtus.pro clap back. We were waiting, and here we are satisfied. 7 minutes is when they do it. They get their kills, they get their first turtle, and they get their first push down bottom. Patience is a virtue that Virtus.pro decides to employ. Influence Rage now, they have to find a way to get Fury involved. And they're sending Fury away from the rest of Virtus.pro. When does it become Virtus.pro's turn to be the beatdown? When do they start chasing Influence Rage?
I think at this point in time, the upcoming Lord, that is where they will start to take up a fight, right? Andoryu at level 11, I think that is more or less ready to take up a fight against Influence Rage. As long as they have dominant river control and just keep Influence Rage within of their jungles and just hold out these lanes, I think that are pretty okay. They should be pretty happy about that. But with the first priority, definitely going to be T1 turret in the middle lane. But in the meantime, Pluto finds himself being the victims of Influence Rage aggression once again. There's absolutely nothing the bad card could just possibly do here.
All right, 8 minutes in, even with Virtus.pro showing signs of life, showing a little bit of teeth. Influence Rage are implementing the same strat. We're going to smother whoever we can, whether it be a chunky hero in Pluto or maybe something that's a little more sustainable, soft, but eventually we'll kill him like bad caught in the glue. This is Influence Rage's MO, but at some point, you're right, it's going to be diminishing returns. You can't just keep killing the glue and the Baksha and expect returns. You have to find some way. Beber, Andoryu, or even Super Gorka, neither have yet fallen.
Yep, Revitalize has already been popped. No more Final Slash as well as, of course, the both lands of the Fury and Chino. Both of them not exactly the healthiest, but they should be fine, as the Lord is only opening up in 10 seconds. So back again at it with the dance of the century for both of these two teams. We're coming and reaching into 9 minutes, where this is probably where things start to get scary. Since both teams have equal economy, it's all about these teams' power curve. When do they pop off?
And how they use that power spike.
Yes.
Can the right target be found by the kick? Can Chino Final Slash 2 or 3 dudes? To be honest, 4 or 5 is a long shot. That's a wish come true on a shooting star, but it's not going to happen because Virtus.pro are keeping themselves scarce. Look at how open they are. Look at the Purify still on Super Gorka. The passive on Bober.
Pluto is going to be the one that aggressed against Influence Rage this time. With Chino unavailable for the fight, this is one big CC coming in from Chino that is gone for good. The Lord is now going to be in the hands of Virtus.pro as they are completely having the dominance and priority over the Lord. It reset at once, but Chan joins in the fray. He did definitely use the Feather Airstrike to just push Super Igorka away. This is all the valuable time that they need as Fury drops down to the Summon Force, only to find himself currently stuck in a choke point, allowing Andoryu to pick up a double kill.
Mind you, this whole time, Virtus.pro already spent their ults. So that fight lasted long enough for them to push over Influence Rage into that small avenue here near the orange buff. It's like Battle Thermopylae all over again. Spartans of Virtus.pro using that to their advantage despite them having less resources, and they win out, converting it to a Lord.
2.5k goal lead as well. This is the change that we wanted to see from Virtus.pro. Well, maybe not the change, but this is the turning point that we are looking out from the side of Virtus.pro, right? In the initial side, it kind of seems as though they are definitely having a little bit of problem trying to get themselves out of this well. But very well, they have got the Lord. This is going to get themselves a lot more Lord advantage. Middle lane definitely will go down.
Yeah, we are far from economic equilibrium now. Clearly, 3,000 gold over to Virtus.pro. A majority of that you can see in the gold lane. A good chunk of that you can see in the jungle as well. You know, Influence Rage have to protect Fury. They have to be careful where they put their core. There's a Grab onto Paquito. He's going down.
He's going to go down as well. The Zaman Force coming from
Oh!
Fury tries to get himself away, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. Chino is going to be the next one onto the chopping block, and Doryu suffers a bit too much pot shots coming from Chan.
That is the range difference between the Farsa and the Yi Shin. Yes, Andoryu has been having a great mid-game power spike, but there's only so much you can do in the face of those feathered airstrike salvos from Chan. But they have to defend still. Are two members of Influence Rage enough? No, they might lose this inhibitor.
Yep, T3 going down at 11 minutes. This is definitely gonna hurt a lot. That is a massive bonus for VP, especially since for slot, you just generally want the exterior turrets. To go for the inhibitor turrets, those are massive.
Yep. Holy defense is still standing on that bottom lane inhibitor, but the truth is Influence Rage now have permanent damage dealt to their base. Bleeding constantly is the top lane. They have to keep that. Oh my god, Bobear!
The lethal initiation is a little bit too much for the Zetian to deal with.
Chan pops him from about a mile away.
That must be a blind out coming in from Chan.
Yo, Chan just listened to his inner voices saying, he's over here, take him down. And that's Bobear's first death, by the way. Mind you, he had no bounty on him. But the fact that this is the first time he dies 12 minutes in definitely gives Influence Rage some room to breathe.
He has his ultimate already. Oh, Doryu! He slides himself right out. Paquito is not able to just connect himself over to the side of Doryu at all. But in the meantime, their focus is on the Chino. No way out for our Chino at all. And now the rest of Influence Rage, they thought that they have control of their own jungle only to be shoved back home.
Oh, wow. Andoryu forced a fight that Influence Rage wasn't ready to take by that flank. And now they're knocking on that bottom lane inhibitor, even mid. What a synchronized push here by Virtus.pro post-fight.
But I don't think that this is going to do too much over to the turrets. It did definitely chip off a little bit of that. But we do have the blood that's available in 5 seconds, and Influence Rage, they gotta have to find a way to come back at this, right? Hotuni is level 14, that's not so bad. It's only one level away from Andoryu, but I'm honestly not too sure whether they should try to challenge this.
Influence Rage, I think their mind has already been made. Chan pops the feather strike, pushing away any would-be members of Virtus.pro to position inside their jungle. Pluto engages on the Paquito. Fury holding on. Still has his Zaman Force. A kick from Paquito, but no flicker. That's what's painful here. Earlier, there was an attempted flicker with the dragon, but I think Paquito got cold feet. Paquito pulled back and instead retreated. That's what resulted in Influence Rage here getting caught with a half-cocked plan. Like, they weren't ready. They weren't all fully committed to it.
There was a small, tiny little space between Paquito as well as Andoryu at a point in time. And I think that he has fully expended every single one of his skills, which is probably what I would believe. And the fact that he's got like 22 seconds on to flicker, that means he also don't have that at a point in time. So might as well just get out. Might as well just live for the defense.
Yep, they'll hold on to it. Luckily, they have a pretty solid defense. Chan works well with a high ground pressure. Fury, though, this is where I'm scared. Fury,
4 items.
Fury needs to commit a Zaman Force for him to be able to clear waves or even defeat the Lord. And now with his feather airstrike here, answered by the Furies of Phoenix, Virtus.pro going in!
It forces Chan to flicker backwards, and now Paquito has already lost more than half HP. Pluto is a little bit in a tough spot, but he's gonna be fine at all as the rest of members from the side of Influence Rage decides to fall back, and thus giving away the T3 down in the bottom lane, and eventually the T3 in the middle, because they have got a big Lord to deal with.
That's the problem here. Influence Rage, they already picked a fight, they already entertained Virtus.pro. Spent a good few resources, but no, luckily, Virtus.pro back out. They didn't have health. Virtus.pro also did not have any ults anymore. So Influence Rage lives. Clean defense. They keep their mid lane tier 3.
Another 3 more minutes to kind of play around with for Fury. He's already got 4 items, and within that 3 minutes, let's hope that he will be able to get a little bit more. Get himself the final item. I would like to believe a Holy Crystal if he haven't gotten that yet.
He's got to have it now. If not, then all the more they should feel like they're in trouble. 15.5 minutes in. Chan topping the damage dealt rankings. Again, he's been amazing on this Farsa. Might be one of the few reasons why they're still alive. Mount Shocker, Andoryu checking in on everybody. It's clear that Influence Rage don't want no smoke. Real quick, checking in. There's the Holy Crystal.
Holy Crystal and Divine Glaive.
And they just need one more. This could be anything. What is it?
Blood Wings. That could be it, right? to play a little bit defensively while staying alive in fights, I suppose. A dead DPS is no DPS.
Tranche.
Oh, with the crown.
A little extra, yeah, a little extra
lightning
here.
Frankian. It's an either or here.
Now Chan picks up his Holy Crystal, so he's going to do extra more.
Oh, it's Chan that didn't get his Holy Crystal.
More extra damage on top of topping the rank, topping the charts.
I thought that Chan has already got a lot of damage in his kit already.
He could use more.
Now he has more.
He could use more because again, Pluto still survives these nothing engagements. Badcott also still survives getting a grab on. So I get the incentive for Chan to continue building extra damage.
With the lanes at the top lane and the bottom for Influence Rage out, the macro game ultimately is going to be the most difficult for Influence Rage to even get themselves back into this game.
It's not as if they were going well into this matchup against Virtus Pro macro-wise, because again, you're looking at double global, right? You're looking at Zetian, and you're looking at Yusin Shin. But that's what will make Influence Rage's win all the more sweet. If they can turn this around, they're down 3,000 gold. Their base literally in ruins, only one inhibitor left. So they have to make this work. Lord,
they sent the Farsa?
They kept the Farsa there. He can wings by wings in. Still has a failed strike. Pluto gets blasted. Paquito spotted here by Andoryu.
There's a little bit too much damage coming in from the side of Influence Rage's Fury, but none of these two teams are too interested in just pushing right in, because what Virtus Pro is waiting for is that slow push down from the bottom lane, because Farsa definitely wants to focus onto the middle lanes, right? He don't want his T3 to go down just yet. So now Virtus Pro, they found the opportunity because there's just way too much creeps for the Farsa to handle. As such, the Fury on the field is just going to be popping right out. The Lord is just going to be down to 131 HP. As such, Andoryu finds himself the Lord kill. Fury had not a lot of HP to kind of work with, as the stick stake is just going to be right onto Hoden. Influence Rage only loses Paquito, as now the rest of the members from Virtus Pro collapse themselves onto Hodun. No more frontliners, and it's all just left with Chino, Chan, and Fury.
It's very difficult for Influence Rage to get anything more out of that trade. Yes, they found Supir Gorka, but their base was constantly being barraged by Virtus Pro's waves. So they had to split. They had to think of two ways to respond to two very urgent causes. One, the Lord. Two, the team fight. The base was secondary. Just only when the fight was ended did they send someone over. Oh my God, Andoryu! Where did that damage come from?
Even I didn't see that.
Was that from
Was it
Fury?
Chan?
Was that from Chan? Was that from...
He doesn't have his feathered airstrike
Was
right
that from
now.
Chino? Yeah, maybe.
I would like to believe that it's Chan.
So now, Influence Rage have to defend.
And now Virtus Pro doesn't want to fight because Andoryu's HP was just way too low.
And now we're back to square one. Influence Rage defends a third Lord.
Oh, the final slash actually did manage to land on the bad card, but this is only going to be something, the catalyst for Virtus Pro to go straight in. As such, they are going to be losing the T3 turret, while in the meantime, Charlie's also out. So one of the artillery is gone, but Baby Fury is going to be next. Yes, he will be. But Influence Rage, they're not going to be stopping. They're persisting. As now, the Way of Dragon is just going to be landing right on top of the bad card. It doesn't seem like the rest of the members from the side of Paquito is just going to be working right out. As such, he gets busted down. Virtus Pro, all 5 men remains, leaving Hoden left. Maniac coming in from Andoryu as he sees the game.
Not quite the vengeance they were looking for in the Savage. That was scored by Chan game 2, but I think this is just a wee bit sweeter. They are the first team out of Group B to make it to the next stage of the wildcards. Virtus Pro takes the series 2-1.
First seed of Group B. And unfortunately for Influence Rage, with 1 series won and 1 series lost, they're now going to be going down over to the second half of the bracket. As such, they have only 1 life left.
Virtus Pro, big smiles, and still, series-wise, undefeated. What a recovery. What a recovery coming in from that game 2.
They have quite a record, right? For series, a 2-0 victory, sweeping victory. When it comes down to the first game of this series, it was also a sweeping victory.
Dominant, 955.
Exactly. Even though they did lose in game number 2, but that is also because Influence Rage has got that ace in their sleeve. But unfortunately, once that has been attacked, and Jusin's out, at least game 3, they did put quite a bit of a show for us.
Yep, they took away that one thing they could not control in game 2. And they won. They won clean. Kudos to Chan though. Must give credit where credit is due. Influence Rage's mid laner did play out of his mind. See here in the highlights over and over and over again. Chan was the game changer. Chan turned things around. Hell, Chan made those 3 Lord defenses possible.
There's just so much range coming in, and honestly, as long as Chan is just right within the vicinity with that great amount of burst damage to kind of deal with, in fact, they have been utilizing that feathered airstrike time and time again just so that they will be able to play around with that Way of the Dragon.
And now watching closely, it seems like the points that we were expecting, right? Again, the Way of the Dragon having the effect that it. Now in hindsight, I wish it had more. And of course, the Fury of the Phoenix. Chan played around that very well. That specifically. Usually we see the Fury of the Phoenix being used after Feathered Airstrike.
Yep.
Here he's always waiting. He's always waiting for that first, and then, okay, now I'm free.
Yeah.
And he timed that so well. But timing that well can only do so much in the face of sure defeat, and Virtus.pro just was closing in. They were playing off of inevitability.
Just so much to uncover, but Gideon, this is quite a series.
It was one hell of a series. Obviously, like you've already mentioned, guys, it's not a savage, it's only just a maniac, and Doryu comes up big time for the team. I agree with all the points that you guys mentioned, right? You really captured a lot of the key points that happened in that match. Chan was also playing a strong game. The one bone pick that I have is that Influence Rage, I think on their disengage, if they didn't group up as much on their disengage, that would have been so much better. There were so many abilities that could catch them with the AoE, especially with the glue goblets, the slams at times, and I think the worst yet is when you're dealing with that turtle ship sometimes, especially when you're trying to get out with the Zaman Force. Things like that made the difference, and why it was so devastating when they did inevitably lose a couple of these fights. They could have mitigated some of the damage and maybe held on a little bit longer, but that's just personally me, man. Great job coming in for Virtus.pro. However, we do have one last match before we round out the day. It's an elimination match. We're going to be having to say goodbye to one of the teams in Group B. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but it feels like today's just a little bit faster, you know? The timings, the 2-0s, the first match that we've had that went all 3 games, but our final match, I want to get some predictions before we even go anywhere.
Okay. Listen up, Minasan. I think Zeta Division has a chip on the shoulder after seeing what happened yesterday against Influence Rage. So, wouldn't it be nice to say Okarai Nasai if they won? If they at least got one series win, right? Wouldn't that be a cool welcome back for them to get one series win and then maybe we come back to reality? But that means we're saying goodbye to Nightmare. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna go for the underdog here. Weirdly enough,
your underdog is
Zeta Division.
Okay, because I actually think that Nightmare might have a lot of problem here.
Oh, okay, interesting. I don't know about you guys in chat. Hopefully you can discuss it while in the meantime before we start preparing for that game. I don't know. I feel like I want to say Zeta, but I need to see game number 1 first before anything. How much did they learn off of yesterday? How much can they continue to evolve, boys? I think that with the way that the meta has been, continuously progressing, I think there's a couple of things that people might start leaning into. I mean, the Uranus bans are starting to come through Group B. Let's see whether it's... do you think it's going to happen in this upcoming game? Do you think that Uranus is still going to be first side blue ban?
I think Uranus will be high prio. But I wouldn't say ban-worthy just yet. Again, just as you would like to see game 1, I'd like to see where the priorities lie.
All right, that's fair enough. We're going to go on a short break, boys and girls, and when we come back, it's the elimination match, the final one of day number 2 for Group B. We'll catch you back right after these messages.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is MSC alive this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! It is simple. It matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close. You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys,
Look! 8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back!
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances. We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this. What's that? Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds! Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team to claim it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go! Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else. From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm out with you this time. Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup? Or they could just fight a tougher team just to play?
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
Welcome back, everybody. The wild cards continue. Our very final best of 3 to close out day number 2 with one team from Group B going home today. Is it going to be Nightmare or is it going to be our new debut of the Zeta division? We don't want to see any of these teams go home, but that's just the nature of competition. My name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your host for this match. We've got Eterna and as well as Abstract at the helm for the commentary. Boys and girls, we've had a long day. We'll pull up the schedule for you guys in case you guys didn't catch any of that action. But so far, I mean, things are shaping up to be pretty interesting for the wild cards.
Honestly, the first 2 series getting a 2-0 is not what I was expecting, considering the fact that yesterday's games were quite a bit of a banger.
It was going the distance until the very end. But what about you, Eterna? Any big ups and big downs for you?
I'm still on the second match.
You're still
I'm still on the second match. It's just my heart goes out to the MENA region. Thankfully, they do still have another representative, so I hope things will go uphill from here. But once again, why do I have to be on another elimination match?
I mean, they just want to see a pretty face before they say goodbye. Look, Eterna, I've already asked Leon as well as Abstract what their prediction was. What is your prediction this time round?
Zeta.
Oh,
Zeta.
3-0. 3-0 for Zeta division. No faith.
Oh.
Is there no faith in Nightmare? What's going on here?
Okay, you start. No, because we're so passionate about this that we want to get things down, but it's okay, go ahead.
For me, it's probably only based on the fact that Nightmare Esports, they faced up against VP, and that wasn't necessarily something that is the greatest of performance from Nightmare. There's so much things that they're gonna iron out to the point that it might be information overload. They can't really just nip it right in the bud in order for them to face off Zeta with a clear mind.
I mean, I agree with you that VP definitely took, the bigger helm, but then we look at Zeta, their previous matchup against Influence Rage, and then you can tell that the inexperience is starting to make a statement for some of the players.
Fair.
Is that something that's easier to kind of deal with overall coming into it? Because it's not like it's been a long time since yesterday. It's only been a couple hours. How much can you really fit in to get to that level?
This is a tough thing to really understand for Zeta, right? Because Zeta Division game number 1 was absolutely smashing. Like, they knew exactly what they were trying to do. They had June1 that knew his game plan when it comes down to the Uranus. And I believe that during their time in for game number 2 and 3, even though they still have Uranus in game 2, okay, game 2 is the one, they managed to lose that one. Yeah, so game 1, they got Uranus. Game 2, they got Uranus, but they still lost. But the way they interacted in the EXP is just hardly any difference. And then even when they had the Hilda in, that kind of made things worse.
If we want to get nitpicky about it, I think maybe drafts are something that we should be looking at for Zeta.
Okay.
I think yesterday was a very interesting decision to go for Lilia into the Farsa.
Oh, that's a good point.
So, like, these small things can actually cause issues in the game when they're executing things. So I want to see that kind of repair today.
All right, I'm ready. If you guys are excited as I am, let's pull up the team lineups for both sides and introduce them to you before we head on over into the draft. Because again, a lot of these players, especially when coming in from Nightmare, a lot of veterans on their side. But the debut of Japan, the reintroduction of Japan has also been something that I've been looking forward to. Zeta Division with June1, 10, Dusuke, Kani, and as well as Mew Minette. 10 is quite the character.
And that's the big question, I think. The biggest question of all for Zeta is the Hayabusa main pick for 10 in game number 1. Is he a one-trick, a one-game player? I think that has been circling around the minds of a lot of viewers out there, and I think it's a fair point to ask, right? Because come game 2, come game 3, we saw weird things coming in from 10. It feels like when he doesn't get what he wants in the early stage of the game, when things don't go according to plan, when he gets picked off, it's like he tilts.
It's actually a very good point where we talked about structure. Something that Zeta Division, whenever something works towards their way, they know what it is at every single minute. We are trying to reach a certain milestone for minute 1, minute 5. If everything goes well, we are on a curve. We know how to react and we know how to play the game. The moment that initial part of the structure shatters, they are probably headless chickens.
I mean, then let's compare them to Nightmare Esports with Lucy, Too Easy for Lexi, Solso, Jasmine, and as well as Cammy. Veterans in their own right. I'm surprised by the way that they played yesterday. I was expecting just a little bit more out of them, especially when we're talking about coordination as well as just the raw game IQ, right? There's certain habits that you see professional players do, and they have to be on top of it every single time. Just small responsibilities that inevitably add up.
And that's why I think there's an argument to be made that the cores need to step up. But what we saw from them yesterday is the fact that, honestly, something's wrong with Jasmine and sorry. It's like a miscommunication thing, or I don't know what's going on, but the fact of the matter is, it looked like they always seemed to lose control over the river, so they didn't have the mid-trio prio to utilize in their games.
That's interesting. That's a good point to actually bring up, because I feel like Zeta Division are almost the same way depending on the draft. But hey, it looks like we're going to go into the draft in just a little bit. Abstract, Eterna, this is all you. Good luck. And for all of those watching outside, cheer for your favorite team in chat.
Zeta Division, I've been waiting. They've showed us quite a bit of a game, and of course, great showmanship whenever the camera just points right at them. I love their energy, and I hope that they will be able to continue on forward. However, on the side of Nightmare Esports, right, we saw by Lucy, we saw I did. They knew what they want to do as well, but unfortunately, it was a very heavy competition on the other side, having VP being their first opponent. I don't think that they managed to showcase exactly what they're entirely made of in that series.
I think that's fair. I think VP, from their performance yesterday and from their performance even today, shows us that they're one of the largest contenders to maybe win it all the way to the MSC group stage. So technically, it was a tall order for Nightmare Esports yesterday. So I do agree that I think this will be the proving grounds for Nightmare Esports for the Mekong region, for the Laotians? Laotians. That's a word, right?
I think so.
Okay, let's pretend that that's a word.
It will be. It is.
It is proving grounds for the Laotians.
The people of Laos.
Show us what they've got.
Yes.
I think it was very interesting to see what they were able to bring to the table yesterday, considering, I like that you mentioned by Lucy, right? Masha and Edith as their go-to. See, very unconventional picks, we would say, in the EXP lane, considering we've been seeing a lot more, Uranuses, Arlets, even some Esmeraldas here and there. I think that would be a little bit more common than the Edith these days.
Now, the thing is, they may not have went for the orthodox picks, something that will work in every situation. However, the Masha as well as the Edith, I can see what they're trying to do. They have a very specific role that they needed to play. However, all of these roles will only play a part in the later stage. Masha only in the later stage can burst down one of the 3 marksmen. In fact, I think that she does have a lot of opportunity to burst down all of the marksmen. Well, in the meantime, having the Edith is also something that requires skilling if you want to deal with a very heavy front line. And at a point in time, I think that was a jungle Uranus. So if you want to deal the true damage, then at least an Edith can play that part with those crowd control too. So I think that the way that Bai Lucy comes in as in the team is that he is and will be the X factor. He will make it and break their own draft.
No, for sure. I agree. I think one of the biggest highlights that we're going to be looking at in this match is the EXP laner matchup, because on the other side we have June1, who's picked up the Uranus.
The Uranus once, twice,
Hilda, I believe
Hilda once.
He picked it up as well.
Correct.
So it's also going to be telling to how things are going to go. And speaking of these EXP laners, I also want to touch on the side lanes, right? Because if we take a look at the drafting history coming in from Nightmare, we have the Harith in that first game, right? We had the Harith, we had the Masha, who you consider to be late game.
Yes, that's
so,
right.
Which lane are they playing for exactly, right? I think that needs to be the number one thing that they answer to.
So naturally, at least in the previous meta, there's a lot of emphasis onto lane priority, right?
Yeah.
Especially for EXP lane. I want to have a slugfest in the EXP. I want to beat down the EXP so that I can get out of the lane, that kind of stuff. But at this point in time, yes, there's still a little bit of an inkling on that. However, it's not that important anymore, because you definitely will be able to get some influence from the middle lane. As long as we clear the wave well enough, we're able to take a man fight out there, then that's all fine and dandy, right? So, to your question, if we have a Harith in the gold lane, and then we have a Masha over in the XP lane, the initial funnel has to go over to the jungler. But in that Game 1 series for Nightmare, their jungle happens to be a Fredrin, which technically doesn't really make full use of those money, other than being tanky.
I guess the idea, exactly, right? So I was a little bit confused. Like, did they want to play for neutral objective takes? If they did, maybe they could have gone in with a mid laner that has a little bit more early game damage, something like the Farsa, perhaps, right? Other than, instead of going with the Jushin, who's more utility based, did they want to go for the late game instead? I hope this question and these issues can be fixed as we are taking a look at the drafts now. Game number 1 between Zeta Division and Nightmare. Iritel and Uranus banned out off the bat.
So one thing that we saw a pattern when it comes down to Zeta Division's game, first series of wildcards, is that they absolutely love to ban 3 heroes, and that is Lapu Lapu, Yuzong, as well as Jusin. But that, looking at today's games and today's bans, it seems like it is team specific, as they entered this draft with a ban onto Kalia as well as an Irithel. No inklings of what they have done before.
Very early as well. Did Nightmare pick up an Irithel yesterday?
Nightmare, they did not actually.
I don't think
they did not
right?
pick up a single
It was
Irithel.
Granger and Harith, I believe.
So unless they are referring to Nightmare's run during the M Challenge Cups at Season 5, then that would probably make sense. However, the goal pool is kind of huge. Even if you do take out the Irithel, that means that you are trying to look into a first pick into Granger, which is something that we actually did not see at all from Mui Minette, because Mui Minette has been forced into playing 2 Moskov and 1 Natan.
So maybe that's what we're going to be looking at right now, right? I thought maybe the Irithel ban was kind of a way for them to signal that, hey, we might be picking up the 1-1 this time around. But I think Nightmare picked it up really well, right? The 1-1 was banned out here in the first phase, as will the YSS. So Zeta now, first pick selection. What heroes are we looking at? Are they going to go for the Uranus again? Try
Uranus
to go for
has been banned,
oh, you're
unfortunately.
right.
So if there's 2 ways around it, right? If they want to prioritize onto the Granger, because that's always a safe route to go, while in the meantime with the Irithel already gone, you kind of ensure yourself to have a pretty good lane. Otherwise, you gotta have to go for other heroes that allows you to be flexible, such as the Badang, which happens to be open still.
Okay, Badang is a really good tool for them to utilize for sure. What other heroes are we looking at here?
Oh, wow.
Maybe they want to go for Hayabusa first pick? What was
First
his
pick onto the
there you go.
Bruno. And okay, so one thing's for sure, when it comes down to Zeta Division, their competitors has always been, their competitors is Influence Rage, and every single one of their game effectively has a Bruno ban.
Interesting.
So the Bruno ban has always been a respect ban over to Mui Minette, considering the fact that they first pick onto Bruno. They want Bruno, they want Mui Minette to be comfortable to win the lanes, which would probably assume, or rather answer the question why he has been consistently losing his lanes in yesterday's series.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Maybe it's a comfort or a power pick that we're not really aware of just yet. Considering both of these teams have gone against one another at some point in time, maybe in scrims. So maybe that's the information that we're looking at. Plus, the Bruno is really good in the early game, can control in the lane. So Nightmare will have to be able to respond to this. The big question is, what will they be putting in the gold lane for themselves? Farsa and Fredrin, very good early game as well. Neutral objective control, and I think rotations are already really looking good for Nightmare here.
I think the Hayabusa might be the way to go for Zeta. They want to probably focus on something that is more towards the comfort side, right? With Farsa currently unavailable for Piske to pick up anymore, so they're probably not going to go for that direction for now. They picked up onto the 13 for this match, and also the Gato Gato, which can flex over to the XP or the roam.
So they're leaving that jungle pick for later.
Okay.
I mean, technically, 10 has only utilized the Hayabusa and the YSS so far, so maybe there's still a pocket pick that we're not aware of just yet. They want to use that to flex all the way towards the end, and it's a debut pick for Suke. There with the Zetian. Nightmare now pick up the Lapu Lapu.
So the X Factor kind of thing that we were expecting is effectively gone. They actually had the XP pick coming in for the first phase of the draft. So, okay, we've got both teams that have got some flexibility. Okay, so Nightmare does not have any form of flexibility. They're just lacking of a single roamer as well as a gold laner. Understandably, I would say that Zeta might want to look out for more bans over to maybe 1 ban gold, 1 ban roam.
Yeah, but I think for Nightmare, they ban out the Hayabusa here.
They gotta have to, right?
Right? I mean, 10 on that Hayabusa in game number 1. It shocked the world, right?
Yeah.
So
game 1 was fabulous.
Yeah. Give respect where respect is due, and the Hayabusa does get respected away from Zeta. But what do Zeta want to take away? Do they want to take away an early game hero like the Granger, maybe, who's still available for Nightmares to pick up against the Bruno?
That's a good point. I think Granger should be a point of banning for Zeta. But at this point, I'm just looking out into the horizons, looking for optimal jungle heroes that Ten would potentially pick for himself. Now that we don't have that, Joy could still be something that we can possibly see, especially since it is going to be a Fredrin in the jungle and a Fasa in the mid. You're not exactly that challenged for power spikes anymore against a Fredrin.
I guess a Lancelot is also still an option. I mean, back in the day, we know that the Lancelot was countered by the Fredrin, but because of the changes towards the Fredrin and because of the balancing coming in from the Lancelot, they're 50-50. It's a skill matchup between those two heroes. So the Lancelot is also still an option if they still want to go for that assassin way. But what would be the next ban?
Unless they want a Roger. But we haven't seen a Roger in a long time.
You know what? We talked about this yesterday, it didn't pop up.
Not at all.
Do you think today might be the day?
With the fact that this is the last series, maybe not. I would assume that 10 would want something with absolute mobility. If he plays Fanny.
I mean, you mentioned the Ling.
Ling is one, yeah. This is gonna be a tough nut to crack, to be honest.
Okay, let's take a look at the shutdowns here from Zeta. Technically, they have banned out the Cho, so either it is a respect ban towards NM, or it also could be a hint that they still want to go assassins, right? I mean, Cho would be very susceptible to the, would be a really good counter towards heroes like the Ling, like the Fanny, right? So, depending on what this next pick is for Zeta Division, I think that would give us a little bit more of an idea, and that ban is the Arlet.
Let's not forget about one thing, right? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not sure if whether they would even do that, because they can play early game, right? They can play snowball. They have Zetian with great nukes. They have the Bruno. Freya is a snowball hero, and it's something that we won't expect. And the fact that they are first pick, first banned, they can wait until the fourth pick from Nightmare to appear. And if everything rules out well, then the Freya can very potentially appear just so that it can completely sandbag against that Fredrin.
Oh, you think we're gonna see the crazy Zeta picks? The crazy signature Zeta picks come through.
I'm looking forward to it, right? The crazy picks, the Freya picks, I don't know, the Alucard picks.
But, I mean, Alucard here, I think, is not an option. There's a lot of control coming through with the Badang, with the Lapu Lapu as well.
Yeah.
Even the Fredrin has a layer of taunt,
But
right?
that's the thing. I want to fight as a Freya. So as much as you want to taunt me, yeah, sure, so be it. Come at me. Let me fight, kind of thing, right? But this is a far shot, right? This is just assuming. But if you're looking for something a little bit more on the safer side, I definitely will say that Joy would be the case, as it does seem like he plays that before. But it seems like it will be a Lancelot for this one. And also the Phoveus.
Interesting pick, Phoveus. Why do you think the Phoveus gets picked up here?
Generally, I think that Phoveus is just pretty good in the lanes, especially once he hits at level 4. He does stand a pretty good chance against the Lapu Lapu. Although both of these two heroes would not have enough power to execute someone. So they are just literally just bruising one another. As long as someone has got better mobility, that is something that can work out for them. And such, as long as the Phoveus bruise the Lapu Lapu enough, that is the killing blow for a very potential strike from the Lancelot. And in the meantime, the Lapu Lapu will do the same thing with that mobility from that Fasa.
And in addition, they're going to round things out with the Moskov in the gold lane against the Bruno. So they do have a little bit of global presence and pressure themselves. I think it's a lot safer pick, especially now that we see the Lancelot being one of the spear points for 10. But the big question is, again, will he be able to perform on this Lancelot?
Nightmares draft is looking good. A very standard front to back, kind of deal with the tanks, then go over to the back sides, right? And they have very tanky composition with the Badang. Was it a Badang they have?
Badang,
Lapu-Lapu, and the Fredrin. The damage comes in from the Farsa, so early game, I don't think that they will have too much problem per se. All of these tanky heroes still adds up some pretty darn good damage.
So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls in the STC Gaming Hall here live in Saudi Arabia. Let's see whether or not Zeta Vision can actually take this down, or will Nightmare Esports be the ones to get to match point first? Let's head over to game number 1.
Oh, right off the bat, it seems like I did and PSK is just going to be working on, kind of small little pokes against one another. Something very different from what I was expecting. Most of the time, they will just want to clear their wave and start moving around. As you can see, Nightmare Esports, they already have gotten the control of the river, and this eventually already will mean quite a lot. Information gathering from Nightmare Esports definitely is on the top here.
But this is exactly what we predicted, right, from the drafts. A lot more river control coming from Nightmare because of the way that they have drafted. That composition is very strong, especially for that first neutral objective. I don't know whether or not Zeta Division actually want to go for the contest over that first turtle or not. But considering, I think they can play around their gold lane, right, for Zeta Division. I think that's one of the largest win cons that we're seeing right now.
Absolutely.
But in the lane, we're seeing actually Mui Minet having kind of a tough time against Cammy.
Yeah, I mean, so far, we did see in the previous series that he didn't really have a very good time, right? So hopefully, we were just definitely hoping that something would change coming in from this series now that he manages to finally pick up a Bruno for himself after being absolutely denied in the previous series. So all these change in the draft from Zeta Division is a far cry from what we have seen in yesterday's games.
And the big question is whether or not it will work out right now.
It will change anything,
is kind of low, getting poked in from the range coming in from I Did, and of course the rest of the members here who are controlling yet again still the mid trio. Rotations have been a little bit passive though for Nightmare Esports. I thought they would be playing a lot more aggressive. I guess their first... Oh, wait a second. That's a rotation coming in from I Did.
Yeah, that's the aggressiveness that you were asking for. Is the feather airstrike going up onto Mui Minet and the flicker on forward just to land the final artillery strike to literally put Mui Minet down into the coffin. As such, the top side, the northern area, Zeta Division will now take control and seize it since Farsa is no longer around in the vicinity. 10 picks up the turtle and they will effectively win in that small little fight. But unfortunately, that's not going to be over just yet. The Fury of the Phoenix is just going to be popping right out to Kani and June 1. They overstay their welcome and Nightmare Esports collapse down on the Kani.
Oh, okay. 2 trades happening here between both of these teams. 2 kills for a turtle. What do you think about that trade? I mean, considering we did talk about the win cons coming in from Zeta Division, the fact that Mui Minet is going to be a very important staple player in this game, the fact that they were able to take him down early means that the Moskov will have a better time to get to his power spike. But they lost control over the turtle.
Yep, slightly better time, right? So Nightmare Esports, it is super value just bringing the Bruno down. You effectively slow his pop-off timing a little bit more. So Zeta Division responded with, okay, since we are already down by value, we gotta have to do something, right? So at least getting the turtle is still a little bit better rather than having nothing at all for themselves.
Because I thought they would completely just leave that and let Nightmare Esports take it, but Nightmare Esports...
That's a huge risk.
That was a decision that they were trying to make, right? Did they want to go for turtle instead, or did they want to go for the pick into the bottom lane? But they chose the bottom lane.
Yep. Personally, I would say that if they're able to stop Zeta Division's Mui Minet from popping off earlier, that is absolutely the direction I would go. To drag on the game a little bit longer, not allowing Mui Minet to hit critical mass. So just yielding and losing the turtle is nothing as compared to getting a kill onto Mui Minet.
I mean, it looks like they do still hold on to the gold control anyway, right? 4 minutes in, Nightmare Esports, they have 1,000 gold ahead of Zeta Division at the moment. But again, it goes back to very passive rotations. I think Nightmare Esports are the ones to try to test the tempo here, especially now. We do see I did already in a position. Do they want to go for a pick onto June 1?
Oh, I did actually popped himself right out of the brush just a tad a little bit, forced to expand the flicker, but he's in the safe spot as his artillery strike will be more than enough to bring June 1 down.
Really great setup now for Nightmare Esports to pick up this neutral objective. We do see some rotations coming in from Kani to give vision and information over to the team. But the fact that they already have that kill in their belts, they have a man advantage. Let's see, too easy for Lexi get this done.
He's going to be right smack in front of the turtle, ready to create some turtle soup for his team. But it does seem like the fist crack is just, or rather, fist break is going to land right on top of Zeta Division. But unfortunately, the Appraiser's Wrath is not going to land on anyone. 10 finds himself taken down, while, of course, Kani had to AOG right out.
Look at that. Nightmare Esports finding their momentum here in game number 1 in this best-of-3 series against the Jap rep, but they're not done.
This SOD lands on the Muiminet, and even I did coming in as well. This is some range that Nightmare has.
Range and gold lead, right? 2,000 now for Nightmare Esports, and it looks like they're looking for more. Already a lot to say there in the bottom side of the map. It looks like Cammy will be able to pick up that tower as well. By Lucy, also really good zoning control over on to June 1. So things are looking really good for Nightmare Esports right now. Zeta, they're falling behind.
This is actually kind of unfortunate for Zeta Division. With all 3 turtles popping at the northern area, there is absolutely no reason for Zeta Division to find opportunity to actually go down to the bottom lane, which is originally the gold lane, to bring any assistance to Muiminet. So now he's kind of forced to a certain situation where I think that Bruno, he have to swap lanes, but I don't think that they are doing exactly that, as now we do have a fight that went in. June 1 actually managed to successfully get a hit down and get killed down on the I did, while the SOD lands right on top of 10, allowing Cammy to join into the battlefield, forced to flicker right out of Tarn's range. But June 1, he's still not going to be stopping. Very relentless fight onto Baye Lucy. He's stuck between 3. As such, he will go down, allowing Zeta Division to pick off 2.
And now this is Zeta Division saying that they're not going to go down without a fight. Baye Lucy gets taken out, and it looks like they're going to get a little bit more here, a little bit more of a trade, as the tower will be the target. Jasmine, though, will be able to clear, so they still have that protected. Now, once again, it would be really great to see how the direction has been for the gold laners, because again, I think that Bruno does really well early game,
yes,
and then really well late game.
Yep.
But the mid game is where the Bruno kind of falls off.
Yeah, so the problem is Zeta Division's Bruno didn't even hit critical mass at all. He haven't even gotten the items required for him to join into the battles here. But it appears he's going to be joining in, as 10 manages to get a turtle down for himself. Too easy for Lexi, takes a quick slide away, while I did pops himself right behind and just going to be working with the feathered airstrike. Didn't seem like we'll be able to get too much kills, but it's already 4 men down for the side of Zeta Division, leaving Piske all alone. But the question is, why was Piske right in the face of I did?
Exactly, right? What is going on? That was essentially a turtle steal coming in from Zeta Division, and Nightmare Esports, they became upset. They were angry, and they were able to get that wiped out here in the 7th minute of the game, and look at them translating it over into the next few objectives. But, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are going into a technical pause, but just kidding.
No,
just kidding.
not at all. Teasing you guys.
Good.
It's just that.
Yeah.
We wanted to show you the stage for a tad a little bit.
Yeah, you have to see the stage. It's amazing.
Exactly, it's amazing. Now, I have a small little theory. I'm not too sure whether that's true. Maybe they already lost that. Maybe they already lost or didn't manage to use the AOG onto I did. So they thought, hey, we really need to do something about this feathered airstrike. He's really painful. And Piske is just like, you know what? I have passive. He flickers forward and try to bump him out of his feathered airstrike.
What is that damage? The abstract Suke gets completely obliterated from that feather airstrike coming in from I did.
Oh man, I did. This guy has got damage. Lethal Nation, 6 kills, 1 death and 5 assists. Nothing is realistically going to be stopping I did at this point in time, really. Most of the members coming in from the side of Zeta Division is stuck because they are 5,000 goal behind.
This is a problem. This is a problem. And on top of that, right, Lethal Ignition as well to just, I would say, amplify that damage. We're looking at the damage dealt rankings here. Look at that. Baye Lucy is actually the one on top.
Oh! Jasmine! Catching 2 when it comes to the bang and crack plus the flicker combination, and it just seems like things are going great. As Nightmare Esports, they did suffer a little bit of damage, but it's not going to bring anyone down just yet unless Baye Lucy actually goes down there. Muiminet picks up that kill, but it does seem like too easy for Lexi. He is well on his chase against the soccer player, earning him that triple kill. The game's not over, the fight's not over, because now Nightmare Esports have a pushing lane, and that's the holy defense popped off with I did getting him through! the flicker, and the 7th kill of the game.
That is some crazy damage that Nightmare Esports are portraying here in these team fights. And unfortunately for Zeta Division, it has been a little bit scrappy. The positioning coming in from Muiminet earlier on, unfortunately, as he went into the right side of the map, gave Nightmare Esports the opportunity to take him down. That's a free Lord in for Nightmare Esports, and that's some damage coming in from IDID. 718 right now, with only 3 items, Abstract.
And speaking of which,
items!
Bruno's only got 2. He's not even there. And we are currently 10 minutes into the game. We are almost approaching late game, and he's still in early to mid game kind of equipment. And as a marksman that thrive in snowball, this is not going to their direction. June1 does not have the damage. PSK also does not have too much damage. He's a nuker, but hey, there we go. Kani with the AOG landing right on the IDID will effectively cancel out the feathered airstrike. But now all eyes on 10. They're trying to get a kill down on 10, but successfully the Thorn Rose gets himself right out of that ditch. But unfortunately, it does seem like it's Nightmare Esports. They will lose by Lucy. It's a 1-for-1 trade. PSK almost down, but a flicker backwards allows him to get out of dodge. But the fight's still going on. IDID finally manages to get his feathered airstrike after a very long and drawn-out fight.
This has been so difficult for Zeta Division in these team fights because of the lack of range and how much damage IDID keeps doing. And remember, Cammy already has those 3 items, so look at that damage that he's putting.
What?
That's half health onto Suke, and to make things worse, he has a Malefic gun, so additional range that they can utilize as they go for the siege into the final inhibitor turrets of Zeta Division.
As the creep marches down from the top lane, it does seem like the Phobius wants some tea. As such, he's almost went down to the Appraiser's Red, but in the end of the day, he's still down over to the side of Cammy. At least they managed to get a shutdown on Too Easy for Lexi. They managed to defend the T3 up top.
Well, remember that shutdown is still onto Suke, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, at least he got some nukes. He can nuke.
Okay, we'll see how this progresses, but as it stands, I mean, Zeta Division are so far behind. This is an 8,000 gold lead for, wait a second, that's the damage coming through. Muiminet already at half health. That feather airstrike is a problem. Okay.
But
4th item already built in. We do see the lightning truncheon come to play now.
Mm-hmm. But I think that at this point in time, the more and the longer that this game lasts, the less effective IDID will be from this point, right? We gotta have to also remember that Muiminet may not be very strong in the mid stages of the game, or rather on a normal curve mid stages of the game. However, we are of course approaching the point in time where Muiminet can get full item, and once he's fully item slotted, he already have the Malefic gun as well. He can be a menace in the end game.
I think it really depends. Because at this point, even if Muiminet gets to his power spike, will we even get to that point is number 1. And number 2, if IDID keeps looking for positions like this, angles like this, to take Muiminet down even before they go for a team fight, before Muiminet is able to even dish out that damage with the basic attacks, then I think IDID will still be a very important, imperative factor in these team fights. I mean, look at the way that he's positioning now.
I think his positioning is actually going to be key. If Nightmare Esports is able to kind of push Zeta Division down to the middle lane, which is exactly what they're trying to do, right? They clear out midway fast enough. The moment that someone expends every single one of his skill, then that's probably going to be their time to pop out. But this is actually going to be a little bit risky as well. But hold on a second, take a look at this. We do have a free creep wave just going to be marching in from the middle and the bottom lane. There we go. Thorn Rose, Phantom Execution, all of them are used, even when it comes down to SOD. Unfortunately misses, but IDID. This guy is a man on a mission like possessed, only to be sandwiched out by the members of Zeta Division. Finally. Farsa's dead.
I'm glad that happened, right? Because that man shouldn't be able to do that, right? This is a Farsa against a Lancelot, for crying out loud.
That's a plain disrespect.
Biggest disrespect I've seen in MSC Wildcard so far. I mean, what is that? All right, he finally gets shut down, and unfortunately, it will go into the hands of 10. Earlier on, 10 was quite behind in farm and EXP against Too Easy for Lexi, but luckily now 10 is actually caught up 15-15. But still, they do need to clear out these waves as soon as possible. The Lord is still marching in the mid lane. And remember, Nightmare Esports are working with that much range.
And now is the AOG joining into the battle, but unfortunately June 1 is a little bit too deep now. They are trying to bring down too easy for Lexi, which they will be able to successful to do. June 1, he bought enough time. They managed to push everyone else away and keep the main core members from Zeta Division at home.
And luckily for Zeta Division, that inhibitor turret that they had still standing has not yet fallen. And considering that the Lord is going to be spawning on the opposite side of the map, this is something that they can utilize in the next Lord dance. But it looks like Nightmare Esports are still looking for something.
It does seem like things are going to be pretty awry for the side of Zeta Division. It is, of course, the Feather Airstrike that's already been gone and done, but there's still another good defense from Zeta Division. They can drag this.
All right, they go for the disengage. All right, they don't want to make mistakes here. They don't want to give the momentum back into the hands of Zeta Division, considering that gold lead that we were talking about has actually shrunken, right? Earlier it was what, 8,000 gold lead for Nightmare? It's now, I can't count, 5,000. There you go.
Now. It's 5,000 now. But right now, honestly, that Feather Airstrike is practically free. We're constantly seeing that Feather Airstrike, and even for Piscay that's playing as the Zetian, her Fury of the Phoenix have got a way longer cooldown as compared to the Feather Airstrike. So they gotta have to stagger a couple of some of these skills. Someone gotta have to be the one that stops Farsa, or someone else gotta have to, kind of wait for the next one.
Let's see what happens here.
As such, Fury of the Phoenix gets themselves some vision. They're focusing themselves on the Jasmine. Takes one down. Great start. As now the Lord will be popping down in 30 seconds. Perfect timing, because Jasmine will not be here in time unless both teams decide to dance it off.
Yeah, they need to buy time now, right? They don't want to go in for a 5v4. We can see that Cammy is trying to buy a little bit more time by pushing out that top lane as well. So things are still looking okay for Nightmare Esports, but they have to be careful with these things, right? It takes 1, 2, 3 moments, and we've seen actually only one moment for things to turn completely around for them. So Nightmare Esports have been holding on for the control, but they need to stay consistent. Too easy.
This is their window. This is the only one of the only point in time whereby the Lord is not on the opposite of the hard lane. As such, I did! One of the core members for the side of Nightmare Esports has already been blasted into oblivion. Now the Lord is currently lower than half HP. Kali takes the stride and is going to be put himself right in the center. Gets a good taunt down on the Jasmine. As such, with break and crack down. Mui Minette, the next one that will go down. 10 picks up the kill over to the Lord. And now he slides himself right out of the battle, only for himself to puncture through the wave of creeps, trying to buy a little bit more time. But what will that do for him?
This is crazy, right? 10 single-handedly, despite him getting taken down, kind of improve the odds for Zeta Division to stay in this game. They still have the Lord, so they do have a little bit more control over these next few waves, but looks like Nightmare Esports want to end this here and there.
Not the way that you want to go down as Piscay, as now you will have another one of these stars that will land out of the June. Unfortunately for the start of Zeta Division, they may have the Lord, but Nightmare Esports is literally threatening their power right in their homes. The Lord will be shut down this quickly, and Nightmare Esports is right in the face of Zeta Division with Kali coming into the next one. It's going to be melted down almost instantaneously, and the next wave of creeps is going to be coming down to the bottom side real quickly, and Nightmare Esports will shove it right in their face and take game 1.
Match point in for Nightmare Esports, representing Mekong there from Laos. What a statement.
Wow.
What a game.
Nightmare. At one point in time, I really hoped and thought that Zeta Division could have done something, right? Because we were coming to the late stages of the game. Everyone that needed a farm already has the farm. And it's all about the execution, and they even managed to get a kill down onto I Did. Early on to the Lord's fight, they don't have to lose any more members. We've got 10 that managed to take the Lord. However, he decided to kind of like swing all the way backwards and kind of buy more time against Too Easy for Lexi, which I think didn't really quite do anything.
I agree, but I think, again, it was very difficult to execute without the proper tools.
Yeah.
They wanted to go for the Bruno in the gold lane, makes sense. But then they didn't have mid-trio prio.
Yes. They also didn't have any form of opportunity for them to go down to the bottom lane to, engage in a battle where Bruno will be able to join in, right? As Bruno is the early game marksman. unlike any other marksman, you're kind of encouraged to join battles kind of early so that you can kind of pop off, get yourself a little bit of that snowball. But in this game, every single one of these turtles were toward the northern side, and Muiminet is always being targeted with the superior mobility coming in from the Farsa.
I didn't necessarily blame them for kind of losing control over these objectives, right? Because I think that's what the Fredrin has an advantage with the Farsa as well in the mid lane. So they're able to clear a lot quicker, they're able to rotate a lot faster as well. But why didn't they play for Muiminet? That was the one thing that I couldn't really get my head around.
That's my question as well. It's one thing for the objective to not play towards your lane, but during those downtimes of the turtle, they haven't really been visiting Muiminet down in the bottom lane. In fact, he has been completely all alone. Their own jungle is completely wide open, no information whatsoever. I think that they are overexpending their resources on the opposite side of the map, thinking that, hey, if we put 4 members up to the northern side of the map, then maybe the opponents, like Nightmare Esports, will echo back and say, okay, if they have 4, we put 4. And we'll try to fight it out, kind of thing.
Yeah, makes sense.
Only for them to realize, oh crap, they're actually going for Muiminet.
So it feels like they were a little bit confused as well. Oh man, I think we might have underestimated Nightmare Esports.
Definitely, their series against VP did not tell their story.
I mean, we did mention that in the beginning, to be fair.
Yes, to be fair.
Okay?
To be fair, okay.
So let's get the few cents coming from Gideon. Gideon, what did you think about game number 1?
Oh, that was game. That was a little messy, I'm not gonna lie, because I think the biggest problem that I'm seeing here from the side of wildcards, teams don't recognize how far ahead they actually are. Like, that was a pretty big winning scenario for Nightmare. Like, I did so much damage. I did literally almost everything.
You did?
I did.
Oh, the player.
That's why he's got one of the best IGNs. I love it. I was thinking about it in the back the whole time, just riffing off as many lines as I could. But he was in a phenomenal position. It's really strange to see when you have, well, not even him. Everybody else was actually pretty far ahead. Even their gold laner was in a really good position. I'm just surprised they didn't close out the game sooner, and it dragged out to a point where they started to make some pretty silly mistakes as well. I did is dealing with 10 all the way in his base and then misses the ability to get squished. The fact that he's positioned himself in an awkward flank angle during the last Lord take that 10 was able to steal away, that could have gotten a lot worse if Tsuke was just playing a tad bit better. The ult timings definitely were not as good as I was hoping it would be. I don't know. It feels like Nightmare, they got away with a lot, but Zeta Division definitely had opportunities to punish as well. So weighing the odds, generally a pretty messy game for me. That's me though, that's me. But for you guys, what do you think are some of the bigger adjustments that need to be made? Because, I mean, considering how inconsistent both teams are, and I think that Nightmare probably has the better early to mid game, it's the late game that I'm most worried about if it does ever get there, if Zeta have a scaling style of comp.
Honestly, for Zeta Division, I think that they just need, if they favor that Bruno, they have to play with the Bruno and for the Bruno. They left him alone a little bit too much. We talked about that previously. And as for Nightmare, I think they're fine. Just don't play with their food. That's all.
I think it's overhype.
Like, we're so close to the win,
right? Like, I can do this. I can do this, guys. Let me do this.
Boy,
hey, what
I did a thing.
What if I do this?
Because that would be definitely like clip.
Yeah.
It's a clippable moment if he was able to get, 10.
He
right?
was. It was going to be a clippable moment. Guys, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we might just see the conclusion, a team go home, or we're going to see the full series, baby. Let us know what you guys think about either one of these teams in the chat and some of their adjustments. We're going to go on a short break. When we come back, more MLBB action.
Iceland is calling.
We now come to match point for Nightmare Esports. Zeta Division are now on their last potential game. They could look to even it out, but if they get eliminated now, a lot of hearts are going to go out to the Japanese region. This might just be a Daijobu moment for the team. Keep calm, keep steady. Nightmare Esports also make mistakes. My name is Gideon Q. Welcome back, everybody, to the Wildcards, our very final series of the day. The elimination match of a lifetime here at day number 2 of the Wildcards, here at 2025 Esports World Cup live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We've got our casters at the ready as well, Abstract as well as Eterna. Let's bring them in here because this is really, really important. We've seen that there are holes in both the gameplays of Nightmare Esports alongside with Zeta Division. Do you think that if they can curb them, especially if you're in Zeta's position, let's just fix our early mid?
Fix the rotations. That is
fix the rotation.
That's probably the main thing for me, right?
I would say win con is more than
win. I was supposed to play towards their win con.
Drafts?
Drafts.
What? What was weird about that draft in game 1?
Oh, like drafts and WinCon, like together.
I see. That's fair. It's an important adjustment to make, but at the same time, it feels like Nightmare Esports, they got the better, the experience that is starting to show here.
As much as I really want to see Zeta Division be able to pull off what they did in Match 1 Game 1, I'm not sure whether we'll see the same thing, right? Maybe Hayabusa back onto 10 to just kind of show off a little bit. I don't think that they will get that opportunity to play Uranus again. But if they want to play along that range of having a Uranus just kind of dominating the EXP lane, dominating the opponent's jungle, it has to be Lapu Lapu is one thing, Slugfest, or Yuzhong. Yuzhong, in fact, hasn't been seen for a long time. And in fact, for the side of our boys here in Zeta Division, I think that they have actually focused on Yuzhong bans in Match 1, Game 1, and Game 2. So technically, they know the power of Yuzhong, but they haven't played that yet.
Well, if we're thinking about the EXP potential ways to kind of stop Farsa, stop abilities going through, I was thinking, why not go to one of the safer EXP laners, right? Why not just go into the Terizla? I feel like the penalty zone is such a big game changer, especially considering that a majority of the fights that we've seen happen around the neutral objectives in the first place, right?
I would definitely say so, yeah. I'm just not too sure if the Terizla have a spot in the lane right now, given the meta heroes that is currently available.
Sure. If it's like a Uranus matchup, I'll say, yeah, throw the Terizla in there, that's fine. If it's CC, it's like, ooh, maybe not. We might need to diverge away, but let's attack the draft first. So far, Farsa has just been a menace, an absolute menace. Based on what we've seen here at the Wildcards thus far, we have seen Zetian kind of come into play because of that, but Pyusuke doesn't feel very comfortable on it. So therefore, where do we go?
Shift the focus away from Pyusuke to deal with the Farsa. back to the XP, as you were mentioning. I think, okay, Terizla, one thing, Yuzhong, the next one. Anyone that have a very reliable stun to kind of deal with a stationary target, take that burden away from Piske. Let Piske be the one that deals damage a little bit more in order for them to kind of encapsulate the early stages of the game.
But I think in order for that to happen, we have to go back to the basics. We have to go back to the draft. So let's say Zeta still come into blue side, which that's what I was about to mention. Why the Irrital?
I mean, it'll be interesting, but it's up to you guys. I'll let you guys handle the draft. I'm walking away from this. Good luck and goodbye. It's a turn up. Abstract, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Gideon, for helping us out there earlier on. But it looks like the same bands are still going to be rolling through. I think one of the main things that will be different this time around is the Jushin ban from Zeta. It's not the Boxia. So the Boxia is still up for grabs. I think they're putting Nightmare in a spot here. What do they want to ban out? Because technically if they go for ban onto the Farsa, they're going to be able to pick the Boxia. If they ban out the Boxia, they can pick up the Farsa for themselves, perhaps.
Quite a lot of heroes is currently open, actually. The only few things that we really gotta mention is the fact that June 1 or maybe June 8, I'm not too sure which is the right one, but the Uranus is not possible. But instead, for the side of Zeta, they have decided, you know what? Let's pick up the Farsa. Let's get ourselves a couple of high ground and just force Nightmare into us, and we'll answer the question later afterwards.
I like this. Yeah.
So now we have the Boxia. Exactly what you were kind of loosely mentioning about having the Boxia, having the which one kind of goes in first. How are we going to tackle into the crux of the issue? Boxia is still a 3-role flex hero. Doesn't really tell us the full story.
But there are a lot of ways to counter it, right? We've seen the CC being a big problem for the Boxia. Kimmy is an option, but technically they've already went in for the Farsa instead. We're looking at heroes like maybe the carry potentially to kind of be able to stop this Boxia and his presence, especially in the early stage of the game. But I do agree, these are some flex picks coming in from Nightmare that they are going to be able to utilize over Zeta.
Yep.
With the Arlet, who technically is still also flex.
Yep, it's a very difficult question. It's a very difficult thing to ask, right? But I don't think that we'll see another XP. Oh crap! No, you can still see another XP. Considering the fact that Boxia, if he were to go to jungle, Arlet goes over to Rome, then you can have an additional XP later join into the mix for Nightmare. But Zeta Division, they still absolutely love their Bruno. So Bruno plus Farsa, pretty good combination. I kind of have a feeling that they might want to play a Fredrin here. It kind of feels like it has been a natural combo, having a Fredrin plus the Farsa.
It makes sense. I like the adaptations here. I like that you mentioned it as well, right? Because last time it was very difficult for the Bruno to get to the point where he was supposed to get because they didn't have mid-trio prio. So now with the Farsa in the helms, they didn't have to ban it in the first phase. Turns out they take it for themselves. With the Lapu Lapu, this shows that if the Lapu Lapu can get that level 4 ASAP before the turtle, they should be able to have control over the neutral objective take 2 if they have the Fredrin. So for Nightmare, I think Fredrin might be banned out in the second phase, depending on what this next pick will be. Do they go for something like the Valentina, the Zetian, to kind of... Oh! They deny away the Hayabusa and pick it up for themselves. And it's a considerable threat to Bruno as well as the Farsa.
Yep, so backlines, be wary. How are they gonna be dealing with this Hayabusa is ultimately gonna be the main question. Now, the fact that we still have flexibility on the side of the Boxia as well as the Arlet kind of forces Zeta Division to a point that, okay, we definitely gotta ban mages, because it's kind of tough to tackle the next one, right? There is actually, goal lane. Yeah, never mind. So it's already decided. One of them will be XP, one of them will be Rome, so they're lacking of mage and goal lane.
The Kimi gets banned. I think that's a very smart ban. Really good control as well in the early stage of the game. Plus they already have the box here, so they already have peel for the Kimi if it was picked up for themselves. Zeta sniffed this out, and they also deny the Granger, who technically would also have a good time against the Bruno in the early portions. Lancelot also gets respected away. What do Zeta want to do here? Do they want to go for something crazy like the Fanny?
If they want to play early game, Fredrin is always going to be a pretty good choice. They need kind of strong front lines. They need some priority. Oh, I don't really like that. It is going to be Cammy back onto that Harif. But Diggy! Wait. Okay, so at least the Fred and Dick came out, but Diggy. Diggy can be very annoying. It gives you vision across the map when it comes down to these brushes, but when it comes down to crowd control, the time journey doesn't necessarily do too much for your team because Nightmare, when it comes down to crowd control, is only the final slash. And by the time you pop off with your time journey, you are already at the final destination of the final slash.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, is it just...
And the gold laner doesn't put out any form of crowd control.
Exactly. Very interesting. I think we'll think about it just a little bit more. But the Harris pick coming into the lineup and the Yves as well.
Okay.
Into the Diggy.
Okay.
Yves into the
Diggy. This is scary, right? This is one of the trifecta lineup, except that we don't have the tri part. Having the Yves or a Juicin playing into the Harif will always be good because they just want to play area denial. Just deny as much area as possible. But one thing that we need to remember is that real world manipulation lacks the range against the feathered airstrike. So whoever pops their ultimate first ultimately will be the one on the losing end, mage to mage.
Hey, we wanted an entertaining game, right? So we are going to get an entertaining game with the Yves. I like that because I agree with you. I think right now, Nightmare are in a position where they want to play with their hitboxes, right? So if Nightmare can create a team fight where Zeta are caught in their boxes, both the box of the Shaman Force and the box of the real world manipulation, this could go in favor of Nightmare, but the problem still remains. Harith, 0% win rate, takes a lot of time to get to that power spike, so let's just get straight into the Land of Dawn.
Okay, so at least for the start of Zeta Division, I can kind of understand and see why they favored the Diggy here, because whenever they saw that Cammy picked up that Harith, they understand, okay, area denial is probably going to be the way to go for Nightmare Esports. That means locking down onto crowd control and all that kind of jazz is going to be something great for Nightmare. As they can't react over to the final pick of Nightmare, their blind pick would to pick up that Diggy in order to always get themselves out of very clutch situations such as choke points. It's always guaranteed for them to run out with CC immunity and shields.
I agree, and moreover, I still think that the Yves pick into the Diggy is
Wait, why is he
odd.
losing lane? Fasa shouldn't be losing in lane against Yves that much, is she?
I mean, technically, they do have a little bit more spam ability, I guess, from coming from the Yves. I think maybe the way that they've been playing it has been a little bit better, maybe. But look at this, too easy. Already looking for something here in the bottom side of the map, but doesn't commit onto it.
Forces out the retribution from the side of 10, also leaving 10 at level 3. So that is definitely going to be a small little problem for Zeta, but it's not too bad because they can always enter into the next fight, or rather enter into the turtle fight with a level 4 Fredrin anyways. The only problem is if they were to drag out for level 5. As you found out something.
I had a eureka moment.
Oh.
This is the classic Bruno-Diggy combination.
Oh, really?
The babysitting Diggy Bruno. So that's the idea, right? We were talking about how Muiminette wasn't able to get to that point, and so they choose a support to kind of aid Muiminette to get to the point to play around the Bruno. That's why in Turtle number 1, they let it go, because that's not the point that they're trying to go for. They're going back to the win cons, and they're playing for this Bruno.
Okay, then that sounds very sound, in fact. The fact that Muiminette has never been able to win in his lanes in the first series and the second, and the fact that they played the Bruno now, they need to definitely put some resources up in the goal lane. And we were even talking about for the fact that, look, they didn't send any reinforcement over to Bruno. So why not we keep one person in the goal lane? Okay.
But then everything else will suffer. So, because we haven't seen this in so long, Abstract. I think it's been a couple of years since we've seen this combination.
I don't even remember this.
Exactly, right?
I know about
so
babysitting
long.
service, but not exactly onto a Diggy, because in this case and in this game, the first thing you think about is crowd control, immunity. That's the first thing whenever you look at a Diggy. Because technically speaking, if we want to take a look at a babysitting, there is Rafaela, there's Florin, which actually will work pretty great for this team, actually.
And funnily enough, coming into the MSC wildcards, we haven't even seen any of those support heroes.
Exactly.
Which were actually, top on the block. But wait a second.
RWM is just going to be popped right out, but unfortunately for the side of Nightmare Esports, PSK as well as 10 ran away pretty effectively, even when Nightmare has expended 3 out of it.
So they haven't been able to pick up anything other than that neutral objective, right? Rotations still not working into their favor. I think there's something going to be happening here in the top side of the map, but no, too easy. He doesn't commit.
No bueno. No catch coming in from 10. But speaking of which, this is still kind of like an early game thing that we want from Zeta Division. They can, of course, drag as much as they want, but they are still technically going to be on a tad bit of a timer. But unfortunately, too easy for Lexi, looking for an opportunity on the PSK.
Not getting it, though. Just going to force a wings by wings there as another rotation happens here for the side of Nightmare. And again, that's their main focus here. They're going for the neutral objective again. Turtle number 2, which should fall in favor with them with absolutely no contest coming in from Zeta, who meanwhile on the other side of the map are looking for a cross-map play, looking for a pick onto Cammy.
If they do have a babysitting Diggy for Mui Minette, then I really hope that Mui Minette goes for the Berserker's Fury's first item, just so that they will have that power spike super early into the game. As such, it is going to be the time rewind. It's just going to be connecting down onto Jasmine, takes him down pretty effectively. In the meantime, we also do have got the time journey popping right out. Not going to be enough for Kani to stay alive, though. Cammy is completely untouched throughout the entire ordeal. June 1 joins into the fray. He does have the bravest warriors going about, but unfortunately, I don't think that they have enough damage. Mui Minette actually flickers himself right into the RWM, but that is quite a bit of kills that Zeta Division managed to net for themselves.
Very aggressive flicker there coming in from Mui Minette. Luckily, at this point, I think IDID's damage is not quite there.
Not there.
So, not punished, and yet they were still able to take control over the kill onto By Lucy. But remember, those were a lot of resources expended by Zeta Division there just to get By Lucy down. Meanwhile, Nightmare going to be able to pick up that turret in the bottom side of the map thanks to Too Easy for Lexi.
Yep, IDID still have a lot of farm to his name as compared to the Farsa. Farsa having only 2.2 thousand gold, and damn, the Yiv with 3.4. So in terms of the power spike, IDID definitely will still be a lot more valuable.
We'll see. That's the Filipino experience showing through here from the side of Nightmare Esports. They're still gonna put some pressure here onto the top side of the map. It looks like Cammy is aided as well in that particular venture. Jasmine by Lucy. That's a concealed play. Are they going to go for it?
Wants to go for the proxy, but not going to crash onto anyone just yet. But Nightmare Esports managed to zone the Zeta Division out of the T1 turret, effectively allowing them to get the second T1 turret.
Another trade that they're going to be able to pick up for themselves. And when it comes down to the next neutral objective, it is going to spawn in under 1 second. And Too Easy for Lexi is at level 10.
Oh
so,
no,
wait a second.
Mui Minette! He got caught, but never mind. They managed to turn things around. Managing to get a kill down onto Cammy. A little bit too quick on the trigger. It was a mistake from Mui Minette, only to turn it otherwise.
That's a time journey for you, right? The ability to go for the cover. That's why Mui Minette went in for Flicker instead. But look at this.
It is the turtle that will be going to the hands of 10. Nightmare Esports realizes that, okay, we lost the turtle, we gotta fall back.
He's a level below of Too Easy for Lexi. Still gonna be able to get that retribution down. That's very interesting.
This is kind of rough for Nightmare, but it's okay because they still have pretty good skilling over to the later stages. The timer is actually more on Zeta Division, in my honest opinion, unless they go late into the game where PSK as well as June has, PSK and Mui Minette has enough farm to kind of max themselves out.
I wonder what happens, right? Late game Bruno, late game Harith. Let's say both get to that late game power spike. Who wins in that 1v1?
Honestly, I would still say that it is Bruno. Bruno really hits like an absolute truck. However, one of the big difference is that if Cammy actually builds Wind of Nature against Mui Minette, while in the meantime Mui Minette cannot build a Wind of Nature against Cammy. But in the most realistic fashion is not about the marksman against the marksman, it's about more of what are the threats that are going to the marksman, which in this case, Too Easy for Lexi, he can actually go for Mui Minette, which we might be able to see at this point in time, because Too Easy for Lexi is currently slowly making his way over. Did not manage to get a kill down on the By Lucy, though with great taunt, as well as time rewind on to Jasmine, the Appraiser's Wrath, just absolutely floor it down over to the side of Jasmine.
It feels like Nightmare Esports time and time again are forcing fights out of Zeta Division when Cammy's nowhere in a position to deal out the damage that he's supposed to, right? So I wonder why they keep going for it. Technically, there is damage coming in from Too Easy for Lexi, but I think maybe a little bit more time would be warranted to get to that point, to allow Cammy to get to the power spike. Lucy goes in again.
They really want to take down the T1 turret here. It is going to be Lucy that overcommits into that fight, just hoping that he'll be able to throw his body just to ensure the survivability of the T1 turret.
I don't know, but this has happened more than once, Abstract. Lucy going in first, no backup, no follow-up.
It has been a consistent pattern, right?
Funny timing as well.
I think that he's undervaluing himself.
Undervaluing?
Yeah, he's undervaluing himself to the point that, hey, you know what, even if I die, it's fine because I'm protecting something else, such as a turret.
That's so sad. But meanwhile, looks like Zeta are quick on their feet here, already opening up the Lord.
Oh my god, it is actually a battle of the mages. 1-for-1 trade going on about. But unfortunately, Zeta Division actually gets the Lord as they now move on to the next target. Jasmine taking a little bit too much soccer balls into the face. As a rewind time, he's just going to be touching on the Jasmine, and Mui Minette takes the last hit on top of him as well. We even do have Cammy that actually dropped down the Zaman Force. Unfortunately, that's not going to do too much for them.
Things are going wrong for Nightmare Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, here in game number 2, already at match point, just needs to steal the deal. But unfortunately, they haven't been getting their way in these team fights. IDID gets taken out right before they even allow the real world manipulation to hit its mark. And so the value of the team fight becomes not there, non-existent. Zeta Division 1-for-3 trade. They have a Lord marching down as well into the bottom side of the map.
Nightmare Division, Nightmare Esports, they really gotta have to be really adaptable at this point in time.
What?
The amount of catches the Zeta Division have got for themselves is a little bit too much for Jasmine to follow up on. As such, Nightmare, it is a 4v6 situation right now. We do have Biscuit that will be popping up with the feathered airstrike to hopefully be able to zone everyone else away. But this is a T3 turret in the bottom lane, almost going down. Massive bonus already.
That's so much damage as well from the side of Zeta Division, and it looks like they are looking for more here. Looking for yet another siege.
Pisque finds himself tough spot, but he has a lot of shields. We got Too Easy for Lexi, comes in from the back. He found the opportunity. Brings down Pisque down. 10 may be able to get a kill down on IDID, but it is going to be a trade, leaving June, the last member remaining.
4-for-1 trade there, Abstract. I think Zeta stayed a little bit too long there, and Nightmare Esports were able to capitalize over it from the get-go. They're punishing the mistakes from Zeta. They wanted to end it as soon as possible. They wanted that final tower, but wait a second. June 1 is all alone here. Nightmare Esports going to be able to rush through mid, and that's another tower falling in favor of Laos.
Now the thing is, for Zeta Division wanting so bad that T3 turret, I can't naturally blame them because technically they are on a timer, right? But unfortunately, it's still a little bit of a greedy case because Nightmare, yes, they did lose Jasmine. That is kind of an opportunity, but you still cannot take away the fact that Nightmare Esports, they still have got a pretty good goal lead for themselves.
With that gold lead, I'd love to see the items. I'd love to see how far Cammy is when it comes down to it. Oh,
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. And there it is. The 3 items are built in. I think Divine Glaive would be the very next if they want to go for a little bit more of a greedy build.
Yeah.
But with the Holy Crystal already in the hands of Cammy and not too much magic defense, I think this could be the moment where Nightmare Esports find their mark.
Okay, so right now, I think that if it's going to be a mage versus mage fight, I don't think that IDID is going to have too much issues dealing with the Feather Airstrike, given that he's got the Blood Wings now. But regardless, with the Lord currently spawned down in the bottom lane, with a Hayabusa on the side of Nightmare Esports, they got to adapt, right? Because this is essentially an Ube from Zeta Division. There's not much things that Too Easy for Lexi can do with his Ogi Shadow Kill. So as much as possible, if he's able to find an avenue, kind of push down the opposite lane, trying to apply a little bit of pressure through macro, it would be great. But in the meantime, there we go. It seems like both of the mages decided to pop their own individual ultimate while June goes into the back trying to deal with IDID to stop him as much as possible. But Too Easy for Lexi is going to be the one to go down from the side of Nightmare Esports. But Zeta Division will lose 3. Nightmare pushes their way through. They don't have much of the follow-up to try to stop Tens or June. So they are going to be focusing on to the next. This is just going to be a wet noodle fight and Tens will just casually walk away.
Wow, 3-for-1 trade already, and it looks like they're looking for more here. 2v1. Can 10 get out out in time.
Oh, they are just ensuring that 10 will not be able to recall back home because that Zaman Force will drop that T3 turret in the middle lane so easily. And 10 is currently kind of stuck there.
Luckily for them, they still have control over the Lord, so there is still a little bit more time, and Nightmare will not be able to end it here and there it is. Abstract. That's the next item, Divine Glaive, already built in. So even the frontliners in June, in 10, they're going to start to feel it, because despite that Radiant Armor, that Divine Glaive should be able to burst through it.
Yep.
And again, we were talking about Mui Minette earlier on. Yep. Remember when he made that flicker play? Very aggressive.
Yep.
They were able to get Lucy down, but he did it again into Cammy, who's already at this amount of items. So he got taken down, he got punished for it. And again, these mistakes are going to be continuously utilized against Zeta if they still want to look for control here and if they still want to stay in this best of 3.
And now, take a look at the items. We are this close to Bruno getting fully slaughtered when it comes down to the itemizations. Perhaps we're almost there, but in the meantime, the Farsa only has got 6.4 thousand gold.
Falling behind, 135.
Falling behind a lot, Peacecape. I think it really boils down to his positioning, actually.
Oh, and to make things worse, look at that additional item coming in from IDID. That's a Divine Glaive built in on top of everything else in his kit.
Oh man, this is kind of tough to swallow, huh? Zeta Division is slowly losing out in terms of farm, and Peacecape is so far away from establishing good damage to Nightmare. So everyone else is just it tickles kind of thing, right? I did his tanky with the Blood Wings. He's got great slows coming in from the swipes and got good damage when it comes down to the pops as well.
That's why these margins were
Look at
ever
that.
as important, right? Yeah, look at that. Number 1 on damage dealt rankings. That's IDID. Muminet falling a little bit behind there as the first in his team. And the big problem is, if he gets taken out before the fight even occurs, then that's going to be a big problem. You highlighted it best, I think, Abstract. I think Zeta Division were on a ticking time bomb. They went full into this combination between Kani and Mui Minette, the Diggy and Bruno combination, but they didn't capitalize over it before Nightmare Esports were able to get to the power spike. So now they have to really think about this, because technically they also don't have too many people that they can send to the far lane to control and utilize in the Lord dances.
Exactly. Not much of a thing that they can do when it comes down to the macro, because right now what they're doing is pure micro, play for team fights, just ube the crap out of everything. So the moment that Too Easy for Lexi finds the avenue, from the back lines, completely blindsided Zeta Division. Where did that come from? As Zeta Division now finds himself absolutely demolished. Jasmine manages to find himself running away with just a sliver of health. The ones left is going to be 10 as well as June, the only 2 front lines, because this is a back to front fight coming in from Nightmare Esports. Where are all the damage? They're all dead.
One more away from a wiped out. Ladies and gentlemen, things are going ever as wrong for the Japanese reps here in Zeta Division. We haven't seen them in half a decade on the international stage, and it looks like that journey will end here.
It's all on Peacecape now. He only had 4 seconds to come back in. June 1 needs to buy as much time as possible to clear out every single one of these ways, and it does seem they managed to clutch it out. They held on from the imminent push in the middle lane. Peacecape, wait! He flickers on forward and catches by Lucy!
And they're able to prolong their lives. Suke finally stepping up here in the 17th minute of the game, prolonging Zeta Division's tournament life here at the MSC wildcards, as they once again are going to be able to fight back with 26 seconds left on the clock for Bailucci. They also don't have a jungler here. Ladies and gentlemen, this should be a Lord for the Jap reps.
There is no jungler from the side of Nightmare Esports. This is quite a swing. As the Lord now credited over to Zeta Division, this is not an evolved Lord just yet though. The only thing that Zeta Division could possibly be able to get is this T2 turret in the middle lane. If they're able to kind of force everything, if this Lord actually lands the charge, then there's T3 down.
What a turnaround, Abstract.
What a change.
Man, this has been an up and down journey for both of these teams, and I think timing was just so good for Suke, right? Finally able to get that Holy Crystal.
Yes.
We saw the damage, and unfortunately, From the side of Nightmare Esports, they were clumped up as 3, so the damage went in full throttle. That's 10.
That's not good. Taunting down, and now they manage to lock down over to Jasmine. He's trying to walk away. However, the damage coming from Women is just a little bit too much. The Lord locks on over the turret. Cammy loses half HP. Junwan focuses and drones him away. As now the bravest warrior will be taking up to the front line while Audi opens up the RWM to hopefully zone everyone else away. As Junwan, he lost his immortality. They tried to focus down onto the turret in the middle lane, but they don't have got any creeps because they also didn't manage to bring down the T2. The creep wave slowly moves right in. Piske tries to be an artillery and snipe down onto I did, but he don't have the opportunity just yet. They managed to buy enough more time, and now Cammy goes down! Zeta Division! They're climbing back as I did! The last member remaining at Zeta Division! They end the game and get themselves into Game 3!
We're going all the way, ladies and gentlemen, as Zeta Division fights back here in game number 2. They're not going to go down without a fight. What a way to end this day. Woo! Zeta Division.
I can't, man. Oh my god. To be right at the doorstep of exiting MSC Wildcards 2025 only for June to say, let me hold on the door for you, and kept it shut. Piske joined back in, and you know what, he may only have 3 items, but he got the job done.
Finally showing up in those final moments. We were even talking about the Farsa, right? We weren't feeling the damage, we weren't feeling the impact, the influence. Meanwhile, this was a Farsa first pick, but it turns out he was just a sleeping beast, right? A sleeping giant, finally able to get that Holy Crystal, being able to dish out the damage, was able to protect that base and prolong it for things to turn completely around for Nightmare Esports as they lost the ball as it was rolling for them.
It shouldn't be the case for Nightmare. It truly shouldn't. The fact that they lost the timing into the middle lane, I think that they don't really have a choice there. I don't blame Nightmare for not being able to end the game. The timing from June, buying time and allowing Piske to come in and get the kill, I think that that is fine because they have one shot and they will take that shot. But what happened to Jasmine? I think that turned the game completely upside down. The fact that he was in their own jungle, in the small little pixel brush, to gain information for something that they don't need because the Lord is already marching down to the bottom lane. You would expect an escort team for the Lord because that is a guaranteed T3 takedown.
Yeah, this was the moment, right? Jasmine gets taken out first. Oh man, it's just really unfortunate for Nightmare.
This truly shouldn't have happened for Nightmare. If they, on hindsight, if they defended from the base and maybe even given away the T3 turret, it's okay, it's fine. They still have opportunity to come back.
They did. But once again, we're going 1-1 here. Gideon is back. Thoughts on game number 2?
Oh, thoughts. What can I say? Everything that we mentioned about weak points from both of these teams really came to show, but I gotta give it on over to Zeta Division. These guys, they're throwing up the sign. Remember this. They're looking for tournament lives, but more importantly, that late game scaling is what saved them at the very end. Obviously, Diggy didn't look very good from early to mid, but then once Piske was getting his items, and I gotta give it up, you saw the players down there, and they were even showing it to the cam. They were like, June1, this guy just saved us the game. He carried them mid to late. He was the one that was turning these fights around.
If not for him, for just buying all that time. And when it comes down to tempo, it's always been the thing that I've been trying to say. June1 needs to play heroes to lead them from early to mid. Play around their jungle, and as long as he's the one that's kind of like holding everyone's hand, let's go forward, it should be all right.
Big brother June1. Just got to open up the way, open up those bushes, and maybe they'll turn things around. Honestly, I really thought that this Diggy was kind of troll. At first, I was like, nah. And then Nightmare played into it by locking in the Yiv, and I'm like, well, what is happening here? Why are we doing this? There's a lot more to discuss, but It just means that we're going to get that game number 3. The match is currently 1-1 between Nightmare Esports and as well as Zeta Division, looking to continue their run here at MSC's Wildcards. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more Mobile Legends action.
This land is calling.
With tournament lives on the line, only one team gets to move on. Will it be Zeta Division currently at match point, or Nightmare Esports who are also at match point? One game to determine who moves on here at the Wildcards at the 2025 Esports World Cup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Gideon Q, and we're taking a serious tone with this one because it's the very last match of the day, boys and girls. We've got Abstract as well as Eterna at the desk here. And I mean, everything that we talked about, the potential weaknesses that could be exploited, and worse yet, the bigger win conditions for Zeta reaching to that late game, for Nightmare closing out that game. How do we fix this at this point? Because we were talking this beforehand, Abstract. You're saying that, like, Nightmare, they look like their mentals have broken there after that one.
Honestly, if I'm in their shoes, I don't even know how I can mentally recover from that. This is rough on them, right? They were literally a sneeze away from being down that entire crystal, only for a random June 1 to come in between.
It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. I mean, I'm surprised that Diggy got away in this game at all, considering that they had 2 ways of actually trying to make plays in team fights.
What did you think about the Diggy pick, by the way?
Honestly, I thought it was kind of, at the beginning, I thought it was kind of troll, and then it's like, all right. But I felt like Nightmare played into it with the Yves pick at the very end. That could have been Chang'e for all intents and purposes. That could have been like, arguably, even a Kadira to a certain degree. I mean, it's personal opinion. I could definitely be wrong. We'll see how this meta continues to develop as we are now going to make our way into the draft. The final time we might see one of these teams, and it's stressful, very, very stressful, but I think...
Shrug it off.
We need to talk about adaptability as well as flexibility here. Eterna, I feel like Nightmare isn't as comfortable like adjusting on the fly compared to Zeta.
I agree. I think we saw that actually happening in the game, especially in game number 2. It was very apparent.
Very
right.
apparent.
They had a one idea coming through. If it fails, it seems like they don't know what to do, and it feels like the way that they were able to play very neatly from the early game becomes really messy in the late game, right? With Jasmine getting picked off first. I think it's a mental thing. I have to agree with Abstract. I think this is one of the times where they're on an international stage. They're going against the very best of the best from their respective regions coming into the wild card, and they have to learn to reset.
Yep. For that game, if we are talking just from the draft, you mentioned about the Eve. The great thing about Eve, you keep people contained in the box, be it the slow or hitting the edge. But the moment that the Diggy comes in, none of that is affected. It feels as though Nightmare just you know what, screw it, let's just stick to our original draft and just play towards that lane. But in the meantime, for the Hayabusa, the moment they realize that opponents playing Ube, there's nothing that Hayabusa could do with his Ogi Shadow Kill anymore. He's trying to look for angles, but not really utilizing the entirety of the map and his mobility to play the macro game.
That's the thing. The tunnel vision seems to be very, very apparent for Nightmare, especially when it's like, we've tried it 2 times. It's like, one more. Third time's the charm. 17 minutes into the game. 8th time's the charm, guys. This time, I'm sure we'll be able to get a Sky Piercer stack somehow. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. And I totally agree with you. They should have played throughout the rest of the map. There was multiple opportunities for them to actually pull attention away and understand that, yes, neutral objectives are important, but it's not necessarily what's going to win you the game, right? So with missing inhibitors, and especially that scenario where it's like, you don't have to just take the Lord. You can kind of hold it hostage and threaten the base every single time. But coming into game number 3, do you think we're going to see this Diggy again? Because the biggest contestation I've noticed so far has to be that Farsa.
To see the Diggy again? Probably not. But I think this entertaining kind of style from Zeta Division is definitely coming back to the 3rd game. As long as they're able to throw some curveball, you know, it's not straights all the time. You gotta throw a curve. You gotta drop the ball at any time and just be like, oh crap, what do I do as Nightmare?
When are we gonna see that fastball? We're gonna jump right into it. Nightmare Esports on the blue side, Zeta Division on the red side. Eterna, Abstract, good luck. Take this draft away.
Thank you so much, Gideon. We're going to game number 3. Once again, match point for both of these teams. And once again, we want to highlight how important these drafts are going to be. Will we be seeing another crazy kind of a scenario coming in from Zeta Division, or will we be seeing just the meta coming through? But it's also important to note that these 2 teams have actually opted to swap sides.
Now, what's the change-up? That is the question for the side of Zeta. I know that this is going to be super intense coming into this draft, but the teams, they're taking the time, they're making it slow, right? And that's completely understandable. I do want to break the air a little bit. Take a look at the player portraits. For this whole time, I always thought that every single one of these players have the same exact earrings.
They're boxes, aren't they?
Yes, boxes. But I thought that they were
I also thought they were earrings. I'm gonna be honest with you here.
High five.
Wow. All right. Okay. So, guys, those are boxes, by the way.
Those are boxes.
But coming back into the drafts here, once again, the Kalea will not see the light of day, and neither will the Wanwan. So, we've seen in the past 2 and now 3rd game that Nightmare has really big respect over for this YSS, and as well as towards, you know, the gold lane, the 1-1.
Let's not forget about the Uranus as well. Effectively every single game, game
You're
1
right.
and 2, Uranus is out. They just don't want to go and deal with June 1. In fact, I think from the previous game, they know that June 1 is exceptionally the exceptional player, the key player of the team. As much as possible, try to probably deny his picks if his picks are just not viewed or picked up in the first phase. Uranus has to be the 3rd ban here. If Nightmare don't ban the Uranus, I think that it's gonna be in the field of Zeta Division.
But we've seen that the Uranus kind of fall short. What is it?
They didn't ban the Uranus.
No, they didn't. They
But
banned out the Bruno instead.
Nightmare, they have first pick, but they have never had the opportunity to, or rather they have never picked Uranus first pick, even as first pick, first ban in their previous series.
So you don't think that they will pick it up here?
I don't know.
I mean, technically Zeta still have the opportunity to ban out the Uranus.
That is if Zeta thinks that they don't have the answer to an opponent's Uranus? Do they want to take the chance? I think that this is a very difficult choice to make. Zeta, do we want to risk it for the biscuit? Give the Uranus? Or don't give it?
Nope, they decide not to. They don't want to risk it. They don't want to take too many risks here in game number 3, where everything is on the line for them. Once again, an elimination match here, boys and girls. Now, Nightmare have the pick of everything. Technically, Baxia is available if they want to go for that. Really good flex. We've seen the Baxia work out here and there. Technically, it did lose in the previous game, but still that flexibility is quite important.
Yes, the flexibility was definitely the way to go. But Jasmine needs to change the way he plays with that Baxia. Time and time again, he got caught, and it has always been the same layering of skills, right? The Frederick goes in, locks him down with a couple of knockups plus the taunt, and then the D holds him in place. They just gotta have to do this. Zeta just needs to draft the same thing, right? Having the Juicin available, this might just be a Juicin Fredrin pick if they really want to.
I think they can wait for the Fredrin. I mean, technically, the Baxia can still be flexed.
It's too flex, that's why. Do you, are you, would they rather be interested, or are they okay with the Fredrin going over to them?
I guess not.
Yeah.
You're right. Fredrin does get picked up here. So now Nightmare are caught in a position to try to answer this Jushin pick. I think, honestly, why would they not just pick up something like the Kimmy? Kimmy has better range against the Jushin, faster clear as well.
Yes, I think that that is going to be a direction that we can go for. The orthodox pick is a Kimmy, and with the very fact that they have a Baxia, perhaps they can kind of still keep that in the loop, right? So perhaps pick up a Kimmy as the mage, and then get an XP laner.
Unless
there we go.
Yes, Lapu Lapu gets picked up here, and the Kimmy. Okay.
They need to deny the Lapu Lapu from June 1 too. So as long as they are able to still make things ambiguous for their Baxia, and if they were to pick up the Kimmy, is also some ambiguity for that side too, because Kimmy can go gold.
Do we really want Kimmy to go gold though?
I'm not a big fan, but she hurts a lot.
She does, but it requires a lot of setup, I think, for the Kimmy to actually work. The Eureka thing that I had in my head earlier on was, would it be crazy if they went Angela here for Nightmare?
Angela for Nightmare. I think that is a viable option for both of them. So this can very potentially be an X factor coming in from both Nightmare and Zeta. If they want to further solidify the positioning, or further solidify the prowess and the survivability of Jasmine, if he were to play that as a Baxia, then at least the Angela can keep him alive and buy so much time and space.
That's true. They both can actually utilize it, flex it into roam, right?
Yes.
Technically, both teams already have picked up the mid laners, but let's ignore the Angela for a second here as we're getting to the second phase of the drafts. What bans are we looking for from the side of Zeta? Do they want to take away heroes like the Granger, the Irital? Oh, there you go. Still Angela, alright.
Okay. He's decided to take the Angela out. I thought that perhaps they would want to do that instead, considering the fact that they have the final pick. But I think that because of the performance coming in from, who's that, VP, right? I think the performance from VP kind of made things a little bit too tough for them to let that go.
Because I don't think you can use Angela into the Baxia. That's the problem. Like, face value, the Fredrin can work with the Baxia, but if you utilize the Angela into the Baxia in the early stage as well, the anti-regen passive coming from the Baxia, I think, would render the Angela a little bit useless.
That's a good point as well, yeah. We may have saw a crazy combination between the Juicin and then Angela, but perhaps against a Baxia, that's probably a better choice to make. But right now, most of the jungles is actually open still for Nightmare, because the Baxia could go roam, but in this case, gold laner might be the case. Might be the ban for Zeta.
Yeah, we're looking at heroes like Granger, Irital.
Yep.
Do they really? Okay, Bruno's banned out, so that's not an option that they can go for. Wan's also banned out, so those are the two heroes I think I'm thinking about.
Irital and who's that again?
Granger.
I'm sure the Nightmare will be happy with picking up a Granger for themselves if they really want to.
Play for the early game. I think it's possible, right? Really quick rotations. Put the Baxia in the roam. Kimmy also should be able to rotate quickly as well as compared to the Jushin in the early stage of the game. I think that's a warranted choice with the Matilda also banned out.
We're lacking of a roamer. We're lacking of an XP laner. I think Zeta definitely needs to get that picked out. They need to secure June's pick. Uranus, Gatokacha, Volvius, Badang roam. Okay.
Unless
I don't mind that because there's still flexibility in that.
is this for Zeta? It's for Zeta, right?
For Zeta, yeah.
Technically, if they want to, they can still go for CC. Does the CC do well in lane against a Lapu Lapu?
I would say that she is not fabulous, not the most fabulous answer against Lapu because Lapu don't have a very thick HP. He does though have very crazy healing potential.
Abstract.
Oh my goodness!
That's the chip. That's a chip debut here in the MSC Wild Cards. We were talking about this chip from
Left
even
open
before
for
this
so
tournament
long.
started, and finally we get to see it come to play. But remember, the ceiling on this chip is incredibly high. You either do really well in terms of map control, or you do really, really bad, depending on how the communication is within the team.
Nitpicking though, why not leave the chip for the final pick? At least if they pick up a Badang, if they really want to go for that, then at least it will show like, hey, I've got a Roma down, so you don't have to be too afraid, kind of thing, right? And it's even gonna be a pretty good final pick because you are responding to a full draft from Nightmare. It solidifies if whether, hey, chip is gonna be great here, kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think it would be really nasty, right, to have the Badang and the chip on the same side because you have ready to fight players coming through. And so Nightmare, they sniff that out real quick, right? They take away the Badang for themselves. It should be Badang Rome. Granger gets picked up, like we mentioned earlier on, and then the Masha final pick in for Zeta.
Okay, so the pulled off the Masha pick going up against Nightmare, who they themselves also did the Masha. So now we're back to the same kind of problem where you lose in the XP, you potentially lose in the gold, because let's be honest here, based on statistics and facts, Mui Minette has never won in his lane before.
I think if we're going back to the Masha point, I think it really depends. Again, we were thinking about ready to fight heroes, right? So the Badang came into mind, but the Masha can also replicate the same thing. So what if the Masha just clears, waits for the portal, and looks for pickups around the map? I think that's pressure that we might be looking at. As, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are ready. Elimination match 1 game away. Will Nightmare continue their journey here in the Wild Cards, or will it be the Japanese representatives in Zeta Division? Let's jump in to game number 3.
Both of the junglers is going to be starting onto their purple buff first. So Zeta Division have got a bit of emphasis over to the gold lane while Nightmare Esports down to the XP. It does seem like we are having quite a bit of party here as Jasmine by Lucy as well as ID has already shown themselves down at the bottom. No reason for the chip to further involve himself, but it does seem like the middle lane Zeta Division is there first. So if they want to hit themselves up to the top lane, they can definitely do that.
See, I think taking a look at the emblems here, they are looking for that kind of strategy, right? Because if we're looking at it, that's Lethal Ignition. We also have the Assassin emblem coming through for June 1. So he's looking to one-shot. We'll see whether or not he'll be able to get to that point because as it stands in the lane, it looks like Bai Lucy is having a little bit of a better time in controlling in these waves.
Bai Lucy can definitely clear out the waves a lot better. Well, in the meantime, June playing as the Masha have got very weak clears. And it's only on later on where he could just jump 3 times as every time she expanded her HP bars, then we'll be able to see that kind of burst, right? Because June has picked up the Lethal Ignition. So he has one job only in the late stages of the game, and that is to burst the marksman. As long as they are able to take away Cammy, then all's well. That is their current structure, and that is their current game plan.
Cammy and I did. Both of them, right? Both of them are going to be problems in the late stage, which is why I think that's why they went, you know what? let's just go for it. Let's just go for the Masha, because at some point they do need a way to kind of counter these two marksman heroes. But both teams already centering around the next neutral objective, the first one of the game, rather. It looks like it will be given over to Too Easy for Lexi for free.
They are not really interested dealing with Baxia's tankiness and, of course, the early game raw damage that the Baxia brings over to his kit. So Zeta Division, with their draft, they can kind of play things a little bit slowly. They don't have anything that plays that allows them to work out in the early stages. So as long as they kind of keep themselves afloat, they are gonna be fine. And both the Moskov and Masha can pop off online later on, roughly about 15 minutes into the game.
I agree. I think they just need to buy a little bit more time here for the rest of the members to get to that power spike. So meanwhile, Nightmare, they're the ones kind of on a ticking time bomb. Technically, they do have IDIT to kind of go into the later stage of the game, but because of the control that they have over the river, I think maybe play a little bit more aggressively, right? I think the idea of the invade was already great, but now it seems like Zeta are the ones that are rotating a lot quicker.
They do have got the chip. So as much as possible, if the chip wants to be at the top lane or the bottom lane, he can definitely do all of that. June is actually taking this fight pretty well, putting By Lucy in the tough spot. Kani rushes right in, pops off the shortcut. Everyone came in. This is a whole family in here. However, is going to be following up with the traction pulse. Jasmine just going to be putting June right into the coffin.
All right, a 1-for-1 trade from that particular skirmish. June won for By Lucy earlier on. Unfortunately, that kill went over to IDID, so I think
it's IDID. Yeah,
it's a little bit more worth it for NM in that particular trade.
I would say it's still relatively equal, since June himself also wants farm, right?
Yeah.
So practically nothingness. Whatever that they have got for each other is pretty much nothing. It's mostly all about what we have throughout the map, because right now Nightmare have got a well under 1,000 goal lead against Zeta Division. Perhaps this turtle is going to tell us a little bit more of a story, as it is going to be a completely uncontested turtle.
Yeah, they're not going for it at all. They're leaving it completely wide open for Nightmare to take for themselves. Zeta Division looking to play around the EXP lane a lot more. I think you're right here. We do see that there is rotations coming in from Nightmare here towards the bottom side of the map, but June 1 already got a little bit of gold there from that shield turret.
Slow and steady is going to be the name of the game for Zeta Division. Too Easy for Lexi picks up the very first item, being the blade armor. So that is definitely something that will help him against such a physical-sided draft, right? Both the Moskov and the Masha.
Meanwhile, we do see another thing happening here. Thunderbelt already secured in for Jasmine. Just a little bit more regeneration, a little bit more adaptations coming through if they do go in for yet another team fight. Cammy in this 1v1. I don't know if Cammy knows Kani is there, but oh, he does. He spots him out. He's playing it safely.
Yeah. Both teams, it feels as though both teams have got a very similar power spike, actually. The only thing that I'm really afraid of is the potential of By Lucy, right? When he pops off, is definitely going to be scary, right? But the fact that Too Easy for Lexi is unable to take control or the reins of this game in the early stages, because that is just what's great about a Baxia, right? The possibility of early game invasions with the mobility that you have for yourself. He does have well over 500 gold lead on top of the Fredrin though, but it's not big enough for them to make an impact.
This is a very interesting game, isn't it?
Interestingly slow.
Interestingly slow. I think both teams are really afraid of making a mistake.
As such, it's going to be Jasmine finding himself in the top spot. As such, he will be able to get himself away, but in the meantime, the speed of destruction will land on the Cammy, allowing Junwan to pop him off. IDIT is also going to be the next one down for the count. This is one entire family that just decided to take the portal up to the top lane.
And that's a chip power coming through. Jasmine going to be the next one on the chopping block.
As it doesn't seem like Jasmine is able to stay alive. Too Easy for Lexi. Why did you come in? Maybe he will be able to get a kill on the Mui Minette, but he misses the shield. He still manages to get a kill on down the Mui Minette
No
though.
way.
But right now, 2-0 for Lexi takes a double.
No way, you're not supposed to be able to get away with that. That was a 1v3 kind of situation. We thought that was a blunder.
Yeah.
But too easy made that kind of equal for them. Granted, Zeta was still able to pick up the turtle. Wait a second, Suke.
They're jumping on the Fiske, bringing him down. A good taunt down onto IDID, almost being able to do enough damage onto IDID. I think that this is a lot more about a mental game for Nightmare Esports. They were afraid the whole time. Only when Too Easy for Lexi took those 2 kills up top, he's just thinking, hey, wait, I have a lot of damage. What am I afraid of? And that's why
Morale
they
is up.
took middle.
Exactly. Morale is up now for Nightmare Esports. As we take a little look into the items. 2 items already built in for Mui Minette though. 1 away from that trifecta that is needed, the Swift Trinity.
Look, the movement is completely different now. They're so much more aggressive.
That's true.
They're showing confidence.
Too easy. What's the call here? Waiting for the clear here. I think they are trying to bait out a push potential coming out from June 1.
Huh? Did I pick up a roam boots? I think I did. Wait,
It could be.
Oh, maybe it's just visual. Perhaps it's just visual.
It could be, right? Because usually we do see some swaps in the roam.
But I saw
boots.
Cammy with the icon as well.
I think if
So
they fall
Bailu's-
far behind, that's something that is usually done. We can actually ask Gideon, I think, to break that down a little bit further later along the line. But we have seen that before. We've seen it a lot in MPL ID. That's a concealed
roam.
play.
They
coming
did
through
get
from
4 roam
Nightmare
boots.
Esports.
They did get 4 roam boots. Oh, but hold on a second. It does seem like we do have Kani coming over to the back line, so this shot cut is just going to be popped right at the backside. Cammy finds himself going to be taken down. I did. It's just going to be holding himself on over to the backside, so it doesn't seem like things are going to be great for her, though. But Piske finds himself taken down. Jun is still looking for an opportunity, though. 10, as long as Mui Minette realizes, hey, look, this is not our fight to take. Let's back off now.
2-for-2 trade from both sides. Wait a second, June 1.
Too easy for Lexi. He's gonna be the funnel of this team. The entirety of Nightmare Esports bought themselves roam boots, and the funnel will entirely go over to the Baxia. Even Cammy.
Let's hope the items come out so we can actually verify that. There it is.
Every single one of them has it.
You're right.
It's only the Baxia that have the jungle boots.
Because usually we see either, the gold lane pick it up or even the mid lane pick it up, but this is all 4.
I would understand XP laner picking it up because they want to funnel it over to the gold lane, or the mid laner is like, oh look, I'm a pause 4, not a pause 3. Let me just give it to the pause 3 and just allow someone else take it, like the SP laner. But in the meantime, by Lucy jumps himself over to the back lines. Mui Minette taking some free shots, but unfortunately, I think his positioning is a little bit tough. As Too Easy for Lexi will drive himself right in his face, getting himself a killing spree. This is actually pretty gonna be big. By Lucy finds himself taken down. IDID is gonna be the next one down as well, as Jasmine just flickers himself forward, getting a kill down onto IDID.
3-for-3 trade so far, but it looks like they're still looking to gain some more here. Suke goes in for the control over to Too Easy for Lexi, but misses. The Lord is still going to be given over to Nightmare Esports, but unfortunately, with so many members taken down, the big question is, will they be able to extract the utmost potential from this Lord take?
I would say that this is likely concerning if they want to funnel all the farm over to the Baxia. How long would his power spike be, even if he gets all these items? He can be really tanky and all, but I worry for Cabby. We'll see how that goes. Maybe survivability is more important for everyone else, or rather survivability is more important for Baxia in order for them to win this game. As middle lane, T1 finds himself taken down, and Kani has been spotted out. Traction Pulse didn't land.
Either or, right? Too Easy for Lexi is 2 levels ahead of 10. So when it comes down to neutral objective contest, and in this particular regard, the Lord, Zeta Division are falling quite behind. Should not be able to go for the contest unless they are able to. Wait a second.
It's gonna be 10. Soaking up quite a bit of damage. SOD lands over to the back line. Piske is actually in a very, very aggressive spot. Kani taking a little bit too much damage. Pops out a shortcut, only for Kani to be taken down at this point in time. The Appraiser's Wrath unfortunately wasn't able to do too much, but he will at least stay alive. IDID's down. Mui Minette managed to catch that 1 kill. As now, Zeta Division, they're moving on forward.
Yes, and they're going to be able to still defend the base as well, not losing a single inhibitor turret with 3 members down in the ground. Despite everything, despite Zeta Division falling behind, it's only a 1,000 gold difference, Abstract. So at this point in the game, I still think that this can sway either way.
It actually might go towards the side of Zeta Division a little bit better. How are they going to do this? So if they're trying to get income, you know what? I'll just let Nightmare Esports play this out. We do have Granger that can farm pretty effectively in lane, so even with that, with the roam boost, it's not going to be that big of a deal. It's mostly about the passive income that will go over to the side of for the members. That is more or less all.
Mm-hmm. If we're looking at the damage dealt rankings here, we can see the top 3 there, and I think Muiminette was able to get his hands on an additional item, the Malefic Gun, already in his arsenal. Gonna have a little bit more range to play with, more so in these team fights, which I think will be very important because we saw in that previous skirmish the fact that he was able to jump into the back line, take IDIT down. I think that was huge for Zeta Division to come back in this game 13 minutes in. The Lord finally has spawned in the Land of Dawn. 10 is catching up, level 14, but he is still a level below of too easy for Lexi. So how are they going to play this?
I think that Muiminette is more or less online at this point. June 1,
yeah.
I gotta have to look up for him if whether he's got more than enough burst to realistically be able to do anything to Cammy or I did. He's currently disappeared from the map. He's not going to be showing himself down at the bottom just yet. Nightmare poses himself for this dance against the Lord.
Oh, that's a spear.
It's going to land. The Lord is currently still not going to go anywhere just yet, as now June 1 flickers straight into the eyes of Idid, slams him right down. There's nothing that Akimi could possibly do. Kami is still alive only until now. Exactly what they wanted from June, to snap right onto these 2 marksmen. And what's left is going to be the frontliners of Nightmare Esports.
That's exactly what the Masha was built for, and that's why Kani was standing so patiently in that top side of the map. They're going to go all in here, 3v2, and look how much damage Muiminette is doing into this. Can they look for an end here?
They might potentially be able to, or maybe not, because Idid is coming out right now. The fist break and fist crack pushes Zeta Division away.
But remember, the Lord is still marching in favor of Zeta Division, right? These players are going to be coming back, and remember, Zeta Division still has the chip. They can still utilize the portal to bring the players where they want, when they want. So, with the additional range that, of course, Nightmare Esports have, they should be able to clear this unless they find a big play here.
Good macro game from Zeta Division. They have got the Masher all the way at the top lane with a taunt down onto Lexi, while Muiminette suffers a bit from the traction pulse. Not going to be a problem though. At least we've got all of the T2 turrets that is destroyed. Zeta Division slowly inches their way to victory.
2 waves are crashing. That's a big wave as well on the top side of the map. I think Zeta Division are playing this really smart.
As the portal goes over to the backside, where I'm trying to look for exactly where June 1 is, but it doesn't seem like anyone on the backline is going to be bursted down just yet. Doing it for Lexi, crashes down onto June 1. The amount of damage is a little bit too much for him to handle.
It's very difficult. It's very difficult for them to look for the siege, right? Because technically Zeta Division have a composition that works when Nightmare are out of their base. But if Nightmare Esports keep playing like this, if they turtle in their base, they have so much high ground defense, right? They have IDID, they have Cammy for that range as well, and Zeta Division technically don't have any tools to work with if they want to look for that groundbreaking play, except for the chip, which the chip doesn't really work like a Luo Yi, you know?
Yeah. But the thing is, it allows the macro play for June 1. He can push the waves however he wants. He can put a lot of that macro game. But the most important thing is that June 1, the problem about the Masher is that he needs to run to the marksman. But if we have Chip, for example, conceal himself, jumps out of the back lines, drop the shortcut, that is a free passageway
Yeah.
for a matcher to get closer to these marksmen.
But I think that still, again, only works when they go around the next neutral objective.
Yes.
So that's something that Zeta Division has as an advantage over Nightmare Esports, considering they not only have the chip, but they also have the Moskov to play around.
Yes.
Right? So much options, so many tools that they can utilize to make this Lord dance in their favor, and not to mention, Zeta Division have control over the far lane because Nightmare Esports don't have that inhibitor turret on the opposite end of the Lord.
That's definitely a bummer. There's not a lot of things that Nightmare Esports can realistically do because they don't have that kind of cross-map play hero, except for Too Easy for Lexi.
Yeah.
But do you really want to throw your Baxia down to the bottom lane to clear waves? Because Zeta Division, they have a Moskov. This guy will blitz down the Lord right as you blink.
Exactly. It's so many tools on the side of Zeta Division, and Too Easy, he needs to be in the vicinity to be able to take this Retribution down. This time it's going to be a 50-50. Too Easy already at level 15. That's a Lord already at half health. Who's going to be able to pick it up?
Oh no. The Lord is ready now at 14,000 HP. They will try to go for this. Attraction Pulse is not going to hit anyone. PSK currently being just locked down by Jasmine, allowing the kill down for the Kami. But then he actually manages to get a kill down to the Kami, and it does seem like Ten is going to be the next one onto the block as By Lucy brings him down almost immediately. While I did brings Muiminet down. This is a losing fight coming in from Zeta Division.
A huge loss. Oh my lord, Nightmare Esports regain control here, but they still don't go for the base as soon as possible, right? They had to control the lanes that were still crashing in favor of them. They don't go for the Lord?
No.
Are they going for the straight push here with just one minion?
I think so. They gotta have to tank this quite a lot, right? By Lucy needs to tank every single one of these shots, but doesn't see.
June 1.
They still have it. As now By Lucy is just making sure. Kani is just making sure that they will not be able to recall back home. But never mind, because there is still a portal coming from Kani. They need to do whatever that they can to ensure that Jasmine, as well as Jasmine and By Lucy, will go down right now. As long as they are down, they are completely staggered, and it is a free evolved Lord for them to take.
Why did they do that? Why did they go for that decision? Why didn't they just commit over onto the Lord? Why go for the mix there? They know that Zeta Division has a hero like a Chip.
There's a lot of angles of attack for Zeta Division in that as well, right? Because Junwan was also making his way down in the bottom lane. They have effectively managed to pull IDID down. They managed to pull someone down all the way home to deal with it.
Unfortunate loss, either way. Unfortunate loss. That should have been Nightmare Esports Lord to have, and now Zeta Division once again hold control over the Lord.
Evolved Lord.
Evolved Lord. 19 minutes have already elapsed. We're looking at these items, and they're already at full. We have Wind of Nature's left and right. Nightmare Esports, they should have the arsenal to kind of stave off this pressure. Once again, they do have the high ground, but with no inhibitor turrets, let's see what Zeta Division is about.
They're looking for an opening. Zeta Division, as long as the portal jumps over to the back lines, allowing June to get himself onto Kami, that's the thing. By Lucy's HP is already dropped all the way through. Everyone is just going to be coagulated together. As such, the front line, Lucy for Lucy, By Lucy, as well as I did. They're all down. Zeta Division breaks a lot. And they keep themselves in the MSC wildcards.
A reverse sweep from the Japanese region here. Zeta Division holding on to their strength, holding on to everything that they have, holding on, believing in one another to keep their tournament lives still here. Moving forward to the next chapter here at the MSC Wildcards. And unfortunately for Nightmare Esports, Mekong, thank you so much for the fight up until this point. Thank you so much for the journey, the strive. But unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to Nightmare Esports here at the MSC Wildcards 2025.
Let's take a moment and of course thank By Lucy, Too Easy for Lexi, I Did, Sosol, Kami, and Jasmine for their time here in MSC 2025. They have done what they could. And right now, we celebrate the victory of Zeta Division.
Wow. I thought it was going to be heartbreak from game number 1, seeing them lose in that fashion, right? It was a victory that we thought that maybe Nightmare might just be the better team, but game number 2, game number 3 told a completely different story. They weren't afraid as well to experiment with the drafts, with the chip coming in game number 3, with the Diggy coming through in game number 2 as well. This is a statement coming through from Zeta Division that, hey, we're not just utilizing the meta, we're not just strangers to everything else. We also have a set of cards that we will utilize, and we have a strategy of our own.
This is kind of scary, isn't it? All of these, we have Ube and then a chip that joined in, and Nightmare have got no answer. They don't know what is in front of them. They definitely tried to do something of their own, popping off all of those roaming boots just for themselves. In the event that anyone is too far behind, they get themselves a passive income, not only to the roamer and all, but in this case, I guess it's just kind of tough because remember, whenever you buy the roam boots, you just kind of starve yourself out from the initial 5 minutes.
Yeah, I actually want to know what that was all about because I don't think I've seen that.
I only believe it's passive income for whoever is fourth, right? Fourth on, on the fifth on the gold chart, right, from the team, but not all of them, especially not the gold laner. That's not something that I myself know about.
Huh. I think we can ask Gideon here. What?
Throw the ball right at him.
Four roam boots?
Hey, when you throw eye catch, the 4 roam boot strategy was developed 3 years ago. The main idea of having 3 roam boots, if not most of the time, as we've seen in MPL ID, PH, as well as MY, picking up roam boots for your side laners.
Yeah.
Abstract, you're absolutely correct. It always goes to the person with the least amount of gold. It is passive EXP and as well as gold. But here's the kicker. When you're getting it towards the 8th minute of the game, the active of the passive, the active of the blessings of the roam boots usually only applies specifically towards your supports, your roamers. They've probably already activated it at that point of time, while the rest of the members will look to activate it later if the game drags out long enough, but mainly through assists, because assist gold also contributes to the active stack. Well, is it really called stacking? I wouldn't call it stacking.
I wouldn't call it stacking.
Towards unlocking the active ability. Sometimes it's concealed. Most people go for the passive routes. In this case, when we look at the items, we do see that at least for Cammy, he was going for the dire hit because he's got CCs, the only way to proc it. But now we look at today's schedule, a full sum up of everything that has happened here at the wildcards. At the very beginning, Rare Adam moves on with their 2-0 victory against Legion Esports. Falcons, unfortunately, dropping 2-0 against the Mongols, and we have to say goodbye to them. Influence Rage also dropping 2-1 against Virtus Pro, and Zeta Division with a reverse sweep against Nightmare Esports, who we have to say goodbye to. Our hearts go out to them, but Zeta Division moves on to the tournament. The nature of the competition gets more intense and the clutch factors are kicking in. I'm glad to see that Zeta Division, they stayed zen, they stayed peaceful, they stayed balanced, even though they were pushed right to the very edge of the cliff.
I have but one question.
Yes, sir.
Do you think it was mental?
Do I think it was mental? I think that... Look, if you really want to get my thoughts on this game after watching years of professional gameplay, oh boy, I probably get kicked off a broadcast faster than you can probably put a sentence together. But generally, based on what we are seeing, we're talking about potential. And I think Zeta Division, they know how to push buttons, but more so, they're a lot more flexible than what we initially thought, and better yet, they do not crumble under the pressure. Nightmare, unfortunately, we could see in all 3 of those games, when things don't go their way, gets a little dicey. That's something that they're going to have to learn. And it sucks because they're technically the veteran ones.
Yep. Well, that's how the cookie crumbles, I guess.
Yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles. Hey, but that being said, we are coming towards the closure of the day. How you guys feel about day number 2 of the wildcards? Because for me, I'm definitely seeing that some of these competitors are starting to realize that this is a harder tournament than what most people imagine.
Honestly, yeah, I would absolutely agree. When it comes to wildcards, all I'm thinking of is there is going to be a huge disparity with some of these teams, especially teams that, for example, Zeta Division, they have been absent in the MLBB ecosystem for the longest time. I thought that Zeta Division would be like, okay, they're going to be so behind. But no, they knocked out Nightmare.
I think despite the disparity of levels, I think what I'm looking at is more just like the progression of these teams after just a day, right? We've seen a lot of teams improve, adapt. I think Virtus Pro as well in that particular game was very... It was really good. It was very entertaining to see the adaptation that they were able to make, not just from yesterday's matches, but from their matches today within games have been quite impressive. So I like that you mentioned it. We're looking at potential here, and there's definitely potential. And hopefully for the next few days, we will be seeing more potential and more progress from all these teams that did come over here for the wildcards.
For sure. I mean, day 2, I was expecting a lot of potential for these teams. We got to see it. However, I think that day 3 and as well as day 4, we're going to start to see the divide in the skill level, right? Because I think that right now Virtus Pro is really showing that they are a cut above the rest, and I think that's the scary part. But hey, that's just me. With that being said, once again, thank you, Abstract, and as well as Eternal for casting the game. We want to shout out to Leo as well. He's already enjoying his time back at the hotel. He had a long day of games. And also to you at home, thank you so much for watching the wildcards here at the 2025 Esports World Cup live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's been a great time, but there's more MLBB action to be had. More teams who look to qualify for the main stage of MSC groups. Only one of them can make it through. And with that being said, goodbye and good night. Thank you so much for watching.